Hey, what's going on everyone? Today we are reviving the 3-hour How to Get to Diamond series. We're going to be playing one game in every single rating. So all the way from Iron, Bronze, Silver, Gold, Emerald, whatever the kids are playing in nowadays, we're covering a game in each of them. And this information is also timeless throughout every single patch. In each rating, people play differently and you need to look out for different things and also improve on different things. And this video will cover exactly that. We're going to also be playing all sorts of different comps. We're going to be playing some reroll. We're going to be doing some weird encounters such as like the Wandering Sentinel one. We're going to see what happens when you flex around a little bit. We're going to see what happens when you hard force a comp. So pretty much all facets of TFT are going to be covered here. This is a bit of a long watch though, so I recommend not watching it all in one go for optimal knowledge gain or whatever you want to call it, because it is like a 3 or 4 hour video. Watch it in pieces. Maybe watch like 1 or 2 games and then play a few games and then come back the next day, do the same thing until you like make it through the entire video. That's probably going to be the best way to digest information, because there definitely is a lot going on here. Unlike watching like certain streams where they're not really talking about the game that much, but you're like watching the whole time. There's a lot less information there because the player who's streaming has to focus on the game, not so much just like only commentating. But in this video, we are going to be commentating over some of my games that I played in a Smurf account that I made to get like the Iron, Bronze, and etc. videos. And then we're going to be covering some of my friend's games as he's been climbing throughout the ranks. So, and he's been climbing fast, but he's been decent at TFT before, but a little rusty when you kind of drop the game for a couple of sets, you know? So we are going to start off this game in Iron. We have Anvil Buffet as our encounter or our portal, and I have in my notes for this game that it's like a bit of a low roll game. We don't hit many 2-stars, so if you don't know what to do when that situation kind of happens to you, hopefully this game will kind of help out at least a little bit. So we have a couple of item anvils down here. Everyone gets them. So what you want to do in these situations is go for comps that kind of rely more on perfect items. So it's always going to depend on the meta. I recommend going on my meta snapshot, bunnymuffins.lol/meta, to find out what all the good comps are, because it's going to be changing every single time they release a new patch, and we update it every single Friday. But some comps need more perfect items than others. For example, Cogmaw really needs blue buff plus Gnasher's Tooth. A Shen Eternal Blades comp really needs like a lot of Rage Blades. There are many other examples of that, but on our first augment, we're going to take Pumping Up. It's just a generic good augment right now, just because it literally pumps up your team. You get so much attack speed later on in the game, so it's a bit of a waiting game. You get stronger as the game goes on, and your late game becomes absolutely disgusting if you can make it there. So when people play this, they normally go for attack damage compositions, because getting attack speed, obviously it complements attack damage really well. So something like Kaisa would be really good, Ashe would be pretty decent. But I will say it's not the best for win streaking, so the power is a little delayed. So if you have a lot of upgrades on your board, you generally want to be playing for a win streak. But since we don't have any 2-stars this game, we could play like the little waiting game a little bit. So we probably want to make interest when we can. How much gold do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I probably could sell my entire board for interest here. Probably a mistake not to. And that is why it is very important to review your own games, even if they're on a Smurf, because you're always making mistakes here and there. Sometimes you just don't see it when you're playing, but when you're looking at it after the fact, it seems pretty obvious. I'm lose streaking, so why would I not want to like make interest, you know? I guess maybe during the game I was thinking, oh, I want to keep all the fortune units and perhaps play a fortune game. And there is some merit to that, but I think it's just safer just to play for the bigger econ right now. But yeah, we're not going to win any of these early rounds. Our board is just like weaker than the 90-pound freshman right before his glow up, because he has Pumping Up and he is going to become huge later on, I hope. So we have this Build-A-Bud Ari. Holy cow, that is a good win streak augment if I've ever seen one. You just get a 3-star 1 cost. I recommend this one a lot if you have good items, good flexible items, I should say. And this specific portal makes it really, really good because you get the component anvils, and you could pretty much get your Build-A-Bud and then literally build the bud because you could choose your item. So on this specific portal, that augment is incredibly good. I would love to see like the hidden data on that. They don't share data for encounters or portals or anything like that. So that literally, that information is like internal to Riot, but I'd love to know the difference for Build-A-Bud on this specific instance. But we do get the Kabuko 2-star. We want to get the third fortune off this carousel most likely. And we definitely want to wait on building our items because we don't know what we're going yet. We know kind of what we're going, but we want to get tailored items and we don't even want to win any of these rounds. You can notice that I'm scouting around a little bit, making sure that we're weaker than everyone else. This person has a bunch of upgraded units and they're level 5, so we probably have no business beating them. And I'm going to put some team comps in mind right now. So I want to go for the Ash comp. The comp's really good in this particular meta. So I have this comp memorized because I play TFT a lot. But if you don't have it memorized, again, go to the website, bunnymuffins.lol, and you could just copy it and paste it in there. It's literally just like the standard Ash plus Lilia build with some frontline. And Team Planner is really, really helpful just so you don't get confused during your roll downs, because especially if you're a new player, rolling down a lot of gold in one turn, be it 30 gold, 20 gold, or even like 50 gold, can be really daunting, and sometimes you don't have enough time to complete it when you're playing. I even see professional players mess up the roll down when they don't set up their team planner properly. So what people do nowadays, like everyone does this, they go to the team planner and like change it throughout the game religiously because it really helps that much. There's a lot of downtime in TFT where people just do nothing. They like watch Netflix on their other monitor. They like go on their phone, swipe a bit on like some dating apps or whatever. But what you really should be doing if you want to get better faster than other people is actively play the game and use the downtime in your game to think about what's actually going on. By the way, we're going to be picking our items now because I'm going to commit to the Ash comp. It's just standard items is Rage Blade, Death Blade on her, and then you go for some tier items plus AP on Lilia, and then just random tank items on whoever, Annie or Ornn. However, I will say that making these items is a mistake because we do want to be lose streaking in this early stage for stage 2. You get bonus gold whenever you get a lose streak, and that lose streak gold is accentuated even further throughout the neutral rounds, which is on stage 2-7. You could see that little, like golem icon on the top right. And during those rounds, you get a bonus round of whatever win streak gold or lose streak gold that you're going to get. So you really want to like lose streak or full win streak throughout the early game, and we accidentally went around here. So I was scouting around, I saw people were level 5, like the person we just faced, he was level 4, but he had 5 units in because of the augment that they had, and I just assumed people were stronger, but apparently not. So a little bit of a mistake there. It's not the end of the world, like your game's not over when this happens, but it might cost you like 1 placement. That means like, had I gone 2nd place, maybe I could have gone 1st, or if I got like 5th place, maybe I could have gone 4th, because I just lost a lot of gold from that small, simple mistake. But moving into the next round, we just pretty much have like the basic frontline backline in the early game. We have 2 synergies in the back, 2 trick shot, and then we have 2 bruisers in the front. I really wanted to find a fortune unit that's going to be Zoe or Tristana. They're both 3-cost units, so they're a bit rarer to get or more difficult to get since we're only level 4 right now. But that would have probably spiked our game a lot more because we could get fortune stacks, which is really good if you can get a decent cash out. It's also pretty fun to play fortune, so I was kind of angling towards that, you know. But going into the neutral round, we don't have a streak. Our board's not that strong. Our econ's not that big. It's okay. It's not a national emergency or anything, but it definitely isn't that high. What we should plan to look out for now is knowing when to kind of stabilize our board. Stabilizing is a concept in TFT where you kind of want to keep up with the other players in your game. So what is stable in one game might not be stable in another. It depends on the pacing because every game of TFT is different, believe it or not. A lot of people think you do the same thing every game in TFT and could not be further from the truth in most cases because all the different encounters that we get, all the different portals that we get, they drastically change the makeup of the game. Off the golems, we get 2 more item anvils, a bunch of champions. We probably want to sell some of these to get to 40 gold. Can we get to 50 gold? No, not quite. We'd have to give up too much, but I probably could pick up this Tristana if I want to run fortune. The only issue is that I feel like I'm going to stack it a bit too late because we're low health now, so we can't actually get a good cash out. I really wanted it after stage 2-5 just to get like a small cash out here and there, but I think now it might be a little risky to run. So we have a blue buff if we want it. You could put blue buff on Teemo or Morello on Teemo. Both items are incredibly powerful on him because he, with the trick shot, bounces the mushrooms around, so he either casts a lot of mushrooms if you go for blue buff, or he puts a lot of anti-heal on people if you go for the Morello. both items are really, really good. And since we have item anvil, we're pretty much guaranteed to get both of them. So just build whichever one, doesn't really matter that much. And luckily, Lilia uses the same items. Lilia uses blue buff pretty well, and Lilia loves Morellonomicon to spread it around. It's a good anti-heal. You always want some sort of anti-heal in the game. If you don't have a Morellonomicon, you could get anti-heal through Sunfire Cape, which is belt and chain, or you could get it through an item called red buff, which is 2 bows. Lastly, some champions have it built in innately to their kit. I think Annie has a burn built into her kit, and there's some augments that do it as well. But against certain comps, it's kind of just one of the things you need to keep them in check. So whenever you're building a team comp in TFT, you need a balance. You need tankiness, you need damage, you need anti-heal, you need utility, something like resistance shredding. If people build like really tanky dudes and you don't have armor penetration, for example, and they have a lot of armor, you're not going to be killing them that quickly. So let's look at the augments here. We re-rolled some ones that were not that relevant to our team. Team building also not good. Healing orbs is okay. Unified is also pretty decent. I'm leaning towards unified just because we kind of already have a unified setup on our board right now. We have 3 units up front, 3 in the back. So we kind of get it decently naturally. So what do we want from this Kale? Honestly, all 3 options are fine. You want to get red when you have a lot of attack damage items, which we do have here. You want to get blue when you have a lot of AP items. We have 1, but green's also good if you're kind of like splitting between both. So we have some AD items, some AP items. The green Kale makes it so she gives penetration for both magic and physical damage, so it's quite useful in a lot of different teams. Though I will say in this game, when we're playing the Ashe comp, you don't actually run Story Weaver, so you don't end up keeping this Kale buff later on in the game. So you just play for the now. It doesn't really make that much of a difference. Just like how sending a thank you note to people who interviewed you afterwards, it's like, does it really matter? I don't really think it does, because you either got the job or you didn't. Like, you're never going to talk to the person again. I don't know. I'd get them regardless of sending a thank you note or not to the interviewer, because like the company either needs me or they don't, you know? And if they don't, then like it's not going to help either. Like, I don't know. I'm 99% sure most interviewers make their decision in like the first 10 seconds anyways. I don't think the actual interview actually matters, but it depends on the person, obviously. But all right, wait, back to the game. Azir grants 6 free rerolls that last until used. This is pretty nice. It's like a good econ encounter. Helps people if they're greeting a little bit, so you could save them. I like to save them most of the time to roll when I need them, but if you have a lot of excess gold, you could kind of use it to buy up a couple of units that you want, or if you want to spike like right now. So if we had a lot of pairs on our bench, that's when I like rolling. We only have 1 pair, which is the Sivir pair. We have 2 Sivers, 1 on the board, 1 on the bench. Had we had more, and if it was like a more crucial pair, such as maybe like a 3-cost unit or even like a 4-cost unit, I'd probably be more inclined to roll. But we only have 1 pair of 1-cost units, so not that important right now. If we do end up rolling, we're going to spend a lot of gold to upgrade our board, because just rolling once or twice isn't going to give that many tangible upgrades. We are heading into the carousel round after this stage. Are we going to beat this Ahri? Holy cow. Our team's really good. We beat the Build-A-Bud somehow. But going into this carousel, we want to finish off this tier item. So we want another tier for blue buff. Spirit Shogun's okay on Lilia also. Ooh, there's an Annie there. We could get the Annie build an item called Adaptive Helm, which is built from tier plus Negatron Cloak. Very, very powerful item, and Annie definitely needed for the comp. I'm gonna, yeah. Oh no, someone took it. Now we could go for the blue buff or go for a Chain Vest. It really depends. I think the blue buff is better here because we are on like a 3-game win streak. If we build blue buff Teemo, we're going to be almost guaranteed to win streak throughout the round. Not guaranteed, but like a very high chance. But getting the Zoe is also good because we get a Zoe pair. It'll help stabilize our mid game a little bit. And Zoe is worth 3 gold. The tier was on a 1-cost unit. So we gained like an extra 2 gold by getting this extra unit. And we're probably going to get blue buff anyways because of component buffet. But looking into our shop right now, nothing too interesting. We're kind of just going to wait around a bit. Some people like to level up at this point in the game. The general rule for level 7, 8, and 9 is if you can level up and keep at least 30 gold, you should do it. Because keeping 30 gold is very critical. It allows you to get to 40 and 50 gold relatively easily. And whenever you roll down to like 0 gold or use all your gold to level up and you have like 10 gold, it's really hard to go from like 10 to 20, but 30 to 40 and 40 to 50 is relatively easy. So that's why people like to have that rule. If you could level up and stay above 30 gold, you should do it. And we could have done that here. But I'm playing a little extra greedy right now because we're going for a very specific type of build. We're going for like a fast 8 build where you go to level 8 as quickly as you can, and you want to power spike as much as you can at that point. Power spiking just means like you get strong at that point, and different comps spike at different times. Some comps spike early on in stage 3, some spike in stage 4. Our spikes in like stage 4 or stage 5 depending on like what type of pacing the game is at. But we have set here, gives us 3 training dummies. Doesn't really help us that much. I guess we do have unified resistance, so we get a bit of extra value there. And you might notice I'm moving around on my screen a lot to different boards. What am I doing when I'm doing this? Am I just like have some sort of attention disorder? Nope. Well, actually I might have one, but like that's not why I'm doing it. I'm doing it because I want to see what types of compositions other people are going, so I know what type of units they're going to be taking so that I can kind of avoid them. So certain comps can only support 1 or 2 players. Luckily, the comp I'm going for, which is the Ashe and Lilia comp, they can support 2 players. 3 is stretching it. I would prefer not doing that. Sharing is not caring when it comes to TFT, unlike my friend's open relationships. So we are going to be, but it doesn't seem like 3 people are going to go for our comp, maybe just me and 1 other player at most. So that's very good news for us because that means we could hit the comp relatively easily. Sometimes when a comp is really good, you only need like 1 stars of the unit. 1 star meaning just like 1 copy of them. So 1 star Ashe, 1 star Lilia, it could be good enough to get like 5th or 6th place. And then if we get 2 star of one of them, maybe we could get a 4th. And then if we get the whole team upgraded, maybe like a 3rd. Then we get some legendaries, level up a little bit or hit it earlier. Then we could get like 2nd or 1st place. That's generally how like games like this go. They kind of snowball like that. But those are just like very, very rough estimates. And it depends on how good the comp is. Sometimes a comp is really, really good where you could get away with only having 1 star copies of everything, even in the late game, and still get like top 2 or something like that. And then there are other comps where you could have 3 star everything and not do well. You'll see some of these examples in some of the future games in this video series. So definitely, I would stay tuned for that. Lots of different situations that we're going to run into and more in-depth in-game commentary. Right now, I want to just cover the basics because this is the Iron video after all. So I'm speaking more in generalities than like specifics to a game because trying to copy exactly what I do in this game is going to be near impossible. But all I'm doing is that I'm using early game units to hold the items for my later game units. And then when I find better units to hold them, such as this Aurelia, I'm going to drop them on her. And then once I get the desired comp I want, which is going to be the Ashe and Lilia that we put in our team planner, then I'll swap the items over to them eventually. So we're going to get the blue buff here. That's really nice. We also have an extra rod, so that could be hat or gunblade for Lilia, but we probably want some tank items. We have so much damage right now. Remember how I said in the beginning of the game, you want a mix of damage and tankiness? We have no tankiness right now, so I want to build some sort of tank item. I probably should take like... I don't like what I did. I probably should have taken like a chain vest, but we opt to go for a Hextech Gunblade. Blue buff, Morello, Hextech Gunblade. It's not the best build, but it's a decent build. I probably could have built something else. It was definitely chain vest to get more tank items. Let's see what we have here. 3's a crowd, no thanks. That revolves around 3 cost units. Crown Guarded, I don't like that one that much either. Item augments are generally a bit weaker in the late game. Gifts of the Fallen is really good because we have so many units. Whenever you do a fast 8 or fast 9 strategy, Gifts of the Fallen is very good because you just get a ton more value out of it. But we're going to roll down now. We have a couple of free rerolls from the Azir encounter from before. We get the Kog'Maw. We really just need like a 1-star Ashe or something. We do get Azir. Azir's not the most useful right now. I should be selling some stuff and keep on rolling. Set's not that important right now, but we could play him temporarily. We do get the Ashe there finally. All right, we could sell Aurelia. Aurelia might be better on this turn, but if you want to buy both the Annie and the Ashe, it might be easier just to get rid of the Aurelia. Ideally, there's stuff on our bench we could sell, but you want to go fast, you know? So Rageblade plus the Deathblade on Ashe. You could put the Morello on Set. I dropped it on the Riven by accident, but Set could use it because he applies it nicely. And then until we get Lilia, or I guess we could put it on Zoe too. And then Zoe is holding all our other Lilia items. But it is what it is. We're going to get rid of this Riven next turn anyway, so I don't mind putting the item on her. It's not permanent. Most items that you do put on people are like semi-permanent. There are ways to get them off of them, but it's really rare. There are some encounters that let you get items off of units, or there's like a item called a magnetic remover that you could use, but those items don't show up every single game. So when you put an item on someone, it's pretty permanent unless you want to sell them. But if you sell them, then you have to like find new copies of them. Really hectic process. But this ribbon we're getting rid of for sure. I probably want to run some of this other stuff. Yeah, sell that, drop the Morello on Zoe, and then hopefully we just find Lilia here. That makes our life a lot easier. But I don't think we are so lucky. Okay, we're going down, going down. We see a Lissandra. I guess Lissandra can use it. She's not too bad at holding it temporarily. We could also just like run Lissandra. She's pretty good with Ashe. There's another Ashe. No Lilia. Lilia is escaping us right now. We rolled so much gold. We only need one copy. All right, we have the set item holder now. You could blue buff Lissandra too. It's one of her best items. I like playing around the Lilia a bit more because it's easier to get Lilia than Lissandra, but apparently not in this specific game. Just because the 4-star hotel is a bit cheaper in most cases doesn't mean it always is, because sometimes it's overbooked because it's more popular, because it's more affordable, and then that leaves like the 5-star hotels free for the taking, which is what the Lissandra is doing right here. Are we able to beat this Ashe player again? Not Ashe, the Ahri player? Holy cow. Ashe is so good. What did she just do to that team? Holy cow. That's why Rageblade's so good on her, because she auto-attacks a ton, and then Deathblade's like a perfect complementary item to it. Alright, so what do we want here? The set, we could use it. Set isn't really like the core to the build, but it's one of the random legendaries you could kind of play. And then you also want to get a Lilia, but there's no Lilia on this carousel. I'd prioritize getting a champion here because we have component anvils. So we could go for maybe like the Udyr here. Udyr's pretty good because we get Behemoth from Ornn, and Udyr's like a legendary Behemoth, like the only one. So it's just a nice little thing to splash into our comp. Who do we replace for it though? I'm scouting around right now because I'm looking to see if anyone has Lilia. Doesn't look like too many people have it. So it's actually just unlucky that we haven't seen her yet, but man, oh man. No Ashe 2 either. That both really hurts. But we're able to swap out our team a little bit. We took out Amumu because we found Lissandra. Nautilus is, of course, a lot better than the Amumu. And then we could just keep running the set because he's holding our items for us. We'll drop the Azir for now, keep him on our bench. But we do want to keep him because he unlocks 4 Invoker later on. There we go. We found Lilia. We're set. Oh no, I took out the wrong person. It's okay. I ran out of time. We could fix it later. I make a small mistake here. I build the Jeweled Gauntlet on Lilia. I think we should have built Steadfast Heart. That is the chain vest and the glove looking item. It's a tank item, and as we said before, want some tank items because you always want to kind of balance things out. And we have 2 damage augments, we have 1 tank augment, so like we're really going all in on offense. Our only tankiness is like literally unified resistance and some random like 1-star units in our front line. Definitely want to balance it out a little bit more than we currently are, but you could see here in this game, we rolled down, we kind of missed. We have like an okay type of roll, meaning our luck was like slightly below average, but it wasn't anything that spectacular. But even when this happens in your games, no matter what rating you are, there's always something you can do differently to kind of help you gain a better placement. And like I pointed out some mistakes. You also have to remember that your opponents probably get similar games as you are right now, whatever game you're playing. It doesn't have to be like this exact game. Sometimes you face an opponent with 3-star 5 costs or 3-star legendaries, but that doesn't happen every game. What I think showcases like a really good TFT player from like a decent one is knowing what to do when you're in a not so ideal scenario. So this could be one of them. This isn't like the worst scenario I've been in, but it's definitely not a good one. Normally when you roll down, you hit Lilia a bit earlier, so we'd have like a bit more gold at this point. Like we'd roll down to 0 on 4-1, have the board that we have now more or less, sometimes even better. But then we econ back up throughout stage 4 and we'd probably have like 30, even 40 gold at this point. But since I kind of like rolled a little bit too hard because I was really desperate for the Lilia, we kind of have 0 gold, so we're kind of screwed. We can't like regroup later on. It's always good to like save up gold, roll down, save up gold, roll down, but instead in this round we kind of saved up and then rolled, which is not good. Luckily we are in the iron rating right now because we created a new account, so we could get away with this. But as you get higher and higher, you'll see that your mistakes add up a lot more than they do in lower ratings, and you'll need to learn how to kind of get out of those bad habits, you know? And small changes here and there really do add up, because we all know those times where we lose by 1 HP, and that easily could have been avoided if you just don't repeat mistakes that you've made in the past. Easier said than done, of course, but that's what we tried to do, not just in TFT, but everything in life as well. What do we want here? We want tank items, so either the Negatron Cloak or the Chain Vest. Negatron Cloak probably here, or the Glove. Steadfast Heart is also a good item. And then we want to pop the last item anvil. We are also looking for a third Ash item, but let's just build 2 Ornn items right now. We could build like Protector's Vow and maybe Steadfast Heart. Protector's Vow is really good on Ornn because he gets an item for your team, so the earlier he casts, the better. Protector's Vow is really great at just giving your tanks more mana. And how do we know to put the items on Ornn instead of Annie or Nautilus? Well, it's really simple. Nautilus is a 1-star, and Annie's also 1-star. Meanwhile, Ornn is a 2-star, so he's upgraded, so he has a lot more stats. So whenever you put items on someone, you want them on whoever is upgraded. You could have like your main carry as a 1-star and then like some random unit as a 2-star. In a lot of cases, you want the items on the 2-star just because you get a lot more stats that way. Because literally, when you're playing TFT and you're comparing teams with your team versus another person's team, it's literally just like stat checking each other. So you want to optimize how many stats you could fit on your board. It's kind of like going for some sort of victory points in a board game or something like that. Like, it might not make sense when you're playing the game, but you get victory points here and there, and whoever has the most at the end wins. You know, that's kind of how TFT is. Like, Cho'Gath offers you a boon if you sate his hunger. So this one gives either 3 component anvils while reducing your shop by 1 slot, or you just do nothing. But since we need the third Ash item and maybe like another Ornn item, I'm going to take the item components and build like a Last Whisper here. We don't have any armor penetration, so that's kind of going to be useful. Then the last thing doesn't really matter. We could put it on like Nautilus or something like that. It doesn't really do much. But here we want to think about when we want to roll down again. We're at 33 life, as you can see on the right hand side. We're in 3rd place right now. Some people are really low, so they probably spent a bunch of their gold. It could be argued that I should have rolled down on stage 5-1 all the way to 0 again, despite not having too much gold to roll down with. Because we have Ash pair, we have Udyr pair, there's realistically a lot of things we could hit. The alternative is saving all your gold and going level 9, but if we do go level 9, we're not going to have any gold to roll down with. So I actually don't really like my decision in this game. I think we should have rolled down on stage 5-1 just to kind of stabilize our board, because we might fall behind against better players. Like, we're going to get away with these mistakes right now because this is an iron rating, but as you get higher and higher, as you'll see in this video, you can't get away with this stuff as much. But would you look at that? We got a top 4, not bad. So some guy just got silenced too. The guy in last place is on a big win streak, 31 life. We're at 33, so we're pretty much in last place because he's probably going to keep on winning. What do we want to look out for in these next couple of rounds? Well, the carousel is coming up. What type of item do you want there? Pop quiz. If you answered tank item, you'd be correct. Probably 3rd item for Ornn would be good. If we see like a very, very good Lysandra item, we could also take that. Maybe if we see like a Protector's Vow for her, that's really good too, so that she gets her cast off faster. Lysandra's ability is very game breaking, so you want her to cast as often as you can. So any mana item is good for her. If we see an Ash on the carousel, that could be really good too, because then it gives us an Ash 2-star. Whenever you go on the carousel, you just get like a free unit sometimes. And if you have perfect items, you don't need any more of them. Just go for units, you know, get the Ash 2-star so you save yourself some gold. What do we have here? There's a Udyr, but unfortunately he has Ghostly emblem on him. We don't run any Ghostly units, so we don't really want that. Are there any? There are no tank items here. Holy cow. We could go for Porcelain Spatula. Yeah, Porcelain's not bad. That's on the Aphelios. We could play 4 Porcelain. We need to get a Mumu back. Or Lux. Lux could be used too. 4 Porcelain's really good because we're playing Ash as our main carry. So anything that helps her out is really, really welcome. Oh, one thing to note, when you take Cho'Gath's boon, or whatever you want to call it, since you have 1 less shop slot, rolling down is a little bit less valuable than it normally is, but it's still pretty good. Definitely something you should keep in mind though. If you have a lot of units to hit, you probably don't want to take the boon unless you have a very specific need for them, such as what we had here, where we needed that 3rd Ash item. If not, like, she's just going to be really, really weak because we built our entire team around her. But we're facing off against a Yone player and a Kayn player in a 6 Umbral build, it looks like. Very, very strong comp. We're going to be playing Umbral a little later in some of the other games as a spoiler alert. So if you want to learn how to play this comp, definitely stay tuned for the next couple of games. We do end up losing this one. You need upgrades in TFT, and we just don't have any of those. Luckily, we're able to top 4. So you could see in this game, at this rating, like, we didn't hit anything that special here, and we're able to secure at least 4th place, so that's really good. We get 2 more component anvils, and they really like anvils this game. What do we want here? Probably Lissandra item. Protector's Vow that I was talking about before. Oh, nice. Ash 2-star. Beautiful. Yeah, let's just grab that. And maybe we could go for an anti-tank item. Maybe. Lissandra's gonna poop out some items, hopefully, too. She, like, prints items when she kills a unit. There's, like, I think it's a 50% chance to get a little loot orb. So you could get a couple more items with Lissandra, which is very, very welcome, obviously. Scouting around, again, like, no one really contested us this game. Sometimes that happens. Even though you're uncontested, sometimes you still don't hit the units that you want. There's a very good saying in the TFT community. It goes something along the lines of, don't play around what's uncontested, play around what shows up in your shop. And that is very true in this game. We kind of hard forced a comp this game, and the reason why is because in lower ratings, you could get away with this. Hard forcing is never going to be optimal, but it doesn't mean you can't climb with it. A lot of players, even in Challenger, they still hard force comps every game, and it's by no means like a holding back strategy. You could get like the highest rank that you want by forcing comps every single game. All right, let's take a look at what we got from this little anvil. These items aren't really the juiciest. Maybe we go for a Gnasher's Tooth. That's bow plus belt. We could put that on Lissandra to get her, again, to cast faster. But yeah, all these options aren't really that good. You don't want Chain Vest because that builds a Sunfire Cape. We already have a source of anti-heal. And then the other 2 options don't build items that fit in this team. One of them is a Bruiser item. We don't have any Bruisers. The other one is an Armor Penetration item. We already have Armor Penetration. So getting the Gnasher's Tooth on our Lissandra, probably more than good enough. And then we see more items that we don't really care about. Probably the Redemption here is going to be good. Drop that on Annie. We also get a Nautilus 2 here, so we get a bunch of upgrades. Really nice. One important thing about Redemption is that you want to put it next to your other tanks because it has like an AoE heal on it and damage reduction, so it's really good if you have multiple tanks in the front line or melee units that can kind of use it. Just another thing to kind of keep in mind. Yeah, let's put our Lissandra next to it. Why not? We also want our Lissandra to kind of catch like their important tanks, so we're going to keep her up front there. We also did end up adding in 4 Porcelain with our Lux. Really, really good. We're going to see our Ashe really pop off because we finally got tanks in our front line. We have 2 stars in the back line. Unfortunately, still only Lilia 1, but Ashe should be good enough to carry. After all, she is the main star of the show, and Lilia is, as a 1-star, you're kind of just like a backup dancer in the comp. But when Lilia's 2-star, she does a lot also. Like, I see some games where, or some fights where Lilia outdamages Ashe, some fights where Ashe outdamages Lilia. In this particular game, Ashe is going to do better because we have the Porcelain Spatula, so we're running 4 Porcelain, and that's like a huge buff for Ashe. One thing you might be wondering is like, why does one comp beat a different comp? Well, it really just depends on the patch. All patches have different numbers for all the units. They do keep it very well documented, and I go over all these changes every single Tuesday. It's every 2 weeks on Tuesday when they come out. So if you are interested in getting the latest news in TFT, it's not a bad idea to subscribe to the channel below or join the Discord in the video description as well. But we're looking back at the Yone player again with the Umbral build, and you could see once we got our 2-star Ashe, we are much more powerful. We're able to actually kill some of his units and even, dare I say, win this fight. Our front line kind of melted before because they're all unupgraded, but once you get them, really powerful. We hit it maybe like a stage later than I would like to. Normally when I play like on my main account, I hit this board maybe early stage 5 instead of late stage 5 or early stage 6. And I hit like the base board that we got at the end of stage 4, normally at the beginning of stage 4. So some things are a little bit different. A lot of it comes down to some of our early game mistakes, which made us have a little bit less gold. So that's another thing to kind of consider. But we're facing off against this Story Weaver player. They got Zyra 3. Zyra's actually a decent carry. I think she's a bit underrated, but they're running like a Janet comp as well. So they have multiple carries and a ton of items to boot. Holy cow, that's actually like a decently scary team with Thieves Gloves on 3-star Nico and 3-star Riven. They buffed Riven recently, so Riven's actually not a bad item holder in the late game. Still not like your favorite thing ever, but maybe they buff her more in the future. Who knows? So maybe if you watch this video 2 weeks after it was released or like a month after, maybe Riven is really viable. Who knows? All right, we are going into the final carousel. What do we want here? Maybe a tank item for Annie, second tank item. So maybe the adaptive helm on Janna would be pretty good. I don't really think there's that. I guess Shojin, you could Shojin up Azir. We also get another copy of Azir, so we're one off Azir 2-star. Let's roll down, get Azir 2. Hopefully that helps us win this final round. There might be 1 or 2 more fights left based on our health totals. Normally in the late game, you take around like 15 to 20 damage. In the mid game, it's around like 10 to 12 damage. In the early game, it's a lot less than that. But we get Lilia 2. That's really nice. We should probably sell Lux and roll all the way down, but honestly, it's not going to make that much of a difference. It's such a low chance to hit, but probably should sell Lux, roll once, see if we hit Lissandra or Azir, and then buy whichever unit that we actually end up getting. So we're facing off against a Faded comp. They have 2-star Set. Set is really strong. He's got a bunch of tank items. Normally, I prefer having attack damage build on Set, but tank items work well on him too. Some units, they work really well with different builds, and you just kind of have to change it depending on what you're getting that game. But you also want to like go all in on one type of build. So I wouldn't really mix and match AD and tank items. If I could help it on my set, I'd either go like all AD or all tank, one or the other. Oh, nice, we got Azir. So we could sell, yeah, let's sell the Lux, buy the Azir 2-star. With the Shojin, he should be popping pretty decently. Just pop the last thing, sure. We just put like a tier on someone, belt on someone, does it really matter? We could just drop it on Annie because the game's not going to last that much longer. At most, we get 1 more item if we lose this round. Then on the neutral round, next round, we get 1 more item, drop it on Annie. We're never going to like overload her with too many items. But what do we have here? He's moved to the right side, so we kind of moved our Lissandra to the right as well to hit his set again. So that's really good positioning by us. Positioning is really, really, really important in TFT. You can watch a lot of good players play, and you might notice that their boards win even though they look weaker than their opponents. And the reason why is because of positioning. In this particular game, I think we were a bit stronger the whole time, but regardless, the positioning definitely did help out a ton. So that's going to be game number 1. We have a lot more in store in this video, so definitely stay tuned for all the other games, especially if you want to climb a little bit higher than bronze. Let's get into the bronze game now. We have upgraded champion, anvil buffet, and golden gala. So in bronze, I've noticed that a lot of people actually know more about the game than they think. We end up getting golden gala, which means that every single augment's going to be gold. There are a couple of tricks using this portal, but we don't need to get too deep into that. It's not that important at this level yet, but essentially, since you know every single augment's going to be gold, you can kind of manipulate your augments a little bit because you can't see the same augment twice in the same game. But one thing I notice a lot in the bronze games is that a lot of people play the popular comps. Like everyone magically knows. I guess whether it's from watching other people play, maybe they got beaten by it in the last game. But I've noticed a lot of the best comps in the games are almost always played, no matter what rating it is. So with that in mind, once you are in bronze, you probably should have some idea of what types of comps you're going to go for, or at least like. They don't have to be the meta comps, but at least have some idea of what you want to do. And the reason why you need some sort of plan is because you want to focus your energy on actually playing the game and not so much of getting dizzy and figuring out what to do. So have a few comps in mind, the ones you like, maybe the one you even played last game, so it's like fresh in your mind, because it definitely makes the rest of the game a lot easier. So we have a couple of interesting things to pay attention to right now. We have a sword and a chain vest, so we kind of have a balance of offensive and defensive items, probably leaning more towards the attack damage types of builds, because you have a sword, and swords are generally better for physical damage for obvious reasons compared to the rod, which is essentially a magic wand. So here I'm going to prioritize keeping the Dariuses and put them up in the front. Darius is a really strong early game unit, so that's why you like him early on, but later on he falls off, so you do need replacements for him. So we're going to pick up the orb. You always want to buy as many things as you can in the shop as well. So I'm going to pick up 2 Nars, just in case we have a Nar game because we had pretty good items for it. But now we have a couple of augments. So we're not going to take Storyweaver because we have no Storyweaver units. Low interest rates is takeable. What doesn't kill you is good if you want to kind of lose streak in the early game, and you could take that. It definitely is a viable thing to kind of play, but I wanted to try out Wrath of the Moon this time around because picking one of those trait augments, first of all, we already have 2 Dariuses and a Yorick, so taking this gives us a Darius 2-star, which pretty much solidifies a lot of our early game. And then the 2 Yoricks hopefully will solidify our mid game as well, because We'll just have a very solid tank unit and a very solid DPS unit, and taking a trait augment early on helps guide our game plan throughout the entire game, because now we have to go this trait. We have a big advantage if we do, because these augments are balanced around the fact that you have to play that comp and can't really pivot out. So if you are in lower ratings, I highly recommend taking some of the trait augments, if and only if you have a lot of units that are kind of geared toward those augments. So for example, we skipped the storyteller augment because we had no storyteller units, but because we saw the Umbral one, we go ahead and take that one. And now our whole game plan is pretty much decided. If you want to make the game even easier, you could go ahead and open up the team planner and put in all the Umbral units. We'll probably do that some point later on in this game, but now we see an encounter. Tristana gives a gift of gold. Anytime an encounter comes up, you should think about what this encounter means to you, and also tell me how it makes you feel. So I'm just kidding. So every encounter is going to give a group-wide buff to the entire lobby. If you get Gift of Gold, that means it's much easier to level up and everyone gets a bunch more econ, which means that late game builds are a bit more viable. So if you play like a very expensive build, some builds require a lot of legendaries, or you need to roll a ton of gold to get a bunch of 3-star units, this encounter is going to help that out a lot. We did see an Elune in our shop, so we're going to go ahead and pick her up because any Umbral unit's going to be great, and then we're just going to try to fit as many synergies as we can into our team. So we have the Behemoth with the Cho'Gath. We might want to look for an Invoker or Duelist. Which one do you think would be best to put in out of all the random traits we could put in right now? If you answered Duelist, you'd definitely be correct, because Darius is our only 2-star unit out there right now, and whenever you have a 2-star unit, you want to buff him up as much as you can. So not only is he a very good early game unit, but he's also our strongest unit on our board, so you want to give him as many synergies as you can. Unfortunately, we did not see a Duelist in any of our shops yet, or maybe we saw one and then sold it earlier on. But once we see that, we probably would have played it over the Cho'Gath or the extra Elune. But let's see what goes on in our next shop. We have a Malphite, so that's good for Behemoth. We also have a Shen. We could possibly play for Behemoth, but I want to keep the Darius in. We also see a Tristana. So I know we said we wanted to put in some sort of Duelist unit, but we also need to make interest. It's a very fine line balancing interest versus playing strong units. So since we don't have any items, I'm inclined not to rush the Tristana, though you could argue I probably should have sold all the Cho'Gaths, the Malphite, and the Shen and played this Tristana instead. That probably would have been my quote-unquote strongest board that people like to talk about, and that definitely was a mistake in this game, but I don't think I'm going to get punished that hard. We're facing someone who actually leveled up to level 5 a bit early. Normally you reach level 5 on stage 2-5, but this person did it a bit early because of the Gift of Gold encounter. So you do have to look out for things like that. So when would you want to level up early? When would you not? Or even level up during the normal times versus waiting for leveling up a bit later. This game we decided to level up to level 4 on stage 2-1 because we had a bunch of upgrades and a bunch of units to put in, but we don't need to quite power level because we're not building any items. So if you don't build any items, you can't expect to kind of win all these rounds. So that's why we kind of hold off a bit on that. It could even be argued that maybe we shouldn't have even leveled up in the very beginning, but of course we did not know that the Gift of Gold from Tristana was even coming up. So what item do we want on this carousel? So we could do some sort of Elune build. We could also take this Yorick 2-star, but I'm going to go ahead and build an Elune item. So Elune really likes Morellonomicon. There are a couple of different builds on her. You could do like a full damage build where you go straight tons of AP, but there's also like the burn build, which is what I'm favoring now, which requires building Morellonomicon on Elune, which is belt plus rod, and then a Spear of Shojin. Spear of Shojin helps her cast more quickly, and it just applies a healing debuff and a damage over time to the enemy team. It's a pretty good way to play Elune, but of course there are full damage builds that you could try out as well. To be honest though, there are a lot of things to take on that carousel. Getting a Yorick 2-star would have been pretty nice. Maybe going the Shojin first and then deciding what type of Elune build to build later would have been nice too. But I always love having some sort of anti-heal on my comp because it's just one of those things that you kind of need in most games. Maybe not every game, but I'd say like 90% of games it's very useful. It depends what comp you're playing, but this comp definitely does benefit from it. Any comp that does like AoE damage, such as Elune, really benefit from healing debuffs because it prevents the enemy from getting damaged and then healing all the way back up, obviously. But we do get a nice one here. So losing the round on stage 2, I believe it was 2-4, in this version of the game is a bit unlucky because we face someone who leveled up a bit earlier than normal, but sometimes life happens that way. We also should have played this Kiana over the Shen based on the reasons we talked about before, but it's okay. You're allowed to make mistakes in this game, especially at this rating. But even at any rating, you're allowed to make some mistakes because not everyone plays perfectly. But let's go ahead and put into the team planner our board. Well, I guess this encounter popped up first. We want artifact or support armory. Let's do artifact. I want to try out some of the new artifact items. Let's go for... all these are like decent. They have some uses, you know. Probably not gold collector because I don't really like that too much on Yone. That would be the person that uses it. But maybe talisman is really good. It's used for any reroll comp because it just super buffs up one unit, and since we're doing some sort of reroll comp right now, you know, why not? I did forget to mention umbral comps generally are reroll comps because you have Yone and Alun, which are both 3-cost units. In the late game, you definitely want them 3-star to have a chance of winning, because going for like set 2-star, he's great as like a supportish unit, or not support, but like a secondary carry. As a primary, maybe not the best. So you want to go for normally 4-cost 2-stars as your main carries, but since the only umbral 4-cost is Silas, and nothing wrong with Silas. Silas is a fantastic tank / bruiser, but he's not a good like solo carry. So you want to pay more attention to either Alun or Yone depending on what's good in the meta. In this meta right now, at the time of recording, I favor Alun a bit more. But it also depends on your items. If we had something like Bloodthirster, Titan's Resolve, which we do have parts of, I would have favored the Yone a bit more, but I want to try out Alun. Haven't played too much Alun, but let's go back to the team planner. Add in all the Umbral units, not too complicated there. When you're playing Umbral trait augment, you want to play as many Umbrals as possible, then fit in random synergies. So we have Behemoth from Yorick. A lot of the more expensive behemoths are pretty good, such as Ornn, Udyr, Azir, and then if we end up playing Yone carry, normally people do both Yone and Alun as their carries, then you want some sort of Reaper build, so adding in something like a Kindred, Kayn are very viable for adding in Reaper. You don't really need 2 or more Invoker, because Invoker's more so a team buff unless you go for 6 Invoker. Unfortunately, fitting both 6 Invoker and 6 Umbral is a little tricky because it uses up a lot of team spaces or team slots. So we're going to go for just like 6 Umbral plus random units that you could splash in instead of going for a lot of Invokers as well. So when you don't have Invokers, you need some sort of mana regeneration on your Alun, so that's why you build the Spear of Shojin. If you go for 6 Invokers, I've seen some Alun builds that are just pure damage, such as like Rabadon's Death Cab, Jeweled Gauntlet, even Morello Namicon still, and they don't use a mana item because you get a ton of mana from the Invoker trait. So whenever you play TFT, you don't want to go all in on certain stats. You kind of want to spread the love a bit. So you mix AP plus mana regen. So if you get AP from a trait, you want mana regen. If you get mana regen from a trait, you want AP. Generally, the math just works out better this way. I love this new item, Talisman of Ascension. It's pretty funny. It just makes your unit like super big. Keep in mind, Alun's only 1-star, so it probably will get crazier later on. All right, let's see what type of augment we get next. Also, we want to do a little pre-level, so we sell some units, level up. You gain 2 XP every single turn. And look what we have here. We have Midnight Siphon, which is another augment that's catered to Umbral units. If this isn't a good combo, then I don't know what is. We get Yorick 2-star for free. And now I want to do something a little weird. I want to actually put this Talisman of Ascension onto my Yorick instead of this Alun, because now I just completely transferred my comp from an Alun comp to a Yorick comp, because I took Yorick's hero augment. So if I'm not going Yorick, then what am I doing with my life? So how do we play the Yorick reroll comp? So he's a 2-cost unit, and the best time to roll for 2-cost units is on level 6, and we're level 6 right now, so we could just roll down to 50 gold every single turn in hopes of hitting a lot more Yoricks. I did scout around a little bit late. I should have scouted before I picked the augment, but I noticed before that no one else was kind of going for Umbrals. The people playing Yorick right now kind of are just using it temporarily. They're not going to use it in their final comp. But some requirements for the Yorick comp is mainly just a lot of Yoricks and tank items. So we have a great start here because we have a tank item right on our bench. We have the Chain plus Negatron Cloak. That gives us a Gargoyle Stone Plate. And literally with Yorick, I don't discriminate between all the tank items. There are like quote unquote best items. So I definitely want the Talisman of Ascension on him, but that's not really an item you get every game. But normally you just build whatever tank items you see. A lot of the ones that buff up his health are really nice, so something like a Redemption or Dragon Claw is pretty good because Dragon Claw and Redemption both heal based on a percent of his health. I think Redemption is missing health, but it's still really good because he has a huge health pool because his ability helps out with that too. And whenever you get a 3-star unit, they generally have huge health pools. We get a Silas here, so we could finally play for Umbral. Big power spike there. We do still need our replacement Elune, so we could put the Talisman on him. But I think the best items probably might be something like... it depends. Maybe like a Bloodthirster with the carry augment +2 tank items would be really good. But literally like any tank items whenever you have Midnight Siphon work. The real requirement is just having Yorick 3-star. And then you want to support him with some sort of damage dealer. So this Morello build that we have is literally perfect because we don't need to invest too much into our Elune because she's just going to be debuffing everyone with the burn and the healing debuff while Yorick slowly whittles everyone down. So we don't need to put that many more items on our Elune. We could focus on completing all our Yorick items and perhaps even some Yone items too, or maybe some secondary tanks such as Ornn. I will note one thing though, there are a lot of different ways to play different traits. And for Umbral specifically, you generally want to itemize all the Umbral units. Some other comps, you don't really need to do that. For example, if you're playing Trick Shot or even like Story Weaver with Trick Shot, you really just want to itemize Kaisa. You don't need to itemize the other Trick Shot units that much. Like you could put some on Teemo, you could put some on Xayah. It's very nice. I'm not saying it's not good, but it's not completely mandatory. So if you have a bunch of like 2-star, 4-cost tanks that you want to itemize or like some random legendaries that don't really have traits that are that big on your team, like you can go ahead and do that and not feel bad about it, and in fact it's good in a lot of cases. But when you are playing something like Umbral, you want all those items on your Umbral units just because of the way the trait kind of works. But let's roll down to 50 again. We saw a bunch of units that we want. We have a Darius 2-star. We could go for Darius 3. Honestly, it doesn't do that much, but if it's free, it's free. You know, when I go to the supermarket and they give out free samples at Costco, like sometimes they're not good, but you just take it anyways because it's free. It doesn't cost me anything. I guess it cost me my like Costco membership, but it is what it is. You know, that's how life works. Unfortunately, this other player has a 2-star Yorick, but I think they have 4 Yoricks. Okay, that's not right. They're gonna sell it later, right? There's no way they just hard force Yorick when they see someone with Midnight Siphon and Wrath of the Moon, which are the 2 augments that we have. So a lot of people are afraid of getting contested, and I see one low-level mistake that people make is that when they see that they're getting contested, even though they have a better spot than the other person, they might pivot off. And this is one of those examples where some people might say like, oh, this guy's going for Yorick also, like maybe I give up on it. And I generally recommend not doing that because if you have a better spot than your opponent, you don't really have anything to be afraid of. Okay, here's where we do something a little weird. We have the 2-star Elune, but we're actually going to sell the Elune so that we could transfer the Talisman onto our Yorick because it is just that good on him. Whenever you're just focused on one champion and you have a Talisman, you want to transfer it to that unit as soon as you can if you put it on someone else before. And we only did that because we did not know we were going to get Midnight Siphon. But now we do. We also probably should have played something instead of this Thresh. Maybe our second Yorick would have been a bit better, but not the end of the world. Probably still going to win this fight anyways. But there are a lot of things you kind of have to think about during a game of TFT. There isn't too much downtime. So when you do get it, a lot of people, they just buy a random unit in their shop that's like related to their comp when the round starts, and then they kind of AFK after that. But there's really a lot of things you could think about. You could always be thinking about your future items you're going to build, how you're going to fix the items on your bench. For example, we have a tier there, like what item do we want off carousel? What item are we looking on Wolf Camp? Which items would we build? Which ones would we hold off on? So let's say if we get a chain here, like what are we going to do? Or you can use that time to scout other teams so that you could get a better matchup against them. If people are focusing all their carries on the left side, maybe we want to put our Yorick on the left side because he has a Gargoyle Stoneplate. That way he gets more value from it. Obviously, sometimes this can get a bit overwhelming. Sometimes you just want to play the game. That's kind of what I like about TFT. If you want to take it very seriously, there are a lot of optimizations you can do. But if you don't do them, you don't get like super punished. I know a lot of like high level players, like even players who compete in like world championships, when they're just playing ranked TFT like the one that you and I play, they kind of go on like no scouting mode. They just play their board and just like put whatever there just because they're feeling a little lazy or just testing things out. And that's perfectly fine to do, but I guarantee you when the game is serious or like some stakes are on the line for them, they're using every second they're given from the game to kind of optimize their play. And that is time used for like thinking about things, scouting, looking around, seeing what they could do to optimize their board, planning ahead, maybe fixing their team builder. The team planner is honestly like one of the best things you could do as a new player during your downtime so you don't accidentally buy new units. It's a bit easier in this game because we already knew what comp we were going for from stage 2-1. But if you are someone who is playing flexibly and are kind of pivoting back and forth, updating your team planner often can be very, very crucial to kind of optimize the way you roll. Speaking of rolling, we have 8 Yoriks right now, so we probably should have all-in last round, but obviously a lot of things are kind of going on in this game. But let's find some good augments. Ascension's going to be great because it's going to be funny when we get double Ascension proc, and there's our Yorick 3. We can pretty much AFK at this point because this combo is absolutely hilarious. We could also level up if we want to actually play the game, which we do right now. We put in 4 Behemoth. And now the age-old question, do you want 6 Umbral or 4 Behemoth? Well, we don't have 6 Umbral right now, so by default, it's going to be 4 Behemoth. But I've seen a lot of different builds work with Yorick. I think the 6 Umbral version is a bit better. It kind of depends on how many items you have and what kinds of items you have. Since we have the Shojin and Morello built out already, we kind of want to lean more towards into Umbral. We also have Wrath of the Moon in our augments, so this game specifically, I'm going to go 6 Umbral if I can get Set, which is the 6 Umbral unit. But if not, going for a big Behemoth build and then finding some sort of different secondary carry is perfectly fine. You do need some sort of secondary carry in this team comp, just because Yorick is more of a tank unit. He doesn't do that much damage, so even though he will eventually kill everyone, you'd rather have him do like a 1v3 at the end of a fight rather than like a 1v6, because I don't know, like it's just a lot easier to 1v3 than 1v6, am I right? But going back into the game, we want to be focusing on leveling up at this point. Right after you hit whatever unit you're going for, okay, maybe not. So some games you want to power level after you hit the 3-star of whatever unit you're going for, but this game we might be going for Elune and Yone 3-star. You kind of want to wait a bit. So you could slow roll and go down to 50 every turn at level 7 to kind of get 3-cost units, because that's the best time to roll for 3-cost units. But you could also wait a bit. So a lot of people use their gold to pre-level. So pre-leveling just means dumping your excess gold above 50 into level ups. But in times like these, I actually recommend not spending your gold at all, not rolling, not pre-leveling, because you want to wait and decide to see if you could go for Elune 3 or Yone 3. So in our next couple of shops, if I get like 3 more Elunes or like 2 more Elunes, even like 1 more Elune, then that would be my signal to say, hey, I can actually get Elune 3, let me stay level 7 and roll down. If you pre-leveled, which is a habit that a lot of players do, even like high-level players make this mistake, you will not be able to unspend your gold. And then if you do hit more Elunes and you're like, hey, I want to actually go for it, you're just down gold. So be careful when you're in these positions. Like always try to keep your excess gold in your back pocket if there's even a remote chance it could affect your play. So let's look at this carousel right now. Obviously we want the Set. If we can't get that, what do we want? We already have 3 Yorick items. We have 1 Yone and 2 Elune items. Maybe we finish off Elune right now because go for the Rod, because Elune's probably going to be our other carry. The reason why is because we only have a 1-star Yone, so it's not really realistic that we can hit a 3-star Yone. So I really just have to see which units we can 3-star and itemize for that. So we almost have 3-star Elune. Unfortunately, we did not see her in our shops naturally, so we're probably just going to level up right now and just play a random unit to try to keep our win streak. Streaking is pretty important in TFT. We also get exalted here, so we could like giga level. We get more experience when we get like a 1 experience a turn when you play exalted. So leveling up here keeps us at 30 gold, which is great. We really only lose 1 gold from this level up, because we'd have like 50 gold normally and we'd get 5 interest gold, but here we get 3 interest gold, but we get +1 from the exalted trait. So technically we're not really losing out on that much, but we get an extra unit in and we get better legendary odds, because I want to go higher levels so that I can find Set. And Set's going to be the big key in this game to get to 6 Umbral. But you could already see this Talisman plus Ascension combo is really, really funny on Yorick, because he just deals so much damage once both of them kind of trigger. And he becomes almost unkillable. We're nearing towards the end of stage 4 though, so normally early on in stage 4, people generally have at least 2-star 3-cost units. Sometimes they even have like a 1-star 4-cost or even a 2-star 4-cost at the beginning of the stage when they roll down either on 4-1 or 4-2. Those are both very critical points in the game, and during stage 4 you start losing a lot of life. We were able to get the Yorick 3-star. That definitely helped stabilize our entire board pretty much. But always try to make sure you have the right timing of when to spike in the game. Right now, because they made a bunch of health changes or damage changes, as people like to call them, stage 4 is pretty much when the actual game begins. So you want some sort of decent carry and tank. This could either be a 3-star 1-cost unit, a 2-star 3-cost unit, or a 1-star 4-cost unit. Most of these are generally pretty stable. Sometimes when you do the big roll down on 4-1 or 4-2, if you did like a fast 8, or even on level 7, I see this happen sometimes too, people get like 2-star 4-costs, and obviously that's the best result, right? But you do have to keep in mind that when you do get lucky in certain games, you have to make the most of it. There are going to be games where you hit, and there are going to be games where you do not. So the games that you do hit, you have to think of, how do I maximize my chances of winning the entire game, or at least getting like 2nd or 3rd place instead of just a top 4. So in those games where you get really lucky, such as this one, because we got a 3-star 2-cost pretty early, right? We need to try to use our gold to either power level up to level 9, level 10, and get really strong legendary 2-stars and win through that. Or we could find a different win condition, such as like a 3-star 4-cost. In this case, we're going to go for 3-star 3-cost. We could get a couple of them. If we get a Loon or Yone 3, those can win a ton of games, especially since we have 2 Umbral augments. And look at what we see here. We see a lesser champion duplicator, which kind of tells me, hey, maybe you should go for 3-star 3-cost. And at level 8, I know the odds for 3-star 3-cost is not as high as level 7, but it's still pretty good. I think it goes from, what is it, like 40% to 35% or something like that. We'll see them after we pick this item, but we want the last Alune item. We're going to go for Archangels because we have Ascension. Whenever you have Ascension, getting those stacking items is even more important. You want like a really strong tank to get you to the Ascension point, and then you want some sort of stacking item and healing item if you can afford it. So if you have a range caster unit, you want something like a Archangels and a Hextech Gunblade so that you get both scaling, ability power, and healing, so that when the Ascension hits, you do your spell, you kill everything, and heal all the way up to full. And third item, it probably depends on what unit you're running. If you are running an ADC carry or an attack damage carry in the backline, Rage Blade, Hextech Gunblade, plus whatever specific item that that person needs. If you're doing someone in the front line, you probably want like a Titan's Resolve plus a Bloodthirster. Yorick's his own category. He works with just like all the regular tank items. He gets all his damage from his champion augment, so he's a bit of a special situation in this case. So we see a very interesting option here. We probably could play this Hui. Obviously, Ornn's good too because we get, what's it called, Behemoth and Dryad for our Azir. So we're getting Invoker, we're getting Dryad, we're getting Behemoth, and we could just run, I guess, the extra Reaper. The Reaper doesn't do too much because we have a 1-star Yone. Whenever you have like a 1-star unit, you probably shouldn't even put items on them in a lot of cases in stage 5. Stage 5 is one of those times where you kind of have to complete your team. So remember how I talked about in stage 4, you often have like a 1-star 4-cost carry. We'll see more of these examples when we do like a fast 8 game. You want to get everything 2-star, or at least like 80% of your team to 2-star at around early stage 5. This timing does change based on whatever portals are available. For example, if you're playing on Scuttle Puddle or Crab Rave, you get a ton more gold that game, or maybe you had like Hedge Fund early on. You want to hit these spikes a little earlier, or you want to hit these spikes at that time but also still have a ton of gold to level up later on. So just keep that in mind whenever you're playing. All right, so we are steamrolling everyone with this Yorick comp. This Talisman of Ascension combo with this hero augment with this trait augment is absolutely disgusting. I don't know if there's a way to lose with this comp. But some games you do just get a little lucky, such as this one. We're actually going to do something a little goofy with this Hui. Normally, a lot of people, they print 4-cost or 5-cost units with Hui. In case you haven't played with Hui before, he essentially copies a unit that you put in that little middle spot right there. And for every combat round that passes, you add a counter to it. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and whatever cost of unit you put on there, Hui prints that unit. So it's actually really good for a 1-cost reroll because you get a new copy every single turn. So I had 6 Dariuses or Darii on my bench, and we just need to play Hui for 3 turns before he copies all of them, or like 3 more Dariuses to get Darius 3-star. It's kind of neat. I don't really think Darius 3-star does anything in the late game. We talked about him earlier. He's more of an early game unit and then falls off like a rock. Him and Garen kind of fall in the same pattern. Both decent early game units, but in the later parts, they kind of suck. See, we almost lost this round, but then the Ascension kicked in, and Yorick essentially becomes unkillable. Very, very funny stuff. Though, what is scary is that that person only had a Kayn 1-star. I wonder what would have happened if they had a Kayn 2-star. That would be an interesting fight to watch. Unfortunately, they are knocked out because they have a 1-star 4-cost in Stage 5. Unlucky. Speaking on that topic from before, where you want to maximize your chances of winning the game when you are getting lucky, what do you do when you're getting unlucky? So how would I even define unlucky? I normally say that you have like a 2-star 3-cost or a 1-star 4-cost at the beginning of Stage 4. Those are, like, I'd say, like normal games. So we're not talking about those. What happens if you don't hit anything, you roll down, you roll to 0? Well, first of all, I'd say like you probably skip some units that you could have played temporarily. You don't have to play the 4-cost unit that's like the best thing in your comp. You don't have to play a 2-star 3-cost unit that's the best thing ever in your comp. You could always just play like filler units that you randomly got in your shop. And I think a lot of people forget that, and they only play whatever's in their team planner. That's a pretty big mistake. I mean, we do live in a free country. Like, you could keep doing that if you want, but if you want to win a little bit more, learn how to play around different units. For example, in this comp here, we have Elune as our main carry, and we were going Elune no matter what because we have the Wrath of the Moon augment. So who could have held Elune's items before we even got a copy of Elune? Let's say we got 0 Elunes. Well, we could have put the AP items on Darius. He's not the best holder of it, but we could just have a replacement Darius on our bench and just put all the AP items on our frontline Darius, and he'll do decently. He's not going to be the best thing ever, but he'll do decently. But if we don't find Elune, maybe we could run like a 1-star Lilia. Maybe we could run like a Lux 2-star. That could work too. And there are a lot of other units that I haven't even mentioned that could still fit the items that we had and kind of fill those gaps in our team until we do get an Elune 2-star. Obviously, in this game, we did get a little lucky. There's some other games in this video where we don't get as lucky, but we did get the Umbral thing at the start, and then we got like another Umbral augment, so that combo is just completely OP. We were able to hit Yorick 3-star without any hassle. We didn't do anything complicated, right? We just went to level 6, which is the optimal time to roll for Yorick. And then after that, we just rolled for Yorick down to 50 gold every single round, and then eventually we hit it in a timely manner. Normally you have to make a decision of like, oh, maybe I should all in here. We did not have to do that this game. There will be other reroll games where we do have to do that. Let's watch this fight. We're 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6v1. Not even close. Dude, this talisman item is really, really nuts. We did get Zephyred at the start, but it doesn't really matter because it's just time for talisman. I'm going to fast forward a bit just so the fight starts. After the late game, or like in the late game, you don't really need to watch as much. A lot of people think like, oh, I need to look at the late game to see what comps people are playing. But honestly, most of the decisions people make are early on in Stage 1 and the beginning of Stage 2. After that, the next big decision point is early on in Stage 3. And then after that, it's Stage 4. Only the beginning, though. Like, after that, it's pretty simple. Like, on Stage 5-1, you pretty much always use all your gold either to level up or roll down or both. After that, you're just trying to see if you could hit level 9 or 10, and then just click all the shiny units, like the yellow units. We're going to add some other stuff here. We are going to be a little cringe. We're going to try to deny some 3-stars. We see that he has Kaisa on his bench, so he wants to go for Kaisa 3, and we actually did lose a round. That was like the first round we lost in a very long time. We don't have a Lune 3 yet. Probably going to roll down for that. Okay, we get Set 2, very nice. Kayn 2, very nice. All right, well, what else can we hit here? We do have the lesser duplicator on our bench, so I'm hoping to use that, but it doesn't seem like we're getting many versions of this Elune. But yeah, in the late game, you want to do stuff like deny your opponents 3 stars. It's a little cringe, I'm not going to lie, but like if you want to win extra games that you wouldn't, you kind of have to do that, you know? We make a small mistake here. I buy the Yone 3-star. We probably can't realistically hit it because we have 0 gold, but it's not the end of the world that we buy it. I think we lose like 2 gold from holding it. But what happens this round? I wanted to try something interesting. I believe I do it in the next round. I want to try cornering my Yorick because you may have noticed in this fight, my Yorick died really, really early. So we actually lose this fight again. So I want to try to see what happens if I trap my Yorick in a corner. But before that, we have to look on the carousel and try to deny units. So we already have items on everyone we care about. So if we see a Kaisa on carousel and there's one right in front of us, lucky us, you want to deny it because the only way we lose this game is if they get 3-star Kaisa. Because we still have a bunch of power spikes to hit, even though we lost the last round. We have Elune 3 to hit, we have Azir 2 to hit, we have Yone 3 to hit, we have Ornn 2 to hit. Our team is not capped at all. Capped meaning like you reach the highest potential of your team. And because of that, losing the past few rounds, like, yeah, it sucks, but it's not the end of the world. I'm actually going to drop my Yone and put the items on my set just because 2-star legendaries, you want to itemize them more so than the 3-star 2 costs, or 2-star 3 costs, I mean. And yeah, just reposition a little bit. By the way, I should have put the Darius items on my set, but I thought 3-star Darius would do a bit more. You're going to see here, like, this 3-star Darius probably not going to do much because in the late game, he just doesn't have that much survivability, and he kind of just gets eaten alive. Especially without Duelist, you don't get the extra attack speed, which is kind of half of his ability. But we really need this 3-star Elune. It's kind of ridiculous that we haven't seen it yet. Even on level 9, the reroll odds of 3 cost is still 25%, still a decent score. But we're going to troll around in this last fight. I'm going to trap my Yorick in the back like this, and I think it helps proc the Ascension a little easier. We did win the previous round, but like, it's funny, just watching him trapped in the back. It just makes sure that he doesn't get killed right away, which is the only way we lose, right? Because that's how we lost the other rounds. He was in the front line, even with the Gargoyle Stoneplate with the extra resistances, everyone was still kind of eating him up alive. But look at this. When he's in the corner, only a few units can hit him, and then he's just able to get the double Ascension proc and then just eat everyone. I'm surprised this game lasted this long. We're just going to roll down all our gold. Hopefully we get this Elune 3. It's actually funny that we haven't hit it yet. We have to sell a bunch of stuff too. I forgot if we hit this game or not. Looking like a no. Okay, well, whatever. One off. Let's trap the Yorick again just because it's hilarious. You know, I didn't watch or pay too much attention to the fight before where we won, where we did not corner the Yorick, but it's more fun if we do this, you know? All right, so he has 2-star Xayah, 2-star Kaisa, Dragon Lords. And yeah, just sit in the back. 1-off Kaisa 3. That's why you have to deny them. I believe there are only 10 4 costs in the pool for each unit. So all the Kaisas are out of the game, so it's impossible for him to hit 3-star Kaisa at this rate. And again, if that's the only way to lose, you got to deny it, even if it's a bit cringe. So we are able to pick up the win here. Let's move on into the next game. Let's get into the silver game now. So in silver, it's not too different from bronze. It's kind of the same thing, just a little bit better. Maybe people are more familiar with the comps. Maybe they could play 3 comps instead of just 2 or 1. People likely don't get confused as much, but a lot of people don't believe me when I say that people in silver and bronze do know all like the meta team comps. Like you could just look at our last game where the person in second place was playing the Kaisa build, which is probably the best comp in the patch, or one of the best comps, and a lot of people default those. So it's like no one's safe. You have to like know the comps a little bit, but like even if you don't want to look at a website, you could always just look at your previous games. So you could be like, hey, this comp won, that comp won, and these 2 comps got last place. Maybe these 2 comps that won are a bit better than the other one. You do this over a bunch of different games, and then eventually you figure out like, hey, this comp's pretty good. So oddly enough, we get Wandering Sentinels right now, and we get an Umbral Crest. So it's very important to scout. And we also have 3 Umbral units in our starting hand. So I know that we just played the same comp, but it's going to be a little bit different because of the way Wandering Sentinels works. You want to make use of at least 2 of the extra traits that you get. Sometimes it's really difficult to do, but we're actually going to get Caitlyn, which is absolutely perfect here. We get both Sniper and Ghostly, so we probably want to play like 4 Umbral plus the Caitlyn as our start on stage 2-1. So that's going to be a disgustingly good start. So what type of augment do we want? If you answered with Win Streak augment, you would be correct. So let's see what we get here. We Iron Assets, Featherweights, Over Encumbered. It honestly could be Over Encumbered right now. I know it's a lose streak augment, but it's actually not a completely lose streak augment. But the middle one, probably not. Iron Assets is probably takeable, but Over Encumbered is really good in Umbral build, so we do make like a small exception here. So in Umbral, like we just played it, right? You want to itemize all your Umbral units because they get the execute bonus. And we already explained a lot of this in the last game, but if you didn't catch the last game, like go back, it's definitely worth the watch. But TLDR, too long didn't watch. Items on Umbral units are just good, so that's why Over Encumbered is nice, because you just get a bunch of extra items. And look here, we have the start we talked about before. 4 Umbral, 2 Ghostly, 2 Sniper, absolutely beautiful. But what item should we build in the early game? So this one's actually a little bit tricky. So you want to play around Over Encumbered. We're going to get a lot of random components, so we don't necessarily have to commit to items right now. That's why it's more so of a lose streak augment than a win streak augment, because you're actually incentivized not to build that many items earlier, so you can kind of make more perfect ones later on. But let's say we did not have Over Encumbered. What item would you think about building here? So our 3 options are Giant Slayer, Rage Blade, or Gunblade. So typically Rage Blade's a decent early game item to slam if it's usable in the meta, and right now it is, because you could go for an Ashe build, but unfortunately because of Wandering Sentinels, we need to play some sort of Ghostly, Umbral, or Sniper build if we can kind of help it, right? I guess Ashe is a Sniper. We could do like Ghostly Ashe. It's not the best comp in the world, but it is somewhat usable. But the danger of building the Rage Blade is that it really locks us into that comp. I kind of want to go for Umbrals because we scouted around before early on in stage 1 and no one else had Umbral emblem. So that's what I love about Wandering Trainers, especially at lower ratings, is that you look at everyone's boards and you know exactly what people are going to go no matter what, because no one's going to be creative. No one's going to be like, maybe I could do this weird combination, blah, blah, blah. Like, no, that's not going to happen. Even in like higher ratings, that's true too. But it happens maybe 10% of the time, I'd say. But most of the time, people just go or hard force whatever trait's broken from their Wandering Sentinel, and that's all there is to it. So if I see no one with Umbral Augment, which is what happened this game, I'm just going to go for some sort of build with that trait, and we could just splash in a Sniper or Ghostly unit here and there. As for the other items, we also have a Giant Slayer. Don't really want to be building a Giant Slayer in the early game. It's not the worst thing in the world, it just doesn't help you win streak, which is the whole point of building early game items. And then the Hextech Gunblade, same thing. Hextech Gunblade is like a multiplier item, and when you only have 1 item on a unit, you're not multiplying much. It's like multiplying by 1, you know, it's like it doesn't actually do anything. So out of all the items, none of them are really that slammable, unlike your mom. But I do make a small mistake here. And from this Elune item choice of completed items, I think I should have actually taken a tank item. The thing is, in Umbral, there aren't that many good tanks until you get to Silas. So it's going to be a bit late until we realize the gains on that. So getting a Giant Slayer here, just play for late game, whatever. We have a bunch of late game items that we could possibly build. And Umbral units typically like dealing a ton of damage anyways. Most of the units are damage units, so getting too many damage units, or sorry, too many damage items isn't that big of an issue in this case. So we face off against a Storyweaver board. Storyweaver is pretty good, but they have a Ghostly Augment on their bench for some reason, because they had the random trait item thing augment. I forget what it's called, but we're able to pick up a win here. Wait, are we? Janna's kind of scary sometimes. So we unintentionally win streak. This can kind of happen a lot if you know how to play the early game in earlier ranks, because we're essentially down in augment right now and we don't even have bench space to kind of improve our team later on. So I expect to lose in the 2 rounds after this, just because we don't have that many upgrades and we literally can't. But we are 100 streaking. We also did not build any items because we're playing for the late game. The item that we did take from the Elune encounter was a late game item, So a lot of things not going our way for like the super long term. But let's get this chain vest. Maybe we could go for a Titan's Resolve or something like that for our Yone. But there are a lot of different schools of thought when it comes to items. A lot of times people want to only hard force whatever comp they're going for and build items for that. So we were talking about Silas before, and we don't have Silas right now. Maybe there are some people out there who would only build Silas items, which is perfectly fine. In some metas it works, in some metas it does not. Other people, and I tend to prefer this playstyle a bit more, but it's more personal preference, is I like to play for the now. So we have a Yone, and Yone's probably our best unit right now. Maybe it's Darius, maybe it's Elune, but Yone's one of them, right? We want to probably build Yone items. However, I'm not going to slam them quite yet because we have over encumbered. So we're going to get a bunch of random items after stage 2. And because of that, I want to wait a little bit, build perfect items, because I'm not trying to win streak. All the wins we did get, they're kind of just like free wins. They're like on the house, you know? So we'll just deal with that later. So what do we want to think about right now, since we're kind of just watching fights? So ideally, you'd be spending your time during the fight watching the fights and see how you could improve your positioning, maybe for future rounds, maybe for future games. Another thing you could do is scout around a bunch, because you want to make sure that, again, people aren't really contesting you. But in this case, it's a little easier to do because, again, Wandering Trainers kind of simplifies the game. So I actually really do like this augment for lower ranks. However, the one caveat is you could get really unlucky and you have to know how to cook every single combination of Wandering Sentinels, but that doesn't always happen. Most of the time you could just pick one trait and just force it, and you'll be more than good enough. I guess you could set up your team planner in this case. By the way, we're gonna break the rules a little bit. So you know how I said we were waiting for all our items, but we won 4 rounds in a row. So if we win this last one, we go on a 5-game win streak. You get bonus gold in the neutral round whenever you win streak, so you might as well just slam it. We probably would have won this round anyways without the item, so I do make like a small mistake there, but sometimes when the round starts, you don't have too much time to make quick decisions, so you just gotta make them sometimes, and it pays off half the time, I guess. I don't know. If you're a better player, it pays off more. But we get the 5-win streak. That's all that really matters at the end of the day. And we're gonna get a ton of items, both from the golems and from the over encumbered, which should trigger right about now. We get an extra Yone. That's incredible too. A lot of AP items, perfectly fine. That's a great thing about Umbral builds, is that you have all sorts of units to itemize. So if you have too much AP, you just put them on, what's her name? Elune. If you have too much AD, put them on Yone. If you have too much tank or bruiser items, put them on Silas. So Shojin, probably a Bloodthirster, yeah, and most likely Hat or Jeweled Gauntlet on Elune. Could go either way. Could go, like, the rods are kind of useless, but Jeweled Gauntlet is an incredible item on Elune. I guess Silas could use the other rod, so we could build the Jeweled Gauntlet here, but honestly, if you Hat, Jeweled Gauntlet, it's not gonna make or break many games. Maybe like a couple % here and there, but there are cases where one is better and cases where the other one's better. If we get a stat boosting augment in stage 3-2, I like Jeweled Gauntlet a bit more. If we get a multiplier such as like Harm Assist, obviously stuff like Jeweled Lotus also multiplies, then Hat would be better. So you always want to mix and match. You want to add and multiply at the same time, and you don't want to like only do one thing. So you don't want to only multiply and you don't want to only add, because then like the number just doesn't happen to be as big. So Ascension, that's another multiplier, so maybe Hat was better, you know. Uplink, kind of like neutral. Long Distance Pals, that's a great stat booster, so obviously Jeweled Gauntlet is really good with Long Distance Pals, but Long Distance is a bit hard to use in an Umbral build because of the hexes, the way they're arranged. So we're probably going to go with Uplink. We have a ton of items, but let's re-roll the other ones. So don't really need Long Distance. Don't, like, Ascension is good, but the cybernetic ones are so good whenever you have over encumbered, because you just have so many more items. And we also have Wandering Trainer. The Wandering Trainer gets the cybernetic boost as well. We're going to roll a little bit just because we have a bunch of pairs. We have Yone pair, Elune pair. I think we had Caitlyn pair also, and we're on a win streak. So this is going to be one of those more advanced things where you want to protect your streak. So you don't have to do what I did just there at lower ratings. It's something to try to start practicing, of course, but a lot of players, they roll early on in stage 3 just to stabilize their board or continue win streaking. So in this case, we're continuing the win streak, but say you lost every round in stage 2, then you would want to stabilize there also. Some people wait until stage 3 to do it. It's a bit cheaper to do it that way, but since we're on a win streak, like, we can't afford to wait any round. So we're going to level up, and we have beautiful items. We have like more items than anyone else, and we got a good augment with uplink. So it's just like a recipe for very good power spiking. So rolling there is perfectly good. But how do you know when to stop? So normally it's when people say no. But in TFT, whenever you're rolling, you want to stop when your board is stable relative to everyone else. I just realized what I said before could be taken way out of context. I'm more so talking about like job interviews. You know how like all our parents say like, oh, you have to show up at someone's door and apply for a job or whatever. It's like, if they say no, it's like, what can you do? You know, they're not hiring. Like, obviously you can't just do that. All right, back on topic. I just didn't want to get taken out of context, obviously. But like 2-star Yone or 2-star Alun would have been perfectly fine. Maybe even like a 2-star Shen would have been good too. You don't want to dig too deep. Like 10 gold, 20 gold max, depending on what you're going for. If you're win streaking stabilizing, like sometimes you only need to roll like 5 gold. So you roll once, that costs 2 gold. You buy a 3-cost unit, and that's good enough too. Or like maybe a 4-cost unit shows up in shop. Like let's say we were going for like a Kaisa build, and then like a Ashe or a Kaisa shows up, and we have a bunch of AD items. Like you only need to roll once. Just play that unit. You don't even need to get upgrades sometimes. It always depends. Like you need to scout to figure out for sure. Every game's going to be different. The pacing's going to be different in every game. If you have something like loot subscription and then Tristana gave the gift of gold to everyone, then like people are going to have like a lot more stuff. Or like, you know, those ones where you get a bunch of free rerolls that you have to use this round only, like people are going to have more upgrades in those rounds. So maybe you need to stabilize a little harder in those cases. So it's always going to depend a little bit. What do we want on this carousel? Silas got taken. What items do we have? Bow and rod. We already have full rod items, but maybe we want a second Titan's Resolve or start building items for Silas. Both options work. Unfortunately, they got taken. Maybe get anti-heal with the double bow. We want that on our Alun, unfortunately. So ideally, we want this Giant Slayer off of her and have Shojin, Jeweled Gauntlet, plus the red buff. I know Morello's better than red buff on Alun, but the belt on the carousel was on a 1-cost unit, and the bow on the carousel was on a 3-cost unit. So it literally cost us 2 gold to build a Morello. Also, like red buff is perfectly good too. It does a little less damage, but it applies more quickly. You could argue, since we have a Jeweled Gauntlet, Morello is a lot better because it gives a bunch more AP, and we want to like multiply our damage. Red buff obviously does not give AP. Red buff is maybe a tiny bit better in a vacuum because it lets her cast more often, and when you do like a utility build on Alun, like you just need to apply the debuff as quickly as you can, as many times as you can. It's always situational, but at the end of the day, like I value the gold more. If I were able to pick my items though, if I had Pandora's items or something like that, then yeah, I'd go Morello here. But really, I'm just playing around my Yone right now. I just need to support him as best I can, and getting any sort of anti-heal is going to accomplish that. And after that, I want as much gold as I can to kind of get a 3-star Yone later on. So what's going to happen in the next round? Let's see, in another encounter. Azir grants 6 free rerolls that last until you. So this one is similar to the augment I was talking about before, where you have to roll right now. But this one, they don't expire. So that's good. We could save it for stage 4-1 and then ideally have like a bunch more gold, power level to 8, or maybe just reroll on level 7, get 3-star everything. It could work. I'm scouting around right now just to see how many 3 costs are out of the pool. Also just double checking that no one's magically contesting me for some reason. Sometimes that happens, but right now you could even argue we should use the rolls right now. That way we maintain our win streak, but that's another reason why scouting is important. We could scout and say that like, hey, the people we're about to face, and you could tell who you're about to face by looking at the sword icons on the right hand side, are not that strong, so we don't need to get an insane board to kind of beat them. So this is one of the people we scouted, and 2-star Yone with 4 Umbral should be enough. Like we don't have Reaper. I probably should have played Reaper on this board. It might be better than Ghostly. Not 1000% sure, but because Yone's our carry, we need to buff Yone up. But at this stage in the game, like getting 2 4 traits is obviously a lot, so maybe you don't need the Reaper enhancement. All it does is give him critical strike chance, which is good, but it isn't critical, ironically enough. What's really good on Yone is actually the 4 Reaper build, because it adds true damage to him, and that is where Reaper really shines. The 2 Reaper buff, it's more used for like Kayn builds. He likes crit a lot more because he's more spell based. Yone is more auto attack based. So Whenever you think about stuff like, oh, do I want crit or do I want more stats, such as do I want hat or jeweled gauntlet, do I want infinity edge or deathblade, it often comes down to the specific champion. Do they like casting or do they like auto attacking? So for Yone, he likes auto attacking a lot, so you'd rather have just like raw stats on him, like more attack speed, more attack damage. That's why like Titan's Resolve is really good. It gives a bunch of attack damage. And you don't really need things like the 2 Reaper buff. You'd rather have like the 4 Reaper buff because it adds more damage. But if you have someone that's like very spell based, like Kayn, he does most of his damage when he spins instead of when he autos, then you want some sort of crit. So that's why the 2 Reaper buff is really good on him. So what do we have here? We have a lot more AP items and we have some tank items. I kind of do want the Warmogs, but then it leaves us with Archangel Staff. It's a little awkward, but we might have to build the Warmogs. It could be Redemption also, and then we have 2 items for Arcane. I know I build the Warmogs here, but honestly, it might have actually been Redemption. That way, we have the extra belt for what's his name. But I end up building the Archangels there. I don't know why I did that. I think I'm thinking that maybe we could pop off the Giant Slayer and the Spirit Shojin and use those on other units. Like Morgana can use the Spirit Shojin, and anyone can use a Giant Slayer. And then we have Archangels, Red Buff, and Jeweled Gauntlet on our Elune. That could be fine. A lot of different ways to kind of approach this, but I don't know if I'm actually, like, looking back on the game, I don't know if you actually want to play Morgana that long. Obviously, we do have the Ghostly buff, so it is pretty good, but we have, like, a lot of AP items. I would have much preferred building the Redemption and then saving the other items for later. Actually, okay, I think I know what happened when this game was happening. Wrath of the Moon again, hilarious. Well, we're going Umbral. We have to go Umbral, right? I want to get these 2 items guaranteed on my Elune, so I'm going to bench the other one. So then we complete it. We automatically keep Red Buff and Archangels. It is a bit lucky that we got the Jeweled Gauntlet on the Elune. That one is pure luck, 1 in 3. But we increased our odds for it happening by benching the other Elune. Oh, by the way, I just realized why we slammed the Archangels. It was because we were on a win streak. I wanted to keep my win streak, so we wanted to build as many items as possible. So my bad on that. But we get the Silas now. We don't have any items on him. Or actually, we have the Warmog's going to drop that on him right now. Who gets this Giant Slayer? It's probably Yone. I know it's not best in slot Yone or anything. Well, it's sets items, but we don't have a set right now. But Yone's good enough. We're just trying to win streak here. We want to always put items on units that already have items because, again, you're multiplying bigger numbers. So putting it on Morgana, who's a utility unit, is not going to do that much. You could greed and wait till we get a Kayn and then put the Giant Slayer on Kayn and then get a better item on Yone. But since we're win streaking right now, we're going to be playing like a tiny bit different. One thing in this game that we could probably improve on is the Caitlyn. Caitlyn gives us both Ghostly and Sniper from the Wandering Sentinel, but you got to think to yourself, is Caitlyn really doing that much? Like, is Sniper buff, buffing up a 1-cost unit with no items, really going to change my team? Probably not, so we could probably replace her, maybe play a better Ghostly unit, maybe we could play an actual Sniper, or just play random legendary units. Oftentimes, those are going to be better. I think one mistake a lot of people make when doing Wandering Sentinels or Wandering Trainers is you are going to be hard stuck on one of your emblems for a little too long. You could always just use them in the early to mid game and not use them in the late game. I see this a bunch of times. There's a great example. I believe this was from last set where Yone reroll was very popular, same as it is now, but someone just went for Yone reroll. They used all their emblems in the early and mid game, and then their final comp only had one of the shared emblems. And this was a game played by Replay. He was a former world champion, and after watching that, I was like, hey, I probably don't need to be using every single trait from the Sentinel if I can really go all in on a certain comp. Back to the game, the good news about this is that we're almost at Elune 3-star. What item do we want on this last carousel? We probably want to finish off our Silas, so probably some sort of tank item, maybe like a Chain Vest, Negatron Cloak. At worst, maybe a Rod, or even start building like a Bloodthirster on Silas. Bloodthirster works really well on him, just because he's kind of like a sustain tank. And a lot of people don't know that Bloodthirster is actually like a really good tank item because you get a % health shield. So if you ever have a lot of health, or in the late game you want a tank item, you don't see any tank items on Carousel, but Bloodthirster is there, it's worth a shot. Even on something like Ornn, who does not really use the lifesteal because they don't do that much damage, The shield itself from Bloodthirster could kind of be like a worse version of Protector's Vow. Obviously, it isn't best in slot. I'm not going to go out of my way to get it, but if you need a tank item and none show up on the carousel or in like one of your item armories, it is definitely better than nothing. So not too much to do this turn. We just roll down to 50 every turn. Maybe we could possibly even save up to go to level 8. These are the main two things you need to pay attention to whenever you are playing some sort of reroll comp. We're facing off against a 3-star Thresh, 3-star Aphelios. Uh-oh, that's not good. They're also decently positioned against us. One way to position against Elune is to kind of put your main carry alone in a row, because Elune always attacks in the biggest row. So that's what they did with their Aphelios there. We're going to target either the front line or the back line. Meanwhile, Aphelios is going to go unhit, and we do end up losing this fight. But we probably would have lost regardless of the positioning, because they have 3-star of both their versions, and we do not have any of ours. The good news is that they have 10 gold, we have 50 gold, so eventually, hopefully, we can catch up, finish our team, maybe have more gold to level up with, and then ideally beat them later. You don't have to beat people right now. Okay, there we go. We get our Elune 3-star. Gonna complete that quickly. Then we have to decide, is Yone worth it? Probably not, because we only have 1 copy of it, or 1 extra copy, 4 copies total. We do want to get like Morgana 2, Kayn 2, and Sylas 2. Ideally, it's better to roll on level 8 for that. Maybe getting a set would be pretty nice also. That way we could replace our Darius, who really does not do anything in the late game, as you saw in our previous match of Umbral, where we had a 3-star Darius, and even with items, didn't really do too much damage and was not tanky at all. All right, we are facing off against Lee Sin and Kindred, so they are going this comp because of their Wandering Trainer. They're getting both Dragon Lord and Reaper from that, but is this a real comp? This might be one of those cases where you're going a little too hard into the Wandering Trainers. Again, it's the mid game, so it doesn't matter. So if they got a free Lee Sin 2-star, like, yeah, you might as well play it to get the Dragon Lord, but maybe later on they want to just focus on their Dryad build with Gnar and Kindred as the main carry. That's what I like about Wandering Trainers sometimes. Even if a comp isn't like the most popular, or if it's like a niche comp, you could just hard force it if you get it, or you could choose to ignore it, depending on what type of units you're getting. But we have to kind of think a little bit here. I think I'm going to level up. Goes with the argument we were talking about before, where we already hit our Elune 3. We're pretty far from Yone 3, so let's just level up, roll for our forecast. Getting all those forecast 2-stars are going to spike us a ton. One thing to note, during the neutral round, I'm not wasting any time. I'm going to be looking around, scouting, seeing what other people are going, see what types of units are out of the pool. Maybe I want to go for like a 3-star Morgana or something like that, and I have to check if other people are holding Morgana before I do that. So we get a chain and a sword, and we also have an item anvil. We probably want to complete a last item on our Sylas, as we talked about before. Maybe a Bloodthirster, maybe some sort of like a tank item. Crown Guard would be pretty good too. But let's go ahead and pop this. What do we get? Nothing too crazy. Maybe it's, yeah, Titan's Resolve on Sylas. Not the best item, but not the worst. Sometimes the game just be like that. All right, we leveled up to 8. We added in 4 Ghostly. We also got Behemoth from that. Not too bad, not the biggest spike in the world. We obviously want to play like some legendaries instead. Maybe we just do like 2 Ghostly, take out, let's say, Shen and Morgana, play 2 legendary units instead. That would probably be really good. All right, we're facing off against a Reaper Azir with 2 items, but it's a 1-star Azir, so not too scary. We finally got our Elune online, so we should be winning this pretty easily because they're mainly a 1-star board. I think they're planning to level up to 9 and then rolling down. They're probably going to do that next turn. It's really popular to do that either on stage 5-1 or 5-2. If you're a bit poor, you want to do it on 5-2. We just got a little fortunate that we faced them right before they spike. Sometimes you get a bit unlucky with the matchups. This time we're getting a bit lucky. We also 100 streaked most of the game, so we probably avoided some strong people, and we get 2 Morganas here. So we get Morgana 2-star. We could probably chill a little bit. You could decide to roll, but I'm probably going to go level 9 because we have 88 health. If I was someone like 31 health, like some of the other people in this game, probably would want to roll down here to get Morgana 2, maybe Kayn 2. Definitely Sylas 2 is going to be the biggest upgrade, and maybe like a 1-star legendary that we could possibly replace some of our units with. But since we have a ton of health, we want to use our health as a resource, get as much gold from it as possible, and hit level 9, maybe even level 10 this game. Right, we're facing off against this Porcelain Ash comp. Very, very powerful comp. Luckily, they don't have Lysandra yet, so I think they are just 2 Porcelain, so that makes it a lot more manageable. Unfortunately, our Elune is going to be targeting the front line because they have so many frontline units, but after we killed some of them, she finally hits the back, puts the healing debuff on them, and then our Yone is going to run to the back and finish them off. Now that I think about it, Alun and Yone are actually a decent combo. Wait, what? Are we going to lose this fight? We actually lost that one. Very surprised. But if Alun ever hits the back line, she damages them a bit and also puts a healing debuff on them. And then once Yone jumps to the back, he should be able to clean more than one unit since they already got bursted a bit. Obviously, our Yone is only a 2-star. You want a 3-star Yone for him to actually hard carry, but we're not able to do that this game. Let's see what else we could do. By the way, another item we could have gotten from the component anvil was just building the Edge of Night on our Kayn. If we had a 2-star Kayn and if we were going Reaper, that's probably one of the best items on him. But since we're 6 Umbral, we want to be buffing up our Sylas. That's why we opted for the Titan's Resolve back there. We end up facing a Ghost in the next round. They're running a lot of items on Riven. They did buff Riven recently, so Riven can actually hold some items, but obviously you want like a 3-star Riven. They probably just haven't seen enough copies of that yet. But this team comp seems like they have a ton of items, more than us, I think. I think they have like 3 or 4 units itemized, which is kind of crazy, but it's a Ghost round. Ghosts are normally a bit weaker. But let's go into the next carousel. Obviously, we want Set. Set got taken. With the Thieves' Gloves, that's absolutely insane too. Unfortunately, the person who took Set is also playing Set, so they're going to be keeping those on their bench for a while. We could go for this Sylas with Redemption or go for this Steadfast Heart. Both items are good. The thing about Redemption is that it's not my favorite item on Sylas because he jumps around a lot. It works really well to heal himself, but Redemption, I like more so using it to heal himself and other people on my team, and since he jumps around away from my other tanks, I'm not saying it's a bad item on Sylas. It definitely is a good item, but I feel like Steadfast Heart is a bit better because it's more of a solo item rather than kind of like half tank, half support. And since I'm not going to get full value from Redemption because he's going to be jumping around a ton, I think Steadfast is like slightly better. It's not going to be like an insane amount better, but definitely slightly. But if I had something like a Galio, which sits in the middle of the team, if I had something like Annie or Ornn, I definitely would prefer the Redemption in the late game. I think the heal that you get and the damage reduction buff that you get is like so useful in the late game. It's still decent early, don't get me wrong, but probably one of the better items in the game. So tanks normally fall off a bit as the game goes on because damage just scales a lot harder in my experience. So at least in recent sets, like super tanking hasn't really been too much of a thing, but obviously you still need tanks to buy time for your carries to really pop up. So we collect another win there, very nice. We want to wait till level 9, probably going to hit it sometime in stage 6. In our next shop, we're going to get another Shen. We do need a Shen too, but nothing too much else to do here. We'll just throw our gold into pre-levels. We face off against a Story Weaver with a ton of good stuff. Is this the same Riven player from before, but they sold Riven, put the items on their 2-star Wukong? It kind of looks like it. This Wukong's actually pretty powerful. You want like a blue buff generally on your Wukong. Right now he's kind of being limited a tiny bit, but those are still very nice items. Unfortunately, they do get knocked out. I think it's because Zoe is their other carry. With Wukong, you generally want like 2 types of carries. You can't really solo carry with Wukong, and I don't think a 2-star Zoe is quite enough to kind of help with that. But we're in the top 4 now, so we get a nice little win there. Some other person's win streaking, so we have to be careful a bit. We're probably going to face them soon, and hopefully we are able to spike early enough to hopefully beat them, end their streak, and then they don't get as much bonus gold. From the dragon, we get a bit of gold, we get a Kaisa, and we also get another item thing. What do we want here? Maybe a Morgana or Kayn item. You could go adaptive just to see what unit we get. Maybe one of the random legendaries can use adaptive. The great thing about adaptive is that literally everyone can use it. I opt to go for the Deathblade just in case we get a set. I'm being a little greedy here. If I was playing for serious, I'd probably go for something else. But if you're playing to like Giga High Roll or like Super Win or whatever, then you probably want to itemize the set. Kayn also uses it too, but Set's really the one who wants Deathblade. But unfortunately, no sets yet, and someone else has a bunch of sets, so hopefully they get knocked out soon, and we need to do our roll down. We're at level 957 gold. I'm still not rolling, I guess, because we're still 76 life. Possibly we could go to level 10. It's really rare to go to level 10. But imagine just having like an extra 2-star Aurelia on your team or whatever, right? It's always going to be something that's really good. So there's Udyr. We do want Udyr too also. Yeah, I think we could go level 10. Maybe like a couple more losses just because we have so much life. Like, we're not in too much of a rush here. But can we make it to stage 7? Probably not. We probably want to level up to 10 maybe on stage 6-5 or 6-6, depending on how much gold we have to roll down with. If we had Silas pair, like having an extra Silas on our bench, I'd probably roll down here just to get Silas 2-star because it's a pretty big spike. But obviously we still want Silas 2, but since we don't have a pair, it's going to be low chance of us getting him. Not low chance. We probably will get him if we roll down, but it's going to cost us a lot. So I don't really want to do that quite yet. We could wait a few rounds just to see what happens and then spike a bit later. Because when we're at this amount of health and we have most of our team already, I'm not looking to secure like a 3rd place or a 2nd place. I'm trying to maximize my chances to win. Whereas if I was a person with like 5 health right now, I need to be spending all my gold to try to get a 3rd place instead of a 4th place. So bit of a different adjustment that you have to make based on your health at different stages in the game. But since we lost that recent round, we probably should complete some of our units. I probably should stop here. I should not have kept rolling there. So here, these rolls are a mistake. After hitting Kane 2, Silas 2, I probably should have just chilled. Rolling isn't like the end of the world, but it definitely, like, what am I going to get? If I get a Udyr 2-star, like, who really cares, right? He has no items. So all these rolls that I'm making right now, definitely a mistake. It's not the end of the world, though. We're going to face off against the Azir 2 player with the Lee Sin and all the... Is this a person with Dryads? Oh, they were not able to get Kindred 3. That's huge for us. If they did get Kindred 3, they'd probably be able to knock a lot of people out of the game. But unfortunately, I think they leveled up a bit early. You want to roll for Kindred at level 6, and they went to level 7 really quickly, so I don't think they're able to kind of beat us in this fight. But moving on, we are able to secure a top 3. Someone has a Aphelios 3. Oh, the Aphelios 3 Thresh 3 guy that beat us before. Someone else is playing Ashe. They're also going for Ashe 3-star, so I'm going to add Ashe to my team planner just to deny it a little bit. I think they're going for Syndra, so we need to pick up Syndras also. So as we are doing our roll down, we have to pay extra attention to those 2 4-cost units. So right here, like, oh my god, there's a Syndra on carousel. Highly unfortunate. They should take it, right? Wait, they're not? I'm going to get the Umbral Crest, though, at least. But yeah, they're probably going to get Syndra 3. Well, we're going to have to pull something out of our tuckus in order to kind of come back here. It's not that we can't beat a Syndra 3. It's just really, really difficult to. We do get a Hui 2 for some reason, sure. We will build that. It's arguable that I want to roll down here because I want to deny the Syndras, but it is what it is. Also, this Wrath of the Moon thing, maybe it works better on Hui because Hui does kind of damage over time, so you get a lot of triggers of the Wrath of the Moon procs, but end up putting it on Kane. I think it's a mistake, but it is what it is. We are going to be facing... Oh my god, this person just hit Syndra 3. I forgot if we actually won this game or lost this game, but normally when someone hits something crazy and they have 8 lives, like the person we're facing now, this person isn't the one with Syndra 3-star, but let's say they did hit something insane. Normally you can still beat them because even though a team is favored to win or like a clear favorite, this could happen in like your favorite sports matchup, League of Legends matchup, whatever it is. You know, when someone wins a series, it's like 4-1, 4-2, 4-3. Like, you still lost a series, but you did steal a couple games, right? Even though the other person's a favorite. Well, in TFT, if you have 8 life, all you need to do is win that one match. And sometimes it happens, sometimes it doesn't. That's why having a high health pool is pretty valuable. We were at 45 before, but now we're at 31. And I think we did make a little bit of a mistake. Maybe last turn we should have rolled down all the way to 0, pick up some copies of Syndra so that the other person cannot hit. And I think that's what we did in the previous game, actually, and that allowed us to win that one. So for everyone who called me cringe in the previous game for denying 3-star 4-cost, well, it probably cost us a win in this round over here. But never give up. Anything can happen, you know? So we are going to go into our next match, which is against the Syndra player. Is there any weird positioning we could do? We're against the Ghost. So if you can't beat the Ghost, it's looking pretty over because the Ghosts are normally a bit weaker. So if their real version faces us, probably not going to be too happy. But maybe Alun does some crazy things. Nope, it looks like we are getting absolutely destroyed. We need to like cheese a kill on Syndra somehow with backline access, but we don't really have too much of that. So this one's looking pretty doomed. Luckily, the Syndra player knocks out the Ashe player. It looks like, at least. Wait, are you telling me the Ashe wins? No way. So we're able to secure a second just like that. So despite losing 4 or 5 rounds in this stage, we were still able to sneak a second, and that's where having a big life total really works out. But let's just FF this one. This one's pretty much over and go into the next game. So the next game starts off. We have Vendor Sentinels, Anvil Buffet, Pot of Gold. Which one is your favorite? Let me know down in the comments below, but we end up getting Vendor Sentinels. So this one's a bit tricky. It's not the same as Wandering Sentinels. This one instead gives you 2 support items. So we get a bunch of decent options here. ZZ Rot and Locket. I like this combo a ton because It's not my favorite. It's not like awesome by any means, but like Locket is good when you have a lot of units, and ZZ Rot gives you another unit, so it's kind of like a free synergy there. So I cannot complain about this combo, but it's not like giga broken by any means. But it's really good in the early game because I get to maximize most of the shield from this Locket. And of course, Locket only works when you have 5 units. And if you don't have 5 units in the early game, then it's going to be really tough to use. But luckily, with the ZZ Rot, it adds one more guy in there. And if we have range units, we could keep them in the back line, things like that. So, ooh, potential Janna game. We have 2 Jannas. Let's see our items. Chain Vest. Nope, probably not a Janna game. That's why we sell it like that. I should pick up the Sivir or the Jax. Okay, perfect. I'm leaning towards Duelist. Duelist is incredibly good with Locket. Not that good with the ZZ Rot portal, but you know what? You can only make so much use of your 2 items. But maybe some sort of backline comp that uses the resistances from Locket could be pretty useful. Maybe like a Kaisa Bruiser build. Any comp that has like 4 frontliners, 4 backliners would probably make really good use of this item, because actually you only need 3 frontliners, because you have 3 people up front getting hit by the Locket, and then you also have the ZZ Rot and the Wandering Sentinel. That way you get full value from the item, and then you also maximize your backline DPS, because your DPS is going to have 5 units instead of 4. And because you have so much tankiness up front, it's not going to really affect you that much. So what do we have here? We have Fortune Crest, Midnight Siphon, Heroic Grab Bag. I skipped Midnight Siphon because 1, we don't have the best items for it, and 2, we already had a game of that. Fortune would be kind of fun, but we don't have Fortune units. I don't want to play another Wrath of the Moon game, so we're going to reroll the last one, see what happens. We don't have too much going for reroll, so it could be Epic or low interest rates, so we'll take Epic, go for some 4-cost comps. I wanted to go for Duelist, and as good as the Heroic Grabback is for getting like 3-star Tristana, 3-star Volibear, it's a bit early, you know? It's not like... I'm essentially taking a Silver Augment if that's the case, because I'm not going to use both of them at the start. I don't really like that Augment in the early game at all, but we get into the first round. I kind of mess up my team a little bit. Kindred's in the front line. She should not be, but luckily she kind of jumps back a bit. But what item would you slam here? We have the choices of Crown Guard, Steadfast Heart, and Jeweled Gauntlet. So Jeweled Gauntlet could be useful. Not that great in a Duelist build. In Duelist, you want Titan's Resolve on Volibear, and then like Infinity Edge, Deathblade, those types of items on Tristana. And then Lee Sin can kind of use all sorts of bruiserish items frontline. And yeah, that's pretty much it. So none of these items are like really screaming at me. I'm going to hold off on building them. We did level up because we have Epic, but not because we spent gold. If you spent gold to level up, I would think that's a mistake, because I'm pretty sure you want to wait around a little bit. I guess it could be argued that we do have this Locket plus ZZ Rot getting a ton of value, so maybe we do steamroll most of the early game even without using our items. So 3 rerolls or 2 2-cost champions. We want to make interest, so we're going to take the 2 2-costs and then most likely sell them. Man, this really was a Janna game, wasn't it? We got 4 Jannas already, but they're probably the same one, you know? Janna comps are a bit tricky, though. I feel like you only want to play them if you have very specific augments, such as 2 Healthy or Enter the Dragon, and we don't have those, and we don't even have good items on Janna, so it for sure was not a Janna game, even if we got her for free, because you want Archangels, you want Rageblade, you want Shojin, items like that really work well, maybe even like a Static Shiv in some cases, but we just clearly don't have that. Looking around, I'm just kind of checking out people's items, seeing if anyone else might be contesting Duelist, because I think I want to lean into that a bit. We have the 2-star Yasuo, we got a Darius, Locket's really good on them, but as I talked about before, you could play other stuff. We're by no means locked into a comp. I feel like a lot of people fall into that trap with Wandering Vendors, and it's not that great of an idea, because support items, they're not like end all be all for a lot of comps. Like, yeah, melee carries really like Banshees, so if you do get a Banshees, you do have to play some sort of melee carry, but which melee carry? It could be any one of them, you know? Like, sure, some of them use it better than others, but you don't want to just hard force a comp just because you have a very specific support item. There's always more than one comp you could go, believe it or not. We're going to hit the pre-level button a bit here, and pre-leveling is pretty good with this augment because it gives us like a natural level up at stage 2-3, and not a lot of other teams will have that, so it gives us a big advantage there. I probably want to play Kindred still, because Kindred gives me some sort of range unit. I think it's a mistake that I sold her. I should have played it over someone else. I don't know who. Maybe the Malphite. I know it's giving us Heavenly Behemoth, but we have Reaper from Kindred in the backline, and we have like so many melee units. You want some sort of balance between melee and range, so I think it definitely was a big mistake selling her, but it is what it is. We're facing off against a Fortune player, so we should auto-win this. They are all the way in the back. They actually have the same combo as us, and they're doing something a little different. They do have a Rage Blade. I think that's a pretty good item for this build. Are they going Duelist also? Because they have the Tristana. They have the Dariuses on the bench. Or Darii. I never know how to say the plural of Darius, but we will win this round, but I hope we don't get contested on Duelist because I really want to kind of lean into that. But on this carousel, what item would you pick? Maybe a bow would work pretty well. We could always go for Rage Blade on Ashe, Titan's Resolve on Volibear if we do decide on Duelist. Last Whisper is pretty good in a lot of AD comps also, so I think bow's the most important, but we are at 100 health, so I don't think we have the luxury of choosing what item we get. Looking here, the Tristana's not bad, the Aatrox isn't bad. Obviously, like the Kiana with the bow is good, but bow, swords, sure, we could also complete a tank item. I don't want too many tank items right now, but I guess it's you could use it to wait around. Morello wouldn't be too horrible with the belt, but we do get a sword here, so that's really good. Get this Aatrox and call it a day after that. We don't necessarily have to build an item yet. This opens up Edge and Knight, Infinity Edge, and Hextech Gunblade. I feel like Infinity Edge might be the most flexible item, so if you are wanting to slam items, and we are on a win streak, so we probably do want to do something here, Infinity Edge is probably the way to go. It works in both the Duelist and the Kai'Sa build, and I'm putting in the Kai'Sa comp right now, just because the other person was going for Duelist. We have 0 Volibear, 0 Tristana. We don't have a Titan's Resolve, even if we had a Volibear. So here, there are two versions of Kai'Sa. There's a 4 Bruiser version, which I'm putting in here, and then there's a Legendary version. I'm going to play around with the 4 Bruiser version first. It's a bit easier to play, but then later on, you can kind of pivot into the Legendary build, which pretty much drops a bunch of Bruisers, and then plays like Ornn, Udyr for Ink Shadow, and Behemoth. And then it plays like Azir, and then whatever other legendaries you get, you could put in. Obviously, like the 2 stars are a bit better. Xayah, of course, is really good because you get Trick Shot with Kai'Sa. Both versions work. Also, like, we still could play Ashe here. I am a bit disappointed in myself. I think I should have slammed the Infinity Edge here because, again, both Tristana and Kai'Sa use it well. Even Ashe can use it too, so we could still play Ashe. We don't really limit ourselves, but does it cost us this round? It was a bit closer than I'd like. We still win this one, but I would have liked a more guaranteed win, you know? The thing about damage items is that the earlier you put them on, the more value you get out of them. Compare that to like a belt where you could slam that at any time because it gives a health immediately. But let's see what we have here. Deathblade and Deathcap last for 3 rounds. That's actually really good for us because we have no items built. And then we get a Thresh here for some reason. Beautiful. Maybe we go for Aphelios, you know, it's still possible. Anything is possible right now. Okay, we get the Kindred back. I realize the mistakes of my ways. Who do we put these items on? It's a bit awkward. We only have 2 tanks. We don't really have a damage dealer. Oh, wait, why am I not playing Kindred? No, please play Kindred over this stupid Kha'Zix. I get faded also. Okay, I'm griefing. Kindred could also use both items pretty decently. So this is for sure a mistake. We do slam the Infinity Edge, and I think we wanted to slam items because we are on a full win streak right now. We are 4 wins and no losses, so normally you want to wait till the round starts before you slam items, because you notice here we're facing a Drop Blossom Nico. Really hard to kill that with this team, especially without a ranged damage dealer. So I think if we played the Kindred, we might have been able to win, but we for sure lose this one because look at this Nico. Boom, everyone's dead, right? We probably would have lost even with the Kindred out there, but really unfortunate stuff. But that's why you should kind of wait to slam items to see your matchup first. So another small mistake there. It's not going to cost you in most games, but this is one of those times where it does, and we are going to get screwed over on our win streak just like that. So that's actually a good thing for this video because we've been win streaking too much. Let's see some ruined streak games because that's more representative of most people's games, right? There is skill to streaking. I'm not saying there's no skill to streaking, but it's kind of like asking a millionaire how to make another $1 million versus asking like someone with 0 money how to make $1 million. It's much easier to do it when you're already a millionaire, right? So win streaking is kind of like that. No streaking is kind of like the other one. So we're scouting around a little bit, seeing what units people are going, trying to go for the uncontested ones, of course. But again, like we really need a range unit. I don't know why I'm playing this Kha'Zix. Also, we're probably ditching the Volibear plan because we built Crown Guard. It's not a bad item on him, but when you play Duelist, I feel like you want like best in slots for everyone. So we're probably going to go Ashe or what's her name? Kai'Sa here. Both of my favorites. We get a Nashor's Tooth here. That's a bit awkward. Can't really build anything from those items. Get a bunch of free rerolls from Epic. Let's level up first and then see what we get. Kiana could be useful. Sure, just buy everything. Roll one more time. We have 2 Yones, but no Yone items, so not really that useful. We'll just drop a random range unit in. Like, please put Kindred in, dude. I'm actually so mad at my past self. Like, why is Kindred not being played right now? We even have Reaper. Who cares about the Malphite? Because we need some sort of damage right now, not so much the tankiness. We have like 20 tanks and no damage. All right, whatever. Mistakes happen. This is why it's important to review your games, because you could be making like innocent mistakes like this and not even realizing it as you're playing, but from the outside, it looks so obvious when you look back again, right? So very important to do. If you want to get like a lot better, get some sort of like game replay software. There are like free ones out there, there are paid ones out there. Some of them do things a little differently, but any of them work. As long as it records your games and you could kind of like scroll through it really quickly, then it doesn't really matter. Holy cow, I just got a new mic recently. I'm really liking the sound from this, but if anyone even hears the difference between this one and the previous ones, let me know which one's better. I'll obviously use whichever one's better, right? Raining Gold, Stationary Support, or Crown Guarded. So I re-rolled Raining Gold a bit early. I probably don't want Crown Guarded. The reason why you don't want Raining Gold is because you want some sort of combat augment. Normally when you're picking augments, you want like 1 econ and then 2 combats in most cases. And Epic, which is the one we got, is essentially an econ augment, even though it might not seem like one on the surface, but it gives us experience and some rolls. So obviously that is econ because it saves us some gold. But Gifts of the Fallen and Combat Caster, both viable options here. Combat Caster always has insane stats, but I kind of like it more on comps that rely more on casting. Maybe like a Syndra comp's really good with it. Maybe a comp that relies more on shielding works really well. But we go for the Gifts of the Fallen here. Whenever you're doing a fast 8 or fast 9 strategy, Gifts of the Fallen is absolutely bonkers because you play so many units. We also have the Wandering Sentinel, and we have the Zz'Rot portal, so that gives us even more value from the Gifts of the Fallen. So I like this one. I think this one is one of the best combat augments if you play a ton of units, which is exactly what we're doing right now. So what do you want to pair with this? Some healing item generally is pretty good, so if we do end up getting a Hextech Gunblade on our carry, I would like that a lot. Maybe like a Bloodthirster on our Silas if he happens to live for a long time, because we're really running like 4 Bruiser, 4 Trick Shot for most of our game. But do we make interest here? We could sell off the Kiana or the Sivir and the Malphite. Maybe we do the Sivir Malphite sell. The thing is, Sivir, you want her later on in the game once you get Kaisa, so maybe you don't want to do that. Kiana, she has our items right now. If we get her 2-star, it's pretty useful. But yeah, there are other people who could kind of fill that role. There's another Sivir. Maybe we just drop this one in, drop the IE on her. I do want some sort of like range units rather than getting like too many tanks. But it's kind of tricky. We're not seeing a great item holder in our shop. Like Caitlyn, not the best. She doesn't do that much with Infinity Edge, you know? And I just realized last turn we like didn't get full value off our locket, but it's okay, whatever. We still won, right? I think we do sell the Kiana, drop her back in. I need to put Yorick on the Umbral Hexes so that he gets the execute. So just swap him and Malphite next time if you're playing where I'm playing. We're against someone with Tristana, Last Whisper with the sword. They might be going Kaisa also. They have a bunch of Story Weaver units on their backline. Some people like using the Story Weaver to transition into Kaisa. It's definitely a very viable thing to do. Let's put the bow on our Sivir. We could probably put the belt on, Thresh as well, because we're probably not playing Thresh. We could still play for something like a Phelios. It could work if we get a bunch of him, because we already have the Thresh too. It's always good to play around units that you already have instead of ones that you want. It's kind of like when you have ice cream at home. Let's say it's Haagen-Dazs or something. That's my favorite brand, at least. And you're like, should I go to the ice cream parlor down the street? And it's like, no, we got ice cream at home. Just eat that one. Yeah, the one at the parlor is nicer, but like Haagen-Dazs isn't bad, right? I mean, you can't compare store brand ice cream to like dedicated ice cream parlor, you know, like it's not really a fair comparison. And then you're out like $10 a scoop nowadays. That's how much they cost. I don't know. I think it's like $6 or $7 a scoop where I'm at. Hopefully it's more affordable near you, but you could get a pint of Haagen-Dazs for $7, or you could get 1 scoop of whatever they have at the parlor. The choice is yours. Let's get a bow here. This is not really a choice because we are last pick, but bow is exactly what we want. We could build a red buff with that, or just use the bow for future items. Giant Slayer, Last Whisper. There are a bunch of other things, but like red buff's pretty solid if you're playing Kaisa. Just because she has Trick Shot, it bounces all around everywhere, and really, really effective item. But we don't have to build it right away. I probably would slam it, so I would be disappointed in myself if I did not slam it. But I guess we're lagging a bit too. Has anyone else been getting this in the new patch, like the random lag spikes? Is it Riot Vanguard doing it? I have honestly no idea. It's the only thing that's changed though. My internet's fine for everything else. Like, I was talking to my friend on Discord as I was playing this game. I was like, did I disconnect? Did I disconnect? He was like, no, I can hear you, dude. Like, I was just like, okay, it must be League then. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's like League. Yeah. If anyone has been experiencing this, let me know what you've done to fix it, because it's been happening a lot that day. I'm guessing it's because it's a new patch, but I'm not going to accuse them of anything directly, right? This person has needlessly big gem and the locket. That sounds like an awful item combination. I feel bad for this player. Who is this? We'll see if they are able to place in the top 4, because that combination is awful, because you want to put your locket in the front line, but you want your gem to live a long time. And how can someone live that long on the front line as a non-main tank? It's like impossible, right? But focusing back on our game, we're going to be keeping all these random units that were on our team planner in the back line. I want this Annie somehow. Is there a way to fit it? Also, yeah, we should have put in Teemo last turn instead of the Caitlyn, just so we get trick shot and then we get our red buff spread everywhere. But maybe we could sell this Alune for Annie and then maybe play Annie for a turn. I mean, right now she's not doing that much, but she's definitely better than this, like, 4 behemoth thing. Like, does 4 behemoth do that much? Maybe Annie isn't that good, but you kind of have to experiment to know for sure. But right now we're just going to leave these people in, and I don't want to replace like Caitlyn for Annie, because again, as we talked about earlier in the game, we need backline. This person's going Aphelios, so we probably cannot go for the Aphelios game, even though we have a Thresh too. It's okay. Like, we have good items for Aphelios, but we don't have any, and this person's going for it, so just let them have it, you know. Banshees and Bami Cinder. That really doesn't complement Aphelios that much. I wonder if they plan to go Aphelios from the beginning, or if they're like just hitting the Aphelios and then switching to it after the fact. But we're able to win this one here. It's actually kind of surprising. We have 1-star Sivir. Maybe the 4 behemoth did do something. Never mind. Aphelios won. Jesus Christ. Okay, but it was looking a lot closer than it was, right? If we had any sort of real carry, maybe if we played Senna plus Caitlyn instead of Sivir, we would have done a bit better. Not like too much better, but a little bit. Every little bit counts. And then let's just buy this Aatrox. We get a glove, we get a Soraka, Negatron cloak, Thresh, and Bow off Carousel. Last Whisper is like screaming out at me right now. Maybe even Shroud and then hold off on Last Whisper. You could also do like a Runons. Lots of different items here, honestly. But should we level up? Yeah, probably, because we have the free epic rolls. So do that. Level 8, we have 30 gold. We probably should roll down to not 0, but maybe around 10. Because we want to find some sort of carry. There's Annie. We'll just play her for now. Sell the Soraka by the Ornn. Don't need the Yorick. Don't need the, what's it called? The Volibear. But I should have rolled to 10 here. We need to find like a range carry that's not Sivir, because this is pathetic. Like, even a 1-star Aphelios would be better. A 1-star... Anything that's not the Sivir. Maybe even Bard was better. Maybe not. Let's build the Last Whisper, though. I don't think you want the Even Shroud, because they kind of do the same thing. Last Whisper is just a really good item. We could have some sort of like supportish backliner holding red buff plus Last Whisper if we get like a ton of items for some reason. We're facing off against a Zoe with Nashers, Soraka with a Shojin. I think that's from Ornn though, but I do think we end up losing this round. It's okay. We're at like 60 some life. We have our next augment. What do we want on this augment? Probably some sort of combat one. We're level 8 already. We got 20 gold. We could roll a bit more also, because we want to stabilize a ton. Right now, the meta after the damage changes recently, you want to be protecting yourself in stage 4, because you lose so much more health here than you do in stage 2 and stage 3, relatively. But, oh, wow, lucky Ricochet. So if we're forcing the trick shot comp and you see a trick shot augment, which augment do you think that we want? It's got to be the trick shot augment one. All right, so we get Udyr there. Nice. Kind of sucks that we complete the Sivir, because we kind of want to sell it if we see a 1-star Kaisa. There she is, finally. We probably should have did these rolls last round, but life happens. Sell that, drop all the items on Kaisa. We have Trick Shot and Teemo in there already. We want to put in some bruisers now. We have the Silas. Maybe we skip. I should be playing Udyr also, like Udyr plus Aatrox. Please put them in over Yorick and Caitlyn, most likely. It's okay. And Syndra. Like, why do we have Syndra in? So, a bit of a fumble here. Don't do this IRL when you're talking to actual people. So, okay, we have the Annie in. We want to keep the Ornn. Maybe we could skip the Bruiser version, go directly into the Legendary version, because we have a bunch of the key units in Udyr and Ornn. Annie 2 also works. You could use Annie as like a random tank, plus Azir, just splash him in. Why not? Azir also gives Dryad to the Ornn. and himself. But we're facing off against a Kindred with Gunblade, Giant Slayer, and a Tear. That doesn't seem like a good item combo. So what determines a good item combo? So if you have a lot of stat boosting augments, you could do a build like that, because Giant Slayer and Hextech Gunblade work really well if you have a lot of raw stats. But they have Combat Caster and they have Inspiring Epitaph. Not really the biggest boost in terms of stats, so not a great item combo. But maybe later they could fix that with something like a Deathblade or Death Cap, depending on what like type of comp they're playing, just to get the raw stats to make the most use out of those items. All right. Oh, was that what I was doing? I was keeping in Exalted, and that's why I held off on swapping the team. That's probably what happened. All right, so we get the item Tattoo of Protection, drop it on our tank. Thresh is our main one right now, even though he doesn't belong in the actual build. But you can see this already. Like, how many melee units do we have? This is absolutely bonkers. Wait, I have an Annie too? Nah, I think I should put it on Thresh. It probably is around the same. Thresh is good because he has a ton of items. He also has 2 Behemoth active. But Annie's good because she's just like a 2-star 4 cost, right? 4 is a bigger number than 3. I know I don't have to, or I shouldn't have to say this out loud, but whenever I play League of Legends and I'm split pushing and then I'm like, hey, you guys have 4 people, the enemy has 5 people where you are at, and then they fight anyways. I don't know if they actually know that 5 is greater than 4. So I have to say 4 is greater than 3 here, just in case. But we are able to wipe this Aurelia, which is really nice. They changed Aurelia a little bit. That kind of nerfed her a bit, but she's still very solid, very good unit, especially with like any sort of anti-heal on her. Like Rageblade and Infinity Edge that this person has, also really good. What I like about Aurelia is that she isn't too picky. She kind of uses every item that has remotely AD or AS oriented, so like fantastic unit, you know? What do we want on this carousel? So we have 3 Kaisa items, but they're kind of supportish, so we could go for like another damage item and then drop some on Xayah or whoever our other trick shot is. Like red buff Teemo, incredibly powerful also. We could finish off our tank item. We have a spare belt and Negatron, so this Malphite looking quite juicy there. We could do Warmogs, Bramble Vest with that. Maybe the Kindred could be used too, but I think it's the Malphite. It's a bit depressing because Malphite is just a 1-cost unit and there's a 4-cost Syndra there. So like there are some worlds where you're like, screw it, let me take the extra money, because again, 4 greater than 1. But the items aren't as good. This way we get to build 2 items. The other way we only get to build 1 item in the Warmogs. And don't get me wrong, Warmogs is a good item, but then we'd be stuck in the same situation we were before. So let's spread out the love a bit. Declaw on Annie, Warmogs on Thresh. Do we even sell the Thresh? Like this Annie is going to be yoked with 3 items. Like maybe it's arguable to like just sell the Thresh, put all the items on Annie, but it's okay. Our bench is so bad that we can't really afford to do it. I guess we could maybe play the Lysandra for 1 turn, but then you lose interest. It's a weird situation. All right, so we're facing off against a Morgana, Azir. They're playing long distance pals, but they long distance their Janna and Azir. Since they're both 1-star, that's probably pretty awful. They wanted to get their Morgana in there. Maybe they tried to do a last minute swap, weren't able to do it, but always make sure that you are using your augments. It's very, very scary stuff. I was playing with I was actually getting coached by one of the best players in North America. He's normally around like top 5 in a lot of parts of the set, and he was coaching me, right? And we had, what was the augment? Exiles, I think it was. It's where you have to separate your units, you get a bonus. And we forgot that we had exiles for like half the game. And it's like, both of us were playing the game and we both forgot. So happens to the best of us, happens at all levels. It's not the reason why like you're hard stuck or whatever. But definitely always make sure you're actually using your augments, because they are a critical part of this game. If not one of the most important parts in terms of like power spiking. Not power spiking, but like power level. We're scouting around a bit. We're trying to see who has Kaisas, who doesn't, because we still could pivot into the Ashe build because we have Annie 2-star. We have like the Ornn already. They kind of share those units. And if we get like a 2-star Ashe next turn, because we have an Ashe in our shop, like perhaps we could have swapped to it. But we have the lucky Ricochet, so let's just keep Kaisa, because again, we want to be using our augments. We're facing off against the Tristana player. Thank God we did not go for Duelist, because we would not have been able to get a lot of Tristanas. Are we able to wipe this one? I think someone else was going Duelist also. There, I saw Duelist crest on the person who was playing Aurelia. But what I don't like about TFT sometimes is during the fights, like I can't tell what units are what because there's so much shiny stuff flying across my screen. I kind of relate that to League of Legends a bit. Like some of my friends, they watch like competitive League of Legends games, and it's like, I like watching it too. And actually one of the bonuses of me watching is that even though I don't really know what's going on, because sometimes I don't play that much, it's still fun to watch because like shiny stuff flies all over your screen and you're like, wow, cool, crazy stuff, you know. But we are on to Raptors. We won 4 rounds in stage 4, which is absolutely insane good, because again, we talked about how important stage 4 was. And in, I think it was 2 games ago, we talked about different typical roll downs on level 8 at 4-1R, and this is one of them. Like, we got a 1-star forecast, which is middle RNG, I would say. Getting good RNG is getting like a 2-star forecast. Bad RNG is like not hitting anything at all. But if we have a 2-star 3 cost from an older roll down, or like having this one, the 1-star 4 cost, that's more than good enough. All right, let's pick up the items we have here. We get an extra Kaisa. Do we level up before we roll down? The level up costs 60. We have 70 gold. It might be worth it. I think we do end up leveling up and rolling. I'm not 100% sure. You could have... We are at good life total, but like you can't roll that much here because we just don't have that much gold. We could do the 2 free rolls plus like 1 or 2 extra ones. I guess if we sell Thresh, we have extra rolls. So I guess I didn't really calculate that into the equation, you know? But we definitely want this Azir. Let's pop this item anvil, see what we get. We want a tank item. Or it could be Xayah item, but we don't have a Xayah right now. It's a little tricky. Maybe we go for Stone Plate. Runons or Rageblade could be good too, but I'm thinking the Stone Plate. Okay, that's what we do end up choosing. I'm proud of myself. Drop that on Annie. Absolutely fantastic front line. Once we do get the Xayah, then we'll for sure want to be focusing items on her. But like, don't build for the life that you don't have yet. My brother, he's applying for jobs right now, and he's in a very high demand field. He's gonna find a job, no problem. But there's this one office that like looks really good, and it's like offering this, offering that, and he's like planning his whole life around it. I'm like, dude, like you don't have the job yet. Like you don't know all the terms yet. Like don't fall in love with it yet, you know? So kind of the same thing in TFT. Okay, now that we do have the Xayah, we could build around her. So, but if you don't have it yet, don't start like dreaming about it. You know, like some of my friends, they like start dating someone and then start like imagining their whole life with them already. I'm like, dude, you just met them. There's no way I would do something like that, right? Or you. But it happens to the best of us. We do want this Udyr. There's this Azir. I think we pivot out of the Bruisers. We only have like 1-star Sivir, 1-star Riven, or like no Riven 2 yet. 1-star Silas. Do we even have Gallios? But we have Annie 2 already. So I think you want to sell it. Like, let's say we lose here. You probably want to sell the Riven by the Udyr, because I don't think we're playing the Bruiser version anymore. But we win this round, so we don't have to make an actual decision. Actually, I am wrong. They somehow win this one. Holy cow. Ashe is so good, man. Like, it's 2-star Ashe versus 1-star Kaisa. I guess it's a no-brainer that we lost this one, but I guess we have to sell the Riven, pick up the Udyr. So, yeah, we're for sure probably not doing the 4 Bruiser version with Storyweaver. We probably are just going to play, like, 4 Trick Shot and then get as many legendaries in as we can. We probably take out Silas for Azir. And we should be good to go. What are these? 2 component anvils? Yes, please. All right, we want Udyr items or Xayah items. So maybe Crown Guard on Udyr or Hat on Udyr. Both are good. I'd probably take maybe the Rod here. Chain's fine too. And then maybe Titan's Udyr. Udyr uses everything. I don't know what he wants, man. Like, probably the Crown Guard's good enough though. All right, we'll drop that on him. Maybe we could even move the Annie's item over to him later on if we get like a new Annie, but I'm not going to bank on that. Same argument as before. I should bench my Ornn here, put him back in, and then put the tattoo on Udyr. Unlike in real life, tattoos are not permanent in TFT. You could switch them around every single round if you wanted to. We get some Riot Vanguard lag over there. We're facing off against a 3-star Nico with Ascension. Oh my god. Remember the other game we had Yorick with the Ascension item? They have Nico with the Ascension item. That is pretty wild stuff. Are we able to kill her beforehand? Maybe we dominate the backline so hard that the Nico doesn't get a chance to activate the talisman yet. Okay, I think because it's a ghost... Oh my god. Wait. Teemo? So close. The ghost is weaker, right? That's what they say. That's what I said before, but we still lose to it. I think once we get Kaisa 2, we'll have enough damage to kind of finish her off. And this goes along with my, like, I think we made a mistake by leveling on 5-1. We probably should have just done the 2 rolls and then kind of waited there. We're getting Riot Vanguarded again. What item do we want here? Probably some sort of Udyr item, so I'm thinking the Bloodthirster. Where are we? Runons ain't bad either. Actually, yeah, we end up taking Adaptive Helm. If you look at the stats, or like the data, Adaptive Helm is actually pretty good on Udyr for some reason. But looking back at the game, maybe it was Bloodthirster. Who knows? Wow, we get a triple Xayah shop. Sure, not Xayah, Kaisa shop. I wish it was triple Xayah. Well, this one's good too. All right, buy her, pick up the other one. Sure, why not? We could possibly go for a 3-star adaptive on Udyr. And again, we're playing around what units we hit for our items. So we hit the Udyr too, we itemize Udyr. Even though we're playing a trick shot comp, we don't have items on our Xayah yet. You always want to play for the board you have, not the board you want. Who's the expendable person on our team right now? It's probably Aatrox for Volibear. Volibear's a bit better, but they're both pretty useless, right? It's kind of like if you are trying to save up a bunch of money and then you like skip the coffees or something. You save like, what was it, a couple bucks a day? Like, yeah, it's going to help a little bit. But if you like doubled your income by moving a job, like that's obviously a lot better, right? So like doubling your income is like getting a Xayah 2 right now. And then skipping the coffee is kind of like upgrading your Aatrox into a Volibear. It's like, yeah, it's a bit better, but nothing too crazy. All right, so we are okay, Udyr just smurfed it in the back, by the way. And he got a Hand of Justice from Ornn. Ornn is MVP right there. Like he just gave like a healing item that we skipped on Carousel to our Udyr, but that was a ghost. They actually were pretty strong. They had a ton of legendaries. I'm surprised they got knocked out by someone else. All right, so we get to cleave our items on Diana. Very useful because we're going to just sell all our big boys right now, right? Nope, we're going to keep them all. So this encounter is a bit... I'm not the biggest fan of this one. It is cool, but it really only benefits the player who is kind of transitioning their board or pivoting their board. And if you plan to do it one turn before or one turn after, like then the counter is just useless for you, right? But we are able to secure a top 4 here. Very nicely done. Let's see who our matchup is. It's the Ashe and Lilia player. I think we are going to win this one because we are almost beating them with 1-star Kaisa. We have our 2-star Kaisa and 2-star Udyr now. Udyr with good items. I think I should reposition my Udyr. Udyr loves being on the sides because he sneaks a bit to the backline a bit. Let's take this fight and just watch Udyr for a bit. Don't watch Kaisa. Don't watch any of the other flashy stuff. But Udyr, oftentimes he like knocks someone up and then goes to the backline. Oh, actually I'm a genius. He angled pretty decently there. But since I can't kill the frontline unit, he doesn't quite go all the way back. So maybe I want to put my Kaisa on the same side as my Udyr. That way they kill the one that they're targeting, and then Udyr might just sneak into the backline after that. So this is why it's important to watch fights a bit and not just AFK when the fight's going on, because you get to think of different interactions like that and implement them either in this game or even in future ones as well. So who's left? It's like the Duelist guy, Kaisa guy, and I think that was the Nico guy. We get another Kaisa here. No one's going Kaisa, so we might as well hold on to it. It's like one of our win conditions, right? Getting Xayah 2, maybe the Kaisa 3. We get an item anvil off this dragon, and we'd also get Ornn. We have 2 free rerolls. Might as well use them. Another Kaisa? All right, sure. Why not? Another one? Nope, don't need anyone there. All right, we could probably sell all the other 4-cost units except for Kaisa. Oh my god, okay. I don't know why I rolled there. Probably should not have, but it is what it is. Maybe I go for a Hand of Justice here for Udyr. Or Gunblade. Both of them work. This Azir's not doing too much, so we drop in the Kaisa. I don't think second Kaisa is going to do that much either, but we do have Lucky Ricochet. Let's check the damage chart after this, see how much she kind of does. So there's a blue buff Shiv on the Syndra. There's the Nico in the front with the Talisman of Ascension. Let's see if we have enough to kill this. They also have the Zoe in the back line. Ooh, their Wandering Sentinel has a pretty neat item, but we are able to out DPS at this time. The Last Whisper definitely helping out a lot. I'm assuming if we didn't have that, Nico would be much, much harder to kill. I wonder if this person could kind of try out what we did with the Yorick, where we kind of trap them in the back line so that they live a bit longer. The thing about Nico is that I think she needs to cast more often in order to get a wider radius on her abilities, so maybe that wouldn't work with Nico, but it definitely does with Yorick. Let's just roll down for this Kaisa, why not? Sure. Alright, we could print with the Hui, but it's not going to complete on time, so just sell the Hui. Roll to 0, come on. There's another Ornn. I think someone else had Ornn this game. Oh no, I guess you could buy that, but probably a bit too expensive. There's a Kaisa, nice. And just like that, we probably win the game. Very nice. Very fun, very cool, very interactive. Alright, who are we facing? I just realized we still have Sivir 1, but Sivir doesn't do that much. Some people drop the trick shots to play Dragon Lords. I think having 4 trick shots is a bit better right now, but it always depends on the patch. That's why you always got to keep up with the meta on bunnymuffins.lol/meta to know how to build every single one of the meta comps every single week. But now we are in a 1v1 scenario with the other player. They're at 25 health, we're at 43, but since we have the 3-star, they probably should just FF. Probably not too much else to do there, but what can we do? I guess we could go level 10 maybe at the... No, game's not going to last that long. There's really not much to roll for. We could roll twice to get like a Zir 2 or something. Maybe we just hit or Xayah 2, but don't really have to do too much. But let's just watch the final fight. They have the Wukong 1. They have Aurelia 2 in the back. I mean, their team's definitely not too shabby, but one unit is a bit better than everyone else. Like, she could probably, like, not 1v9, but maybe her plus 2 tanks might be able to win the game, assuming you have the traits of 4 trick shot in. All right, who do we want here? We want the Xayah with the Spear of Shojin. Perfect. Are they going for anything? That's why we checked them before. I don't think they were. They are going for some, like, 2 stars, but as long as they don't get, like, a 3-star legendary, we should be fine. We rolled down a bit. We saw the Xayah 2-star, so we sell the Azir, buy the Xayah 2, even better. Drop the Shojin, Chain Vest, sure, on Aatrox. We never end up finding that Volibear 2-star, so, like, yeah, the cup of coffee doesn't really... They have Lee Sin 3. I don't think Lee Sin 3 with the Thieves Glove is better than 4 Trick Shot, Lucky Ricochet, Kai'Sa. But it is what it is, you know. At least it makes it a little bit more interesting. Maybe people would have clicked off if it was not a Lee Sin 3. But Lee Sin is good. I'm not saying he's bad, but if you don't have perfect items on them, if you don't have, like, perfect synergies on them, probably not going to be the best thing ever, you know? But get a nice dub there. Let's get on into the Platinum game. All right, for our Platinum games, we're going to do something a little bit different. So I'm going to actually be reviewing my friend's game. So if anyone wants to roleplay being my friend right now, this is a perfect time to do it. Because once you reach Platinum, Emerald, Diamond, people get a lot more serious about the game. Normally, this is where people have maybe like 50 to 100 plus games trying to, like, climb through there. But essentially, like, I guess you don't actually want to be my friend. I yell at my friends, so it's like, I'm not going to yell here, though, so don't worry. But we had Champion Conference, Golden Gala, and Pot of Gold. We get Champion Conference here. So what that means is you get to get a champion pretty much of your choosing every single start of each stage based on what your traits are. So whatever your biggest trait is and whatever the costs are giving out that round, I believe it goes 2, 3, 4, and then 5 costs. So it is actually one of the more skill-intensive portals because you are able to tailor your board a bit and ideally get what you want. So we noticed already, my friend's team planner is Kog'Maw reroll. If anyone remembers the previous set and someone was constantly playing Jinx reroll, this is a guy. He just loves 1-cost reroll. And I don't know if we actually go for it this game, but we certainly have a decent start for it in terms of units. But Kog'Maw, people don't really understand it fully. It's more of an item-dependent comp, not so much a champion-dependent comp. You need blue buff plus Nashers on Kog'Maw, no ifs, ands, or buts about it. So if you don't have that, it doesn't matter if you have like 10 Kog'Maws, you know? I guess like it matters a little bit, but most important is you better find some way of getting those items. So here we have bow and glove. That means we're probably leaning towards some sort of attack damage based team because Last Whisper can be built from that. A lot of good like random ADC items can be built from that. But let's see what we get both on the augment and here. So one thing to note is that my friend probably made a mistake already. We want to be tailoring the champion that we get off this thing. So if we play Fated, we put in Yasuo plus Ahri, we would have just gotten 3 Fated, which is a very big power spike. So not today, big gains, inspiring Epitaph. You can see his mouse freezing. He's probably data checking right now, or he was like, I don't remember when this game happened. I might have been on the Discord with him, but I definitely was not watching this game as he was playing it. Gonna re-roll that, unless you're forcing re-roll, probably not that good. Haunted House, probably not. Not today. That's probably going to be my pick. I love getting item augments early on in the game, but a lot of people are uncomfortable with not today. But probably reroll not today if you don't know how to use it, which is what type of player he is. He probably should have rerolled that one first and then got the Epitaph one. But we get Duelist Crest here, and that is beautiful for him because he loves just hard forcing comps from the start. Nothing wrong with it, by the way. It's just depends on your playstyle. But again, as I was talking about before, like getting 3 Mythic here, not that great. If we had 3 Fated, that would have been beautiful. But we got Duelist anyway, so we're going to be forcing Duelist from now on. So we kind of wasted the first one. Not the end of the world, but it is what it is. Drop the Duelist onto Kog'Maw. We need to keep the Yasuo. Sell pretty much everything else. I guess we keep the Kiana. So we could sell the Ahri, sell the Sivir, sell the Malphite, sell the Cho'Gath. But not enough to make interest, so I guess we could hold on to them. All right, yeah, let's buy this Nico. We probably should buy Nico. Why not, right? Just hold stuff on your bench. And the person we lost to has a Shen 2-star. I wonder if they got this from the Champion Conference or if they got it because they got 2 free rerolls from Epic, which is the augment that we had in the previous game. All right, so here we get no duelists yet. All right, so we'll make interest here. Probably sell the Nikos, sell maybe the Behemoths also. Getting the Mythics don't really do that much. Oh yeah, also always set up the team planner. So Yone could be good, Darius, Yasuo, Kiana, who else? Tristana, Volibear, and Lee Sin, Aurelia. I think those are all the duelists. And some people like putting duelist crest on Yone. Very, very powerful stuff. If you are able to get 3-star Yone, 3-star Tristana, and 3-star Volibear, then yes, of course, it's going to be fantastic. But a lot of times when you play duelist, you are not able to get 3-star of everything because there simply is not enough gold in the game a lot of times. Sometimes you get lucky. Obviously, in those cases, you could do it. Let's sell the Cho'Gath here to get to 10, by the way. But normally, people put the Duelist Crest on Diana because Diana is a Dragon Lord. You run Lee Sin plus Diana. It's a pretty free combo. And because Diana is great, it's kind of like the person who you take on a date isn't too demanding. Don't have to go to like some Michelin star restaurant or something like that. That's kind of who Diana is, you know? Only needs a 2-star treatment, whereas Yone, not only does Yone want to be a 3-star, Yone wants 3 items as well that are tailored to him. So it's like, if you're to take someone out on a date, probably going to be Diana over Yone if you don't have enough money, you know? But I guess if you do have money, then the Yone is well worth it. He's going to carry your team completely. So with 3-star and 3 tailored items. So do keep that in mind. But we're running 4 duelists right now. We're facing off against a Harmesis with Storyweaver in the backline. A lot of 1-stars here. So this person's falling into the trap of lots of backline units, but the 2-star is also a backline unit. And then they just have a 1-star tank. The tank's going to melt right away. I would have much preferred them to be playing like 3 1-star backliners and then a 2-star frontliner if you want to do that. Obviously, we still lost because our team is beyond garbage right now, but you never want to have too many people in the... Also, my friend's mad because he couldn't make interest. That's why his mouse was moving so much, but he could have sold the Kha'Zix. I don't think Kha'Zix is that crucial. You could always get a new one later. So what do we get here? We got a Chain Vest, so that is going to build Titan's Resolve for the Volibear. Yeah, you could do that. Sword would have been good too. Even like an extra bow could have been good. Lots of different items you could take here. Honestly, like this is one of those bad times to be first pick because you could have kind of dealt with anything off this carousel. I guess the only bad thing might have been like a rod or a Negatron cloak, but getting pretty much any other item is more than usable. So while I wouldn't categorize this as an unlucky carousel, it's not like a super helpful one either. But probably going to slam the Titan's Resolve. QSS does have some merit. Some people like that item, but I prefer a greeting for the Bloodthirster or like a Runon's, Last Whisper, things like that. We can finally make interest. Can we make another interest? No. Do we want to level up? Probably not. Just try to lose streak from here. We could even sell the Kog'Maw, guarantee the lose streak. What you should be doing now, instead of just staring at your screen for the past 10 seconds, is scout the other matchups and see if we even need to sell. Because just because you want to lose streak doesn't mean you have to sell your whole board. You could look at other people's boards and be like, hey, I am weaker than this person. I am going to lose no matter what. So let's kill 3 units instead of 0 units and then save some of our health. But it doesn't always work out that way, you know? All right, we are going to be facing off against the Shen, Rageblade with Ethereal Blade. So they're for sure going to beat us. But again, maybe we could have won or I guess like killed this Nico. But it is what it is. We're still in a fine spot. Any loss is a good loss here, but obviously prefer to kill as many units as possible. So we get a bunch of new units. My friend finally starts scouting the matchup, so this person's pretty weak, holy cow. But they do have a 2-star Kiana, but no items, right? The Drax guy, this guy probably beats us, so could probably keep this team. If you want to be super safe, you could bench the Yasuo, but I'm pretty sure the Kiana person beats us anyways. We have no items. Our 2-star unit only really does damage. But it's always good to check because a lot of people do those last second swaps and sell their whole board and whatever. I wouldn't sell our whole board, but maybe bench the Yasuo for the other Yasuo could be possible. But luckily we face off against a matchup where we pretty much always lose against them. They have an item, they have 2 2-stars, or 3 2-stars actually, and they have good synergies, whereas we just have like mediocre synergies. We're 3 out of 4 on Duelist, so we're not even like stacking up really well on that. But had we played a better board, Maybe we could have killed 2 more units and only take a 1 unit loss instead of a 3 unit loss. The pre-level my friend does here, very nice. Whenever you have extra gold and you can afford to pre-level and you're not doing some sort of very specific rerolling strategy, it's often more than worth it too, because you get better shop odds. Like we got a bunch of 2-cost units and we got a 3-cost here. We could have easily just gone like a Tristana right away and been able to spike in the next round. And that's what we want to kind of focus on. Oh, I don't like putting the Gnar in. I would have put the other Darius in, because I'm pretty sure with 4 duelists you could beat this with the 2-star Yasuo. What I would do is put the Yasuo all the way on the left, tank those 2 Krugs, and then the rest of the people on the right, they should have enough DPS to burn it down while the Yasuo is still able to live, and then you could kind of beat that without playing the Gnar. And does that cost us gold? Because sometimes you get a lot of gold from these Krugs, and then you wish you... Okay, he gets infinite gold anyways, and then you wish you could sell that Gnar that you put in. But lucky him, does not have that situation happen. What do we do with this belt? So Guardbreaker is actually pretty decent on Tristana. You could also build the Even Shroud, which is the belt plus the Negatron cloak, but let's wait a bit to see our items. And we get a nicely tailored board. We get the Duelist, we get the free Tristana. We want to probably be playing this. I think Volibear would have been a bit better, but it is what it is. I like Guardbreaker. Let's see if he slams it. He does slam it. Very, very nice. You know, actually, I think I was looking at this game, not the whole time. I must have been doing something else while in the call, and he probably just asked a bunch of random times, like, what do I build here, or like something like that. Because normally a lot of newer players, or not necessarily newer players, like a lot of players who never been to Masters before, or like never been to GM or Challenger before, might not slam these weird items. Like a lot of other items that fit in this category are like Adaptive Helm. When you look at the data for Adaptive Helm, it does really, really well. And the reason why is because the better players are normally the ones that build it, not because it's good, but because, well, for Adaptive Helm, it's adaptive. So that's one thing to keep in mind. There are a bunch of other items like this. Guardbreaker is very similar to that. Just because people think it's a weird item, they don't build it, and then they just have 2 item components sitting on their bench for 4 rounds, and sometimes even more because they refuse to build it. But let's see what we get in this next augment. We get Tiny Titans, Teaming Up, and Healing Orbs. Teaming Up is pretty good here because we get a 3-cost unit. Tiny Titans, we are a bit low, so it is usable, but I prefer getting some sort of oomph on our team here. So Teaming Up's the midpoint between Econ plus Combat Augment because we get half a component, or sorry, we get a random component and tier 3 champions. Healing Orbs isn't that bad either, but I think Teaming Up is a call here. We are able to use a lot of items in this comp because Lee Sin, Tristana, and Volibear all use items, so we're never going to have like too many items. The roll down to stabilize here is very solid. We just need to find some sort of item holder that's a bit better than Gnar. Maybe we complete some of our pairs because we have like a Darius pair on our bench. Getting like a 1-star Volibear could be really good because then we could potentially even play 6 duelists if we got it. So lots of great spikes we could kind of find there. Okay, we get the Adaptive Helm here. I probably wouldn't slam the Adaptive Helm, but maybe there's a case for it if you want to like Giga stabilize, but I don't think we're that desperate here. If we were like super low life, maybe you could justify that, but I think you want to wait for perfect items here, Bloodthirster, and then some sort of damage item on Tristana. Honestly, like Handed Justice from the tier isn't that bad. Shojin's not that bad on Tristana either. And then who's the stuff that we want to sell on the right? I guess we already made interest, but now we want to get to level 7 and then do our slow roll from there. Because what do we want to do in the duelist comp? We want to get 3-star Tristana, 3-star Volibear, maybe 3-star Yone if we have enough money. And how do you do that? Level 7 is going to be the best time to do that because you get the best leveling odds for 3-cost units. So we want to get to level 7 ASAP and as cheaply as possible. And then roll down to 50 every single turn as we always do with other reroll comps. We don't see too much in this shop over here. There is Leah Loon, but we don't really need her in this game compared to the other ones. Just because we're running Yone doesn't mean we need to run her. We just want to stick to the team planner. So do we want to level up now? Do we want to level up later? Probably wait a turn, then level up. We're not on a crazy win streak, so we don't need to do anything that weird. But let's say we were win streaking. It might be possible to level up if we could get to around like 40 gold, which is looking like how much it could potentially cost in this. But we're against an Ink Shadow player. They have a good tattoo on their Senna, but no items. So again, this is one of those situations. Had they slammed an item that might be good, but not optimal, they might be able to save themselves a bunch of HP. You know, like they have 5 unbuilt item components. That is crazy to me. At least build maybe the Even Shroud or something like that since you're running an attack damage comp. Maybe build like even a Spear of Shojin on Senna. It's not the worst thing in the world. Like, no matter what it is, Adaptive Helm, like there are a lot of different options. Like I would build something, Just because they won this round against my friend doesn't mean you win every single round against other people. So you always need to keep that in mind. Like if we had 6 duelists, we probably clear them, you know? So we are on a Morgana carousel with 4 cost. It really sucks to be first picking. Oh my god, there's a Kaisa with sword. It's arguable to deny that, but I think we want the Lee Sin. Maybe didn't. I don't know. This one's tough. We do need the sword for the Bloodthirsters. I guess get Kaisa with sword. We deny someone. When we're not on a crazy win streak, so we don't need the Lee Sin for the power spike. So yeah, sword for sure. You both deny the Kaisa and you get a good item. But we are 66 life now. Let's try to stabilize a bit. So just a couple points into level up. And then we want at least 6 duelists, preferably maybe a 2-star here and there. A 2-star never hurt anyone, right? But probably roll to 30. There's a Volibear. Okay, we could stop here. You could roll maybe like 2 or 3 more times. Nothing too crazy, but stopping's also good. We get the power spike. This Yone should be able to tear through some people because, again, has the 3 items. Doesn't have the 2-star, but it's good enough, right? Who are we facing? We're facing off again a lot of people with harm assist this game. Another Yone player, but they're more so going the Umbral version and Reaper version rather than the Duelist one. Those versions obviously are good. But since we have duelists, we got to go duelists. And I think we clear them because with this item combo and 6 duelists, it's absolutely disgusting. Look at that. Beautiful stuff. They're also level 7, by the way. And we can make interest by selling this extra Yasuo. Perfect. 40 gold. Beautiful. Our next shop doesn't really have anything that interesting in it, so we'll just wait until the next level. My friends in the team planner, always make sure you have the right units there. We have some of the legendaries that we want. We have all the duelists, and we have Yone. The only thing missing is maybe a Diana. I like putting a lot of units you could kind of flex around, but definitely going to go 8 duelists this game. No reason not to. We're able to win this round here. And then going into the neutral rounds, we get a Kiana 2-star, beautiful, but we don't have pairs of Tristana, Volibear, or anything else. But we could still roll down to 50 gold just to see what we get. And then we could decide if we want to dig a little deeper into our nose. But against this wolf camp, what items do we want? We probably want a Handed Justice is decent on Tristana, maybe even a Spear of Shojin on Tristana. Not best in slots by any means, but definitely usable. We could also put Handed Justice on our Volibear. Tier kind of useless in this build, not gonna lie. We get a Runant. Okay, a lot of... Okay, perfect. Last Whisper could be viable. Runans could be viable. We could even do a full tank Volibear. There's the Lee Sin. Oh yeah, we also have to plan for getting Aurelia. So I think the play might actually be going for a red buff here because come stage 5, we automatically get an Aurelia. So that's more than enough. So let's roll down a bit. We want to get a 2-star of some of our dudes, at least this Yone. Okay, very nice. Prefer one more Tristana. That's good. Okay, we don't need Soraka, don't need a Mumu. I want to fit this Lee Sin in somehow. Lee Sin probably better than Volibear. But I guess Volibear holds... Okay, I know there's a Titan's Resolve here. But maybe you want the red buff because we know we're going to guarantee get the Aurelia. Definitely Hodge here. I think on Trist. Yeah. You could argue slamming Runans. I think you definitely do the Hodge. Runans you might wait on, but slamming's fine too because you want to win a lot of the stage 4 rounds. Stage 4 is the most pivotal round in TFT right now, as we talked about before. So slamming items, even if they're not optimal, definitely well worth it. But let's go into the next augment. What do we want here? Probably one of the other duelist augments would be really good. Some sort of combat would be really nice. Maybe even like a big econ one. The reason why is because we probably are not going to 3-star our units, so we want to play more into the Aurelia 2-star. So getting an econ augment boosts us up a little bit, get to level 8, level 9 a bit easier would be nice. Support cash, pretty good for duelists. Duelists love getting support items. Crash test dummies, it's okay. Not the best thing, not the worst thing, but it's probably going to be the support cash. What do we even want from it? Most likely the Locket. Locket's really good in duelists because you have so many frontliners. Don't end up getting... Okay, all these are pretty garbage. Like, even Obsidian Cleaver, you don't need it because you have Aurelia, but it's not the worst thing. I think I do prefer the Shroud, but that's a pretty unfortunate anvil that we get there. So, yeah, because once you get Aurelia, Shirei reduces armor of everyone, so it's just a little redundant, but we get it for these rounds. Again, these rounds are important, so pretty good stuff. We're able to blow through this person because they have no items built for some reason. They have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 items on their bench. Jesus Christ. Please don't do that in your games. And then now we get Diana again, so we could rebuild components, but we're playing this comp. We're not pivoting. If this happened in like stage 4-1, maybe it'd be a little more interesting, but we're not going to do anything with this encounter. Let's just wait. Probably want to start building towards that Aurelia, and then we'll see what happens after that. By the way, the reason why Runons is still good, even though you could have done the red buff and then waited to put it on, what's her face, Aurelia, you could always put a Morello on her. So no matter what item we get off this carousel, 1 in 3 items builds a healing debuff item that we need. So whatever we get off this carousel, we could likely complete it with the component anvil that we get off the Raptor camp every time you complete stage 4-7. So let's take a look at what we have here. We could go for the Lee Sin. This gives us Lee Sin 2-star, but probably Bo's the best to get a red buff. After that, maybe the Morello. The Rod on Volibear seems good because 1, we want a Volibear, 2, he's got a Rod, half a Morello. So both those choices would be perfectly fine. They both get taken. Maybe you just want gold here, just get the Lee Sin. Ends up getting the Rek'Sai. Rek'Sai is also fine. You could build another Titan's Resolve with it. But maybe getting 2 Lee Sins and like just a more expensive unit in general probably would have been slightly better here. But honestly, this decision, it's pretty inconsequential, I think. Now that we're at 64 gold, we could kind of chill a little bit. Like maybe don't roll quite. Actually, no, you should roll here because we want this Volibear 2-star. Actually, there's merit in not rolling and in rolling. I'm not 100% sure what I would do here. Again, this decision, I think it's also quite inconsequential. I don't think it should change your placements that much. The argument for waiting is that you're getting Aurelia, so you want to save as much gold as possible to level up to drop her in and get to 8 Duelists, because 8 Duelists is a true power spike. But at the same time, you could be like, hey, let me get Volibear 2-star, and then if I get more of the other units, I could then decide to just stay level 7 and roll down forever till I hit everything. This person got Yone 3-star, so it's like pretty high chance we get everything else, you know? Look at this 8 Duelist diff. Holy cow, we beat Yone 3, just FYI. That's how good Duelist is with Yone. 2-star, greater than 3-star. Now, I guess he had team building. We have like more combat-oriented augments. They took Capricious Forge, completely useless on Yone because it doesn't buff him up. Whenever you're playing a Yone comp, you only want to buff up your Yone. So here, decision's pretty simple. We want the attack damage because Yone and Triss are our 2 carries. The AP kind of only really helps Volibear, but even then the AD does so much more on our team, so this is a pretty easy decision. And I guess we could wait, not roll until after the neutral rounds, or decide to level up after that. So we get into the next fight in stage 4. This is the final one. We have the Senna player from before, and now they built items, so they should be a lot scarier. They did beat us before too, but we got a lot stronger also. We have the 2-star Tristana, 2-star Yone. Yone died, what, really? But I think... this close one. Ooh, nice. Volibear was able to clutch it. Tristana did the fade away. I think the damage instant went off, but I'm not 100% sure. Regardless, full win streak into the Raptor camp. Let's see what items we get off of this. So we want either Morello or red buff component, then pop the anvil and then complete it and then get Aurelia. Because we get Aurelia for free. Remember, we have the plus champion conference thing. So once we get her, power level up, drop her in, get to level 9, or you could alternatively take out Kha'Zix. But I think you want Kha'Zix giving a pretty decent buff for our team right now with Heavenly and Reaper. We talked about Reaper before with Yone. It's not the most important at 2 Reaper. 4 is the power spike that you need, but what can you do? It's better than nothing. We unfortunately do not get any Aurelia items, but hopefully we could get the Titan's Resolve. So Edge of Night also not bad on Lee Sin, but we should be popping this. Let's see what happens. There we go with the Titan's Resolve. We could just build that on our Volibear. Then we have like a very decent Volibear. Okay, extra Chain Vest, probably not going to be using that. We do get the Aurelia, drop her in over the... I think take out Kha'Zix for the Lee Sin, but yeah, for sure want to level up eventually, so we're not going to roll down for the Volibear 2-star. I guess, yeah, leveling up now is fine too, because like, we're in stage 5. I'm going to be honest, we're probably not going to be winning this game because we did not high roll. This is like a medium roll. We rolled down a little bit on 4-1, hit some of our 2-stars, not that many to go for like Triss 3, Voli 3, because when you play Duelists and you want to win, you kind of need them 3-star, and then you get Aurelia to cap off your team. But this game, we're going to be hard stuck or perma-stuck on 2-star of all our units. So we're probably not winning. Leveling up here just to get our win streak on as long as possible. Probably a good decision by my friend. Great recognition on noticing that his game, not going to win this one, you know. Probably top 4 guaranteed already. But maybe we could get a 3rd or a 2nd. You never know. All right, so now that we're level 9, we probably are not leveling up anymore. We hit a Lee Sin pair. Is this a signal to roll? I think it is. Maybe roll down to 10 gold every single turn just to see what we hit. I'd really like to see that here, but if not, if you save gold, it could be an argument of like, oh, let me wait till I lose a round, then I roll. I could see the argument in that also, but for me personally, I would roll here. What we should be doing is scouting. Okay, good. He scouts right away. Oh my god, some of these boards are powerful, but we should see our matchups. So Aphelios 3. Okay, how did we not get any Tristanas? Or the other person, the Volibears, when Yone 3, Aphelios 3, most likely a lot of Threshes are taken out of the pool too. Makes me wonder why we we just haven't seen them. We got absolutely demolished here. 2-star Azir, Aurelia with red buff in the back, a bunch of other stuff too. 2-star Annie, very good items. Yeah, we're not beating that. Our team is starting to get outscaled. Normally at this point you don't necessarily have the 3-star Voli or 3-star Tristana, but you're like pretty close to it in most cases. Maybe you have like 6 copies or 7 copies of them and you're still slow rolling, and then you're like, oh, maybe now that we lost, let's all in. We're 30 life. Might as well hit them now, and then we have 2 lives to kind of play with. But he's at 50, so he could wait a bit longer. But again, like, we're so far away. We're probably playing around the Aurelia or the Lee Sin. So what we want to do actually is find a new Tristana, sell her, drop the items onto Aurelia, and then get Aurelia too. So hopefully that can happen because we get another free Aurelia on stage 6 because of the champion conference. But let's see what we're facing now. The Aphelios Thresh 3. Everyone's finding their 3 costs, but not my friend here. A little unlucky. This is going to happen in some of your games, so hopefully this example of a game should show you just because other people are hitting and you're not doesn't mean you can't top 4. What did we do differently? Well, we rolled a little earlier, and that stabilized us a little bit, so that preserved our HP. And then this guy, he's at 10 health, so he absolutely has to win every single stage. Wow, we won. Okay, I guess you could beat him and knock him out, but that shows why HP is so important. We won probably because of our trait, because we do have 8 duelists. Absolutely disgusting stuff. That is a red buff Lee Sin. We are last pick. Okay, when we were first pick at the beginning of the game, didn't quite get what we wanted. Now that we are last pick, we see something that's like absolutely perfect. Maybe you can get it. Maybe not. Let's see. Go. Ah, oh, man, the other person's just... Okay, I thought the other person was camping it, but we do get the red buff Lee Sin. That is a game changer. I'm not saying you can win, but this probably solidifies like 3rd place, you know? I don't know if it's enough for 2nd. It depends how the matchup RNG works. If other people are facing duds and like he's facing the enemy in One Punch Man, yeah, you're not gonna be able to beat that if you're not One Punch Man. So unfortunately, Lee Sin doesn't do the best cosplay of that in this set. Lee Sin's actually pretty weak in my opinion. Like, there are some builds that make him viable, but compared to all the other melee carries we've seen in the past with a similar style, which is kind of like hitting the people around him, I've seen better. Kind of like a spell-based person. Okay, we're facing the Yone 3. We're going to do a Yone 2 versus Yone 3 showdown again. Obviously, we have other complementary units, but so does he. He has the Kayn, he's got the Kindred, and a Wukong. But is this enough? No, not enough. So close, so close. I honestly think if we had Volibear 2-star, maybe it'd be enough, because we look at the damage charts. Volibear did not live that long to do a lot of damage. Maybe if he lived like a second longer, or if we had a better support item, because honestly, we're down an augment right now because that support anvil of a Black Cleaver isn't really doing anything. So we're actually just like down an item on Tristana. But we also want to find a new Tristana and this Aurelia 2-star. I think once we hit stage 6-1, we just roll to 0, don't even level up, and try to get the last copy of Aurelia, because again, huge power spike, and we're going to get a tailored item off this dragon anyways, most likely. So we just need to look out for that. Update the team planner if you can. Only look for the units that you care about. I'd probably keep Tristana there just in case you want to replace her. But yeah, we want Rakan. That gives the Thunderlord, Dragonlord thingy. We're facing off the Shen. Pretty much perfect items on Shen. Double Rage Blade, Hextech Gunblade, extremely powerful stuff. I'm assuming they have 6 Behemoth. Too much is going on, but I see a lot of Behemoths on their side of the board. Aurelia might be able to cut through this with the burn because they have a bunch of tanks, but no, Shen is too powerful. Holy cow. But we're taking light losses, which is really, really good because, again, we knew we couldn't win. We're trying to top 4, and let's look at the scoreboard right now. We top 4, perfect, fantastic. Might even be a top 3 automatically based on the health totals of everyone. Dare I say even a top 2? No way, not a top 2. But let's see what we get off this draft. So we get a bunch of gold, a Kaisa. Okay, let's pop this thing. You should always pop it as soon as you get it, because even when the new round starts, you could still pick the items. And we know we're getting this Aurelia, so we need to like hurry up, roll down for this Aurelia 2-star, and get the second item on her. Yeah, we should be oh no, do we level up here? You could do this, but I don't like it. I would not do it personally. We get the Thunderlord, but Aurelia 2 with that much gold at level 9, unless someone else has like tons of Aurelias, we should be getting it for free. So it's good that we get the other item there, the second item, the Infinity Edge, but I would have liked to see a roll down. Maybe he scouted and saw a ton of Aurelias were taken. I mean, there are 3 taken here, but you could still probably hit, because there are, what, 9 in the pool? So unless like someone else also has a 2-star Aurelia, I think it's a very strong chance to hit. Regardless, like adding in the extra Thunderlord, it does something, not that much. I guess the top 3 is already guaranteed because of the way matchups work, unless someone lives with like 1 life right now. Let's see. We should be watching the other fight, but oh, now we're in 4th. Not good. Did the other person, are they being... Wow, okay, it's a 3rd. Nice. Okay, roll a couple times, see if we hit Aurelia. By the way, we're still Volibear 1, so if you get unlucky in your games, just think of this game where we have 3 items on a 1-star Volibear. We honestly should even sell it, put an item on Aurelia, and that would probably make our team a little bit stronger. We might be able to beat the Shen. Maybe if you position Yone. No, Shen has Hextech Gunblade. There's no way we killed that. Shen is so tanky in this build because like you can't assassinate him because he has both the Gunblade and he's like 6 Behemoth, and he's like just generally tanky because he's a tank. So he's really hard to snipe. I don't even know how you beat this with our build right now. You just have to out DPS it normally to kill it, but since our carries are not leveled up, it's going to be really difficult to do that. But maybe we could sneak in this ghost round and then get a second. That would be absolutely fantastic. And this is all thanks to our huge life total. Because we face the ghost here, we're able to beat him, but the real version we for sure would lose against. Let's look at the other board. Even able to pick up the Rakan. Oh, nice. That is a second just like that. All right, who's the person in first? No matter who it is, we probably lose because we lost to both of them. Oh, Volibear 2, very nice. Do you even want this at this point, or do you want to swap the items onto Aurelia? Off this little scout, we could see it is the Aurelia player. Is there any weird positioning we could do? You might be able to snipe the Udyr with Yone if you move him to where the Lee Sin is. Like, sometimes I feel like Yone just jumps randomly. Apparently, it's always to, like, his furthest target within, like, I think it's 2 spaces, and then it increases by 1 every time he casts. But I swear whenever it's a tie, when I'm using him, he goes to the frontline unit. When the opponents are using him, it goes to my backline. But yeah, it doesn't matter. Even if we snipe the Azir here, absolutely demolished. But getting a second, very nice, considering we only completed the Volibear at the very end. The stats don't tell you about the Volibear 1 the whole game. But let's get on into the next game, which is Emerald. Now let's get into the Emerald game. So we're going to be watching my friend. He climbed from Platinum to Emerald, and we are going to see what this new rank in League of Legends, or TFT, is like. So we have Component Anvil, Spatula's Champion Conference. Normally, I like Anvil a bit. You get to kind of customize your items, but no matter what, all these are pretty fair, I'd say. But in Emerald, this is a new rank, and it's a little bit more challenging because I have to make an extra video in this compilation now, right? And everyone has to climb 1 more tier. But since this rank hasn't existed for that long, right now I'm going to put it in terms of the old perspective. Maybe it's going to be high plat, low diamond. Controversial, I know, but it's kind of like that in-between rank. Build up some tension before everyone hits diamond after watching this video. But we start off with a Darius with some component anvils. Always wait before popping your components. There's like no reason to pop them early. So we get a Amumu and a Tahm Kench. What comps can we play from this? The Mythic comp with Tahm Kench. Right now in this meta, I don't think it's that viable, but it's possible. If we get perfect items for Bard, it definitely could be very useful. And guess what? We have 2 component anvils, so we very well might get perfect items, double Rage Blade for Bard, in which case we want the Tahm Kench. But my friend defaults to Kog'Maw, as we talked about last game, so we're going to buy the Kog'Maw here, and the Malphites drop him in. When he plays the game, he sees his start right now as perfect. I have a belt for Nashers for Kog'Maw. That's the way he plays the game, but there's not quite like a comp like the Jinx reroll comp from last set. I'd say, wow, with the tier, okay. Even I'm thinking maybe it's Kog'Maw. If we hit Cog 2 in the next shop, I would consider it. For me, Cog, I think, is a little weak at the time of posting, but if you have perfect items and if you can hit it in a reasonable time frame, I'd say reasonable would be maybe early stage 3, if not 3-1. I'd say that's when you want to hit it in most cases. Or if you have like perfect augments, perfect items for it, then you could wait till maybe like mid to late stage 3. But if you're hitting it early stage 4, I'd say that's a little bit late for me. So I like having like 3 to 4 Kog'Maws on stage 2-1. So right after this round, if we see 3 more Kog'Maws, then I'd be like, all right, sure, we'll go for it. Chain Vest, he's like, that's a tank item for Cho'Gath. Which it is, I'm not saying it's not. But Lucky Paws, no can do, don't have any Kabukos. Raid Boss, possible. Sniper's Crest, one of the worst performing augments, I think, this whole set so far, so you probably want to auto reroll that. Ascension's not bad for the comp, but I think if you're hard forcing, you go Raid Boss. If you're flexing, go like Three's Company or Ascension. So a lot of different things you could take here. I don't like Ascension the most. I'd probably personally take the Three's Company. Three's Company is a bit hard to play around because it's like a pseudo econ, pseudo combat augment. Because sometimes you get champions you could use right away, in which case you're like, all right, I got my plan figured out. I'm going to go for these units and use the 3 costs to kind of beef up my early game a little bit. Raid Boss is really good if you're going for the Kog'Maw reroll, which is what he's about to do right now. So probably want the Rod there, get some items for Kog'Maw later. You could also build Ionic Spark. That's one of the best items. And then pop this last one. We get a blue buff. And we're going to just drop that on our Kog'Maw. So you could force comps completely blindly, even if they're not super meta at this rating in Emerald, as you'll see in this video. But I recommend trying to branch out your play a little bit, because in the short run, you might gain some LP. But in the long run, I think just hard forcing comps straight from the get-go, you don't actually get better at the game. But if you want to just have some fun, like, it is a game after all. You are allowed to have fun when playing a game, contrary to what Riot Games might impose on us, you know, but it is what it is. So always team planner, get the behemoths in. The 4 core, or the core 5, is what you see at the top: Cho'Gath, Malphite, Kog'Maw, Caitlyn, and Neeko. This gives you Sniper, this gives you Behemoth, and this gives you Mythic. So that's really all you need. Everything else is bonus on the cake. So you could go deeper into Mythic, you could go deeper into Behemoths, but all in all, as long as you have the core 5, that's all you really need. So we want to not press our level up button whenever we're doing 1 cost reroll. I've seen people in Diamond make this mistake. They level up here and then they still try to 1 cost reroll. I highly, highly, highly recommend against that. Looking at our items, blue buff was the obvious slam here. Now that we have 3 items left on our bench, we have Morello, we have Crown Guard, and we also have Sunfire Cape. So Sunfire Cape, not bad, but you need Nashers on Kog'Maw. Like, you need the blue buff Nashers combo. I don't care what anyone says. In these, like, you look at the data, the 2 item combo just like makes the average placement just go super, super good. Where do I go for data? I like teamfight.lol. There are going to be a lot of new improvements coming to the site soon, so definitely look out for that. It's a product I've been working on for like almost a year now, but there's still ways to go. We're going to be adding a lot more things to it. But you look at the data, Nashers plus blue buff, absolutely disgusting. We get the Caitlyn, very nice. We get our snipers in. So even though Sunfire Cape I really like in this comp, you don't want to just slam it unless you already have the Nashers from the belt. Another thing to keep in mind, when you have Raid Boss, there's like a bug going on right now where if you put Thieves Gloves on Malphite, it takes the Raid Boss off of Cho'Gath for some reason. So one thing to keep in mind, I haven't seen them fix it yet. It's been like a couple patches of this happening, but hopefully they address it soon. By the time this video gets posted, maybe the next patch or something, they'll be fixed. But we're facing off against a Kha'Zix right now with a bunch of heavenly units with like dope items on that Kha'Zix. So we're probably going to lose this one, even though we have an item slammed also, because they have a 2-star with items on them. We have a 2-star without items on them, and then we just have 1 random blue buff. So we lose this one. That's perfectly fine. We don't need to kind of like win these early rounds. We just want to get as much econ as possible and also hit these Kog'Maws. Now that we're entering the carousel round, pop quiz, what item do we want from here? If you answered bow, you'd be correct. So let's see what we have. Of course, like we want a high cost bow. If it's on a 1 cost, maybe we take something else. It's on a 2 cost, so we're just gonna go straight for that NARP. Ooh, got taken right there. So what do we want? Maybe Ionic Spark. It's on a 3 cost unit on the Volibear. That's a really good item for the build. You could get another rod to build a hat. He takes a rod. I think you could go either or. I don't really discriminate between the two. Rod is good for hat. Very good item for Kog'Maw. I don't really care too much about his 3rd item, so maybe I would have prioritized the Ionic Spark just to get the slam in right away, get more value out of it. And Ionic Spark is one of the best items in this comp as well on the Cho'Gath. So this next shop, we get a Caitlyn, and then we want to sell the rest of our bench in order to make it to 30 gold. Not quite seeing the units right yet. So he's checking the team planner. I don't know what he's checking for, but I think he's just mad that he isn't getting what he's wanting. Is he looking to pivot? There's no way. I think he's looking for mythic. Okay, he's looking for more behemoth units. Hilarious. I was thinking for a moment maybe he pivots from this game, but doesn't quite look like it. So let's plan ahead a little bit while we're in the team planner. We said we want the core 5, and then you want to add in as many behemoths as possible or mythics. When do you do which? Well, it's simply just what units you see in your shop. If you see a Hui, you definitely want to play him, and you definitely want to go for more mythics. If you get a mythic emblem, obviously more mythics, but if you happen to get like a random Ornn 2, then yeah, like go more into the behemoths. It's really just what you hit. That part of the game doesn't matter as much. Honestly, the synergies you add in when you level up don't do that much. You could even place in random legendaries there instead. You're mainly just looking to get this cog 3, and then your game plan's pretty much set after that. That's why I don't really like forcing reroll comps to try to improve at the game. You don't really play for that long. You play for the early game, that's about it. And then the late game, it's like pretty easy. You just spam the F key to level up, and that's really all there is to it. There's a little more, but like most of your play comes from your decisions in the early game and knowing when to all in for your 3 stars, and also knowing which 3 stars to go for. Like some games you do go for Malphite 3, some games you don't. Some games you even skip the Cho'Gath. When are you supposed to do that? Well, that comes with experience with the comp. We slammed the hat right away. We want to lose this last round, so you should definitely scout pretty hard here, look all around, and then you might even have to bench your Kog'Maw or frontline your Caitlyn, depending on what's happening. Ooh, that's a good idea. Get a nice little mythic proc here, but always be scouting whenever you're force streaking, because if you end up winning this round, you lose a ton and a ton and a ton of gold. But luckily for him, we're facing off against a 3-item Yone, which is probably going to destroy us, but just because something worked out in reality doesn't mean it was the right play. So even when you get a good result, such as finishing off the lose streak, there's still something you could have done better, because you need to be scouting when you're on a 4 loss, because other people might also be trying to lose streaking. And if you scout and they don't, and you bench your whole team, like guess what? You ruin their game and you save yours. And he had a lot of potential matchups with people with low health. If you saw on the right hand side, the sword icons on your opponent's characters, and when that happens, normally the other person's lose streaking too. So you just gotta be aware of it, and the more you do it, the better, or the easier it'll be, and the more you'll get used to it, because a lot of people just aren't used to that motion, and it can be kind of difficult to acclimate to. But let's sell the random crap on our bench, like the Aries, the Yasuo, the Garens. Don't need that. Could pick up the Shen just in case we get a bunch of behemoths, but realistically, we're just looking to get as many Kog'Maws as possible. We have to prepare for a roll down. So what I like to do personally is doing a clear bench, clear mind. So sell all the useless units on your bench so that you could focus mainly on the roll down. I know you get higher rolling odds if you take units out of the pool, but sometimes you don't have the luxury of doing that. I only do that if I'm rolling like 10 gold, but if I'm rolling like 20 or 30 or 40 or more gold, you definitely should be clearing your bench just in case you don't finish your roll down because you confuse yourself. So that's another thing to consider whenever you're playing TFT. Just because something's optimal doesn't mean you should do it, because if you can't do the basic action, then what's the point? You know, that's like so bad it's not even close. But we get the Cho'Gath there. I like rolling down to 30 here. It's like mathematically optimal. But you can see here he's like trying to optimize everything, and the roll down is slow. Like maybe you are a faker and you could do the roll down with optimizing your shop odds on the way down, but like we rolled down to 43 with stuff to sell when we really should be at 30 gold right now. So we missed out on 17 gold worth of rolls, and like we could have had a cog too that could have helped us in this round and save some HP. We're probably going to end up finding it right now during the delayed roll down. We could probably roll twice more. So many Shens are popping up. I would sell an Ari and roll again. I don't know why he's holding on to the Ari. Perfect. And then, yeah, not bad. Unlucky we don't have the Cog 2-star. So if you ever watch one of these games and you're like, oh, these like streamers only get lucky, they hit it all the time, like it's just not true at all. They have the same luck as we do. And this is one of those games where my friend, at least, is getting very unlucky because he doesn't have any Cogmals and Cogmal reroll. So what can you do here? Well, he already committed because he rolled down so much. So you can't like pivot. A lot of people are just like, oh, let me just pivot. How are you going to pivot when you have 40 gold level 5 off a full lose streak, right, with 61 health? Probably not happening. So you kind of have to just stay on this, econ back up, and then try to see how to salvage it later on. You could debate he should have rolled to 20 just to get the Cogmal 2-star to stabilize his stage 3. I would have definitely liked to see that also, or like I could potentially see that. So Bramble Vest for sure, because we need the Rod for Ionic Spark and we need the Belt for Nashers. Holy cow, this guy's got a Volibear 2-star with Duelist Crest and with some decent items. By the way, the augment rounds are randomized right now. That's why we didn't see it on stage 3 too. That was the Azir encounter, and it's definitely annoying when you're lose streaking because you definitely like having a lot of augments to kind of change the pace of the game. And right now it's not looking so hot. He needs some sort of power, just like even like one of those augments that give a bunch of econ would be nice. An augment that gives him a bunch of free rolls, such, I forget what it's called, rolling for days, would be pretty good just to get this Cogmal 2. Because this game already is looking like you're lucky if you're going to get 6. So you should try to play for 5th, not even like a top 4 in this case. But we do have a bunch of the tanks. That is the good news. By the way, putting out the item on Cho'Gath is crucial because it makes him the raid boss. I believe the priority is how many stars someone has, then how many items someone has, and then their cost levels. Don't quote me on that, but essentially who you want it on usually is the one that gets the raid boss buff, but just keep that in mind when you're playing. Again, that's why I let you all know about the Thieves Glove bug, where if you put Thieves Gloves on Malphite, even if Cho'Gath has 3 items, the raid boss thing still goes on Malphite, which is very disappointing. Oh look, we didn't scout and now Lux is on the other side, so we auto lose this round. We probably would have lost this round anyways, but we probably would have killed a few more units if our Cogmal lived a bit longer, because look, he's about to die and the fight barely even started. So let's say that Caitlyn died instead. Cogmal would still be pumping. Maybe we kill 1 unit and save like a bit of HP. It's not the most significant thing in the world, but an HP here, an HP there. 1 out of 10 games we're gonna live with 1 HP. 1 out of 10 games we're gonna lose exact lethal. And these are those small mistakes that really add up over time, even if you don't see them that tangibly. But yeah, against Lux players, we should have known that they existed because they have Boiling Point, which is a Lux augment. You have to scout to see if they're in your rotation and swap every single time. So we get a nice bow, 3 cost on Tristana, not bad. But just because we have a Nashor's Tooth doesn't mean we're out of the woods yet, because we need that Cogmal. We got it. Let's roll down a bit more. Go down to 50. See, when I'm slow rolling, I think it's fair to say you can optimize these rolls by buying units and selling units, because you're not rolling that much gold. But if you're doing a big roll down like we do on stage 3-1 whenever you're playing Cogmal, then you want to just clear your bench and just optimize everything, because like it's just not worth the risk of not finishing your roll down, because it's pretty important stuff. All right, so we're going to face off against another Lux player. Okay, you really got to scout. I know he was slow rolling, but again, if he didn't optimize, maybe he would have had time to scout after doing the slow roll, but it's okay. This one, I think you have time to do both, optimizing and slow rolling, because it's only like 5 rerolls to enable enough time to scout. But luckily he won this round, so good on that. The Cog 2 definitely stabilized a ton. It ends or stops the bleeding a bit. We're at 42 life. Definitely prefer to be at something a bit higher, but apparently he says that this happens to him all the time at this rating, so I think you could kind of get away with it as long as you play the reroll comp correctly in the future. And he plays a lot of Cogmal reroll, so I'm assuming his prowess on Cogmal reroll outperforms everyone else at his rating. So it's kind of like youngster Joey. It's like his Ratata is in the top percentile of Ratatas or something like that, and yeah, he is that for Cogmal reroll. Which one is better? Would you rather have... Okay, probably Cogmal reroll is more useful, because that Pokemon sucks, man. I've been playing Pokerogue like non-stop. I was supposed to release this video much earlier, but I just got addicted to Pokerogue. And yeah, that slowed down the production Just a little bit. No, it was a lot. It's bad. All right, so we're facing the Yone guy again. Double Titans with the Gargantuan, but it's still a 1-star Yone. They haven't really rolled yet. Normally when I play Yone, if I have a pair on bench like him, I'm not sure when he had it, but I like rolling a little bit, even if it's on level 6, just to see if you hit, you know. It depends on your board, so I'm not going to judge him too harshly, but always consider when you can roll and when you can't. Like, breaking the laws of the leveling guide is more than welcome at this point in the game. Once you get to Emerald, because that helps you practice for knowing when to do it when you get to Masters, when you get to Grandmaster, or when you get to Challenger, because breaking the rules is definitely what separates the more skillful players from the less skillful players. So it's good to start getting used to that now. I'd say in Emerald, that's kind of like the turning point on like when you could start breaking the rules a bit and knowing when to. But if you are below this rank, then I do recommend just like sticking to guides and like following them to a T, even if though they might not be that optimal, just to kind of get used to the motions. All right, let's see what we get. Oh, Ionic Spark. That's pretty much perfect. Sword and bow, disgusting. You don't really want any attack damage items. You throw them on Caitlyn, but not because you're happy about it. You just build it because it's there. Okay, Malf 3, that's good. We want to roll down until we hit Kog'Maw 3. This is one of the differences between ratings. So if you're playing at high rating, you want to roll down until you hit Kog'Maw 3 right now, because everyone power spikes on stage 4-1. But my friend says that he gets away with slow rolling a lot of times. Like, he did this roll down here because I told him to. I don't know if you noticed his hesitation before when he got to 50 gold. But then I was like, no, dude, you have to roll. But he gets mad at me because he never hits. I'm like, it doesn't matter that you don't hit, because you have to do it and stabilize if you're like playing against better opponents. But regardless, he did the roll down, didn't hit, unlucky. You normally want to roll to at least 10 here, if not 0, because hitting that Cog 3 is so crucial in like 90% of your games as you get higher and higher. I guess you can get away with not rolling if you are at lower ratings. But it's not good for your long-term play. You should get used to like rolling down to 0, because if you're facing stronger boards, you like can't get away with a lot of this stuff that you normally get away with. But there's another Cho'Gath. Okay, so here, like, I definitely roll again because you're one off Cho'Gath. At least hit Cho'Gath 3. Like, not necessarily the Kog'Maw 3, but at least Cho'Gath 3. Okay, we get Kog'Maw. We could chill a little bit here now. Like, these rolling or not rolling, it's around the same. But I like rolling to 10 on the previous stage, so on this stage, maybe I'd go to like 20 gold. But not seeing the Cho'Gath. He's getting pissed off in the call or whatever, but it is what it is. All right, so we want to try to save up for a level up. So we'll wait for that soon. Hopefully we could get the Cho'Gath also. Probably don't want to roll too much anymore. Actually, maybe we do want to roll a bit, because we have Raid Boss, and our Raid Boss is on our Malphite right now because he has 3-star and Cho'Gath is 2-star. So I think you want to actually stay level 5 until you get this Cho 3. It's a little annoying in that sense, but you got to do what you got to do. Caitlyn not doing too badly. Obviously, like 3-star Caitlyn compared to other 1-cost, she's not that great. I know she only has 1 item, but she's just like a single target damage dealer. It's not like the best type of carry because she's slow with it. It takes her whole ability, and there's like a delay. Grants you 2 support items, vanish in 3 rounds. Okay, what could these be? Let's pick them up. We get Locket, not the best, and Radiant Virtue is good, so we could put that on like Malphite or Nico. You generally want to put this on someone who dies. I actually can't tell who the raid boss is on right now. Is it on Cho'Gath or Malphite? Maybe it's on the Cho'Gath right now, so it's not that big of an issue. But here, probably sell the Thresh, get to 20 gold. I guess level up is fine too. It's not that big of a power spike, this level up, because we just put in 1 extra unit. We do get some Locket value, but we only go from 2 to 3 Behemoth. I guess we get Ghostly. It's not the worst thing in the world, but maybe I'd rather roll for Cho 3. But I'd probably just not spend my gold at all, econ up a bit, and then roll right before I would level up. But this one, again, that's the thing about reroll comps. It's like it's not going to make that much of a difference, in my opinion. The main decisions were kind of more so in the early game, but we're facing against a Lucky Us. She is on the left side, and our Cog's on the left side also, so we don't really get hit. But I think we lose this one because Cho'Gath. Maybe Kog'Maw can snipe this Lux. Nice. Kog'Maw always targets the lowest health target in his range, so that's why he was kind of switching a little bit, because the health pools were kind of getting trolled a little bit. But we do end up winning this round. Off this carousel, what item do you want? You want a tank item on your Cho'Gath. If you answered that, you are correct. So probably something like, Let's see, we have Bramble and Ionic Spark. Maybe we want some sort of health items on him. Maybe a Redemption or a Declaw. Declaw would probably be good, but Belt or Negatron, whatever's more gold is probably what I would go for. Any legendaries we want here? There's a Lysandra. Oh, the Lux player, if they got it, that's GG. But looks like he's going to go for the Negatron. Yeah, can't argue with that. Belt or Negatron, both good. I'd probably go for the one with more gold, but it's not going to make that much of a difference. I think he told me he checked the data on it. Declaw might be better than Warmogs in this situation. So I can't 100% confirm it for you, but here what I can confirm is that we want to make 20 gold. So if we win, we sell the Cho'Gath. If we lose, we might have to sell a Thresh, like it or not. We also still do want this Cho'Gath 3, so even at level 6, you could still hit it. So we might want to consider econing back up to 50 and then rolling down a bit before leveling up to level 7. Because once you hit level 7, I think the odds go down quite a bit on one cost, which is definitely not good for this comp, good for every other comp though. This guy, oh my god, like look at the difference between power of like RNG this game. We just hit Cho'Gath 3, Kog'Maw 3. This guy's about to hit Tristana 3, Volibear 3. That's like 1 cost versus 3 costs, and he's got 40 gold level 7, we're 20 gold level 6. Just because we beat him now probably doesn't mean we'll beat him later, but that just goes to show how unlucky this game is, and hopefully if this happens in your game, you could still kind of salvage some of these situations. Like, definitely try not to go 8th. Well, obviously, right? But, like, you could salvage 6th or 5th here and there despite getting unlucky, and that saves a ton of LP. Like, losing 8th place, I think you lose around, like, 40 to 50 LP, but getting, like, a 6, you might lose, like, 20, and that's, like, a very big swing for, like, just minimal differences. But we get the Cho'Gath 3 here, and one mistake he's making right now is just, like, chilling, looking at his screen, doing nothing. Always be scouting, look at your matchups, see if you need to shift around for the Luxes. Maybe you want to put your carries on a certain side. Maybe he's got some sort of backline access you want to avoid. Maybe you want his primary carry to get stuck on your main tank. Maybe you want to avoid the Zephyr from the support item thing that you get screwed over right now. So, like, scouting is so important. Even if we win this fight, like, we could have dealt more damage to the opponent. There's, like, literally no excuse not to scout if you're not doing any roll downs or any team adjustments during the planning phase, because Kog'Maw is a snowbally champ in the fight because the more he casts, the bigger range he gets. And again, even though we might end up winning this round, we probably could have won it harder, and if this person lives with like a little bit more HP than us later on, maybe that's going to bite us on our tuchus a little bit later. Or maybe it doesn't even happen this game, maybe it happens 10 games from now. Like, eventually these mistakes do add up, and I've said this a lot in this video, right? Like, these small mistakes adding up a ton. If you do, like, let's say I said 10 of them in this video so far, and each one of them is like 2 placements, each placement is around like 10 LP difference, that's like 200 LP right there, and that's like 2 tiers. So if you're Emerald 4, you'd be Emerald 2, doing the same exact thing, but a small adjustment. So they definitely do add up over time, and there are many things that I'm not even mentioning here that would equate to like similar changes. So just keep that in mind whenever you're playing. Always small mistakes, like, can't let them be repeated. But we have a bow and a Negatron here. We want to finish off this tank item. Ugh, that's so disgusting, man. Holy cow. Maybe we go anti-heal with a red buff? This is absolutely disgusting. I'm like throwing up in my mouth right now. We end up going with the Last Whisper. Maybe the red buff's better, but we don't have a good red buff applier until we get Hui. And that's a little ambitious because Hui is a 5 cost, and we are not getting 5 costs when we're level 7 in most cases. But honestly, the difference between Last Whisper and red buff, what's the difference between shit and crap? Not that much. We are against a Soraka now. Interesting Soraka build with the Yone. And this isn't even the Gargantuan Yone. This is Divine Rerolls Yone. But he is so far from hitting. I wonder why that is. Maybe this person's getting unlucky too. So we'd stomp this round because people are weak. That's really good. But I'd say normally if you're watching like a streamer play Kog'Maw reroll around this point in stage 5, you are going to see this comp fall off like a rock unless you power leveled and played legendaries. But nice, we see some augments now. Don't want keepers in this build. Harmesis is decent, not bad. Blistering could be possible. Bulk, not really, because we only have 3 different item holders. Unified, not the best, not the worst. I think it's Harmesis here. Harmesis is good in the late game. We're in stage 5 right now, which pretty much is the late game. We get a nice 4th behemoth there. Next augment, we probably want something that buffs up our damage dealers a little bit. Maybe something like, it could be Ascension. Maybe it's a little late for Ascension because Cho'Gath's kind of falling off a bit. It could be like a Ornn item even, because we're lacking an item on our Cho'Gath right now. So getting some sort of power up on him would be the most important thing right now. Combat Caster is obviously really good because Kog'Maw casts so often. But we'll find out in the next round. Right now we have to deal with this Senna 3-star with Ghostly Spat. That's absolutely disgusting team, with very good items on the Senna too. Who wins this one? I think my friend actually wins this because he doesn't have 3-star Shen. So their front line is actual paper. And Cho'Gath just goes to the back, breathes on them, and then takes out Senna's half HP bar. I think even with the last Whisper, Cho'Gath still had a ton of resistances, and that way, like, the Ghostly didn't really affect him that much because we have the Bramble Vest. So a little lucky on the matchup there. Bramble's good in metas, or let's do this first. Not 3's a crowd because we're not really running too many 3 costs. Crown Guarded. Nah, Crown Guarded's an early game item. Ooh, it could be Big Grab Bag. Balanced Budget isn't awful, but I would have probably thought about the reroll a little bit more. Big Grab Bag's really good because we have an extra item on our bench, so getting that 3rd item is like super critical. We could go for Adaptive Helm. I think we re-roll one of these items though. Like, yeah, get the rod, reforge it, and literally pray. Let's see. Oh, Glove. That is so disgusting. Like, how are these items this bad? Jesus. I guess it was Hat and Adaptive Helm on Cho'Gath. Our bad. Like, who would you even put the hat on? Caitlyn? Like, once Hui comes, a lot of this is solved, but like, yeah. The Archangels on Cho'Gath, I don't even mind that much because you really just need to slam a 3rd item on him. You can't really wait additional rounds because we're not trying to play for 1st place. We're trying to play for, like, at this point, maybe a 5th. We don't have to go for a 6th anymore. And maybe we could even top 4 because a lot of people are low life. So, yeah, slamming the Archangels on Cho'Gath, perfectly fine there. It's not, like, bad or anything. It's just making the best of a bad situation. But yeah, we're going to lose to Lux 3. This comp definitely outscales us. They also have Amumu 3, Alawi 3. This is when they're power spiking. We also have 58 gold that we have unspent, but it should be unspent because we want to save it for level up. Mythic Crest could be interesting here. No Cho'Gath item here, ironically enough, even though we don't have space on it. But yeah, I think, yeah, the Mythic Crest is going to be the way to go. We could go maybe Morello if we want anti-heal, because we don't have any in our team quite yet. Cho'Gath does anti-heal a little bit. Wait a minute, why did we get Faded Crest? He wants to get 3 Faded and buff up a unit we don't care about. Yeah, it was Mythic Crest. That's a pretty big difference. Yeah. I don't know about this game anymore. But yeah, definitely level up here. Throw a random unit in. Getting Faded in here, I guess we put it on Malphite. It's really not going to do that much. I'd guess you'd link up Thresh and Malphite, get some more beefiness to your team. But yeah, that's not it. Please put it on Malphite. No, not Nico. On Malphite. Malphite. No. Okay. It is what it is. It's not the end of the world. If you have a 3-star unit, just put items on it. No really deep analysis there. Big unit, good, you know? We're against Shen 3. Like, we lose this round even if we had the Mythic Crest that off the carousel like I wanted him to get. But maybe it wouldn't be as bad. And when we're trying to just slowly bleed out, you want to, slow the bleeding by taking less damage, right? I guess he takes like a 2-unit loss. That's pretty good. We probably wouldn't have killed the Yorick even if we did take Mythic Crest. But again, I'm going to keep repeating it. Just because it didn't happen in this game doesn't mean it wouldn't help in a different one. But looking like at least a 5th here. Dare I say a top 4. Sivir makes you speedy. I don't know why they have this one or the other one where Set makes you bigger. It really just doesn't make any sense to me because it just griefs people's carousels. I guess it's fun to like run around, but griefing carousels isn't fun either. So what do we want to do here? If we roll, it's not going to change anything. If we wait, we could potentially get some good legendaries, but I guess we are at low health. It could be either or. It's not going to change anything because we're just not going to spike. Even if we hit Hui, Set, whatever, name whatever legendaries you want. Again, we put them on our board. It's really just not going to do anything. So let's see who we end up facing against. We are against a Ghost, Tristana 3, Volibear 3. I think we can actually beat the Ghosts. Ghosts are a bit weaker, so then that's really good. We secure a top 4, and that's honestly good enough for this comp here. Like, we didn't hit Cog 2-star very early, and then we didn't hit Cog 3-star or Cho'Gath 3-star very early either. Normally, you want to hit Cog 2 before you even force Cog, so on stage 2-1 or like 1-4, you have Cog 2 already. We hit it sometime, I think it was late stage 3 where we hit Cog 2. And then we hit Cog 3 late stage 4 or like mid stage 4. Same with the Cho'Gath. Normally you hit Cog 3 on 4-1 or like, I like doing it on stage 3 because I only go for this if I have a ton of Cogs. But if you're forcing it, 4-1 should be the latest that you get it. Obviously we can't control what happens in our roll down, but like that's generally the marker. So anything better than like a 6 here is good. We're in the top 4. Possibly, dare I say, even a top 3 if we get good matchup RNG. Off this dragon, what do we want? We probably want some sort of tank item on Malphite, maybe. Could be some sort of supportish item, maybe some anti-heal like a Morellonomicon on set wouldn't be too bad. Let's see what we get from popping this. Not enough gold to level up, a bit unlucky there. We get, I guess, Steadfast Malphite. Could be Sterix. Yeah, I'd say Steadfast on Malphite or Stoneplate. Both would be fine. Stoneplate's really good on like units with a lot of health, and when you have a 3-star, they have like a ton of health naturally, right? But let's see who we're facing off. Oh, unlucky. It's the... You gotta scout. We're facing a Lux, and we're on the... Okay. So not scouting against Lux. We faced them, I think, 3 times this game. 4 times if you include the other player, but this player it was just 3 times. So we lost 2 of them for free, this one and the first time we faced them, and then we got lucky on the other matchup because they were on the other side. But we probably would have lost this fight anyways. I can't actually tell. Maybe Cog could have carried. You never know, you know? But I guess we are in a... Like, killing 2 units there actually would have mattered. We would have gotten a 3rd. So scout, 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 scout whenever you see Luxes. All right, we are in the final game, which is the Diamond game. We have Champion Conference. We're on 1-3 right now. We picked up Darius. We have a Zyra. We also have a Nunu. And in our shop, probably want to pick up the Yasuo. Maybe we could go Duelist or something, especially with all those AD items. Picking up like pretty much everyone since we got a bunch of gold is good too. But let's see what shows up in our next shop. We have more Garens. We also get a Sivir, so we do have Storyweaver. So again, my friend is playing this game. This is on his account. But of course, it's always good to review other people's games, your own games, things like that. And there we go. We have these Storyweavers in. We're going to get, I believe it's a Zoe on the next round. But let's see what we get here. Any of these work. Aid, Might, Red one. If you have AD items, maybe the red one's a bit better. And we potentially have Last Whisper. So I think green is a slight mistake. It's not the end of the world. It's still pretty good. But I think I would have preferred seeing red here. So keep that in mind. You always want to tailor to your early game board and items. I think people try to tailor it for late game too much, and unless we're in like a huge Storyweaver meta, it's not really going to be the best thing ever. So reroll left, reroll right. We don't really want the Nico Drop Blossom because we have no Nicos. Cybernetic Bulk is okay. I don't really like it that much in the early game. Scoreboard Scrapers, you could do that, and the choice here is pumping up. But I wanted to try something. You may notice I am in the call with my friend during this game, so I told him just to hard force the Janna build just for fun. Just because he doesn't really like thinking that much. He likes deciding his comp at the very beginning. And if you take pumping up, like, yeah, you could force some build. But theoretically, to get the most value out of pumping up, you should probably flex like a couple of comps, maybe like 3 or 4 of them. But if you take Dragon Lord Spat, you could pretty much only do one thing. So we're going to go ahead and try for that right now. You could go for either the Janna build, or you could go for like Dragon Lord Kaisa, things like that. Because getting into 5 Dragon Lord, absolutely bonkers. You could kind of flex all the different Dragon Lord units. You don't have to force like Janna 3-star. You could just play the Dragon Lords and then complement them in any way you see fit. But right now we have 3 Dragon Lord. Honestly, in the early game, not that great. This augment doesn't perform very well. But if it allows you to have a plan, it's okay to play suboptimally while you are still in Diamond. Once you get higher and higher up, you can make less of these types of decisions, but it still could be done. I've seen like really high level players in Challenger, in Grandmaster, and they like purposely make bad decisions just to test things out, and they still do perfectly fine. It's like, At the end of the day, it's the player, not so much the augments, but data checking does make a difference in my opinion, but it's not going to stop you from getting like a top 4 or something like that. So we get the Sivir encounter, doesn't really do anything. We get another Diana, that's really nice. So already when you take this augment, you probably want to just play for a top 4. So ideally we're going to try to win streak in the early game, even though it's not the best thing to win streak with. I would have preferred seeing some items built here, maybe like a Last Whisper or a Runon's Hurricane, just because I think you could probably force Kai'Sa with this. We'll have to see if it's contested, because with Champion Conference, you could pretty much force or handpick all the units that you want. You could get a Kai'Sa when you want it. You can get what's it called, a Xayah when you want it. And when you get those power spikes, it makes the comp much easier to play. And yeah, 5 Dragon Lord completely bonkers because it does so much damage and it stuns everyone on the board once you get it. But until then, we're gonna have to suck it up a little bit. But we are facing off against a Story Weaver. We have our Story Weavers on the bench right now, but we should probably sell it for interest. We have 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 gold if we don't sell Diana. Keeping, saving. If we won the round, I would have kept all the units, but if we lost, I would have sold them. The reason why is because I want to hold units when I'm on a win streak so that I can ideally complete some pairs and then win streak even more. But if I lose, since we don't have like an insane augment in the early game, we don't have any items built, I kind of just want to make as much gold as possible to try to spike later on. But I think what my friend is doing here is he's trying to force the Janna build. So that's why he's holding on to the Zyras, the Riven, and then he also wants to hold the Teemo and Sivers just in case he goes Kai'Sa. So it's a bit of like going in too many directions in my opinion, but it's not the end of the world. You're allowed to make some mistakes, you know. We're not perfect after all. I'm not perfect. No one's perfect. Even like the world champions are not perfect, you know. But we are facing off against another. Is everyone going Story Weaver this game? That's really bad news because Janna likes having Zoe, it likes having Riven. And if a lot of the other players are taking those units, it's going to be hard. Luckily, those units aren't that crucial, but in the mid game, they really help stabilize a bunch. But in the late game, it's not going to kill you, you know? But let's go into the carousel. What item do we want here? We have a bow, we have a Negatron, and we have a glove. I think we have pretty flexible items, so we want to go for a high cost unit. So maybe that Yone with the sword 3 cost, that looks pretty juicy to me. Okay, it got taken. Maybe we go for a red buff here with the... what's that unit called? Kindred. We could also go for the Diana, get a Thieves Glove, and we could possibly get a Diana 2-star. So maybe it was a Diana, then we slam Thieves Gloves right away. It wouldn't be that bad of an idea if we were win streaking, but we are on a small lose streak right now. I think both items are fine. I guess you could argue that going for the bow kind of denies the bow from other people, and Diana 2-star probably isn't going to win us that many games without like really good items. I don't know if we should slam the Thieves Glove on Diana 2-star if we did get it, because if you do end up going the Janna comp, you'd prefer to have like full tank items on Diana and then the Thieves Gloves on Lee Sin. But red buff fits in pretty much every comp. You could even go like red buff Janna. I've seen it done before. I'm not saying it's the best thing ever, but it is possible. If you have like tons of Jannas, you could do it. But this game, we don't have tons of Jannas, but we could use her as an item holder. So one misconception about the Kai'Sa build is that you need to play Janna early on because she belongs in the final comp. But in reality, you don't really play Janna till like level 8, level 9. So you don't really need to hold on to her that badly. Obviously, we're playing her now because we have the Dragon Lord crest. So we want to play as many Dragon Lords as possible in order to get the bigger bonus. End up losing here. This person has an item augment and they have Shojin Nashers, both slams. So kind of expected. But we do want to get like a mini lose streak. We don't get that much gold for the lose streak. I think it's just like 1 bonus gold. But it is better than nothing, and we could potentially even lose the round on stage 3-1. Some people level up to level 6 early on that level. And we probably do want to make interest here. Yeah, sell one of the Zyras. He separates it out right there. And then we probably need a scout because there are 2 people with lower life than us that we could possibly face. And maybe one of them's open forting. And if we open fort, we could potentially screw them over too. Yeah, it's a fortune player. So if we lost this round, we would have ruined their game, which is huge for us. It pretty much makes it harder to go 8th. And it is very possible to go 8th from this spot because we don't have the best augment. We don't have like insane units or anything. So this is a small mistake by not scouting. You always have to scout, or at least as much as you can, because you can see in this game specifically, it makes a pretty big difference. It also ruins our streak. I'm more of a fan of ruining the fortune player's day because it's really hard to come back when your fortune streak is interrupted. So now we get another Janna. Possibly if we get perfect items off these Krugs, we could go for like the Janna reroll. We end up getting some gold. We don't care about those units though. From the other ones, what are we looking for? We're looking for maybe more direction. So if we get perfect Janna items, like maybe a tier and a rod, that could be one thing. Oh, there's the rod there. And if we get more Kaisa items, we could probably commit to that really hard. So we do have a Rage Blade here. If we want to go for Janna, let's see what... Oh, did he forget? No, he got a good Tailor. I'd probably want to reforge one of these items. It's tough to say which. Maybe the glove if you're leaning more into Janna. A rod if you are leaning more into Kaisa. That is a really tough item choice. Really depends on player preference. I'd probably wait for the augment round next round and then commit after that. Because if we get an insane Janna augment, like, what's it called? Too Healthy or Enter the Dragon, then like, oh, Ionic Spark. All right, this is a little suspect. This is hard forcing Janna to the max right now. We don't even have an Archangels. We don't have a Spirit Shojin component. So we are missing a ton. I would have liked to see the Reforge if we were going to build the Ionic Spark, just to give us a lot more direction. Because here it's looking bad because we're missing like 4 items on our Janna, or 4 components. We do end up losing this round, but yeah, like just waiting till seeing the augment would have helped a ton, because potentially we even get more Reforgers or something like that. But let's see what we get here. So not heavy hitters, not today. Maybe we could do uplink. Uplink's not too bad when we have a bunch of items. Big grab bag, that could kind of fix everything. Yeah, for sure not heavy hitters. We don't have any heavy hitters right now. Epitaph, that could be good for a flexible build. But I think it's uplink. Okay. Yeah, grab bag or uplink. Honestly, all 3 of those were about the same. Let's see what items we got. Tier, okay, not horrible. Maybe it's a static Shiv Slam, and then for sure it is a Gargoyle Stoneplate on Diana, because we are committed to this comp now. We want to save the tier for something else, but perhaps now, since we have 2 Reforgers, you definitely want to reforge the glove. Actually, we don't want static Shiv because we have the Ionic Spark already, but nevertheless, like, you still want to reforge the glove. Nice. Ooh, Nashers. It's buildable. Redemption's also slammable. Nashers isn't like the best Janna item ever, but it's good enough because in this case, you kind of just have to build stuff because we're low life and you don't want to like die out way too early, especially since we don't have like the actual correct augment for this build. Nor do we have a lot of Jannas, and we haven't really rolled yet. We're going to wait till level 6, so we're going to hit level 6 probably on stage 3-5. You probably want to pre-level this turn and then not even hit it yet. Oh my god, completely bailed out. Aphelios calls down 2 component anvils. All right, let's get some Janna items. Pop that one. Okay, that's an Archangels. And then last one we want is a Shojin. Yeah, I'd probably go for... you could go for Beltier if you want to build a Warmogs on Diana. But I'm feeling the Rod for Archangels. Okay, yeah, you could reforge as well. Oh, disgusting. Another glove? That is really unfortunate. Oh, man. Okay, I guess it's a Warmogs. Yeah, it's Archangels for sure. You could Nashers also. Nashers or Warmogs, both fine. Or Thieves Glove. Probably Warmogs. We have a 2-star Diana. You want to itemize your 2-star units. Okay, Thieves Glove is... I guess that's fine. Put it on Zyra. Yeah, it's not bad. I could see that angle. Really unlucky on that Reforger, though. We, like, double Reforged back into the same item, which is exactly what you don't want happening. And we're going to update the team planner a bit. Who do you want? Like, Riven, Zyra, Zoe. I think there's one other 2-cost unit that you want to add. This is why you need to check the comps list at bunnymuffins.lol/meta. And then go to the Janna build or whatever build you're playing, because all the champions will be there. Oh, there's a Kaisa on this carousel. Okay, someone took it. That is a little too good to be true. Maybe you could take the Galio. Okay, tier, that's good for Shojin. Yeah, it is the Nico and Soraka combo. That way you get Arcanist and also like the Ultros buff and Heavenly buff, I think. So we have 70 gold. Let's roll down, get some Jannas, get some Ribbons. Nice. It's always good to set up your team planner because, again, it makes rolling down so much easier. Ooh. That's a fast 6 Janna. This green tome is a little useless, but we didn't really know we were playing this comp when we kind of popped the unit in. But I think from the beginning, ideally in the Janna comp, you want blue, but I think in the beginning of the game, we wanted red because we had so many attack damage items. We could roll one more time, didn't hit anything there. Let's see if we could actually win some rounds because we actually have some synergies in now. So this is going to be Ari with 3 items, pretty scary items at that, with a Ionic Spark, and they have a Dragon Claw when we're an AP team, so I think we lose this one. It's going to be close though. The D-Claw is pretty disgusting. Wow, that Yorick live forever. I can't tell. Okay, if anyone actually predicted this correctly from the start, good on you. Because this fight was Edge and Knight difference. Holy cow. Maybe we should start building that on Zyra. Only kidding. Alright, next shop up we have is, Lee Sin, Soraka, and Riven. We can only roll once, which is hilarious. We probably want to replace the Garen, the Jax for other stuff. Yeah, we could probably drop in Lee Sin, drop in Zoe for Garen. I would like to see that. Soraka, I guess that gives Ultras, but I think Zoe might be a bit better. I guess what's more important is scouting to see which side we want to be on, and maybe we want to move Garen a little bit closer to our Janna so we get the magic resist shred a little bit earlier. I think if you just swap spots with the person left of Garen, that would be good enough. But going into the final round of stage 3, we won 2 rounds and then we lost 2 rounds, so this matchup right here is going to be the tiebreaker. Their Garen looped to our backline. Luckily, Zyra was able to kill them before any big damage could happen. But you could already see this is where Janna is strong in stage 3 as a 2-star, in stage 4 as a 3-star. So hopefully we could hit those spikes because I do not have my hopes that high for this game. All right, what do we want off this neutral camp? We want swords for Spear Shojin, and then we want to complete some tank items on our Diana. So normally you want full tank Diana. So you could leave the Ionic Spark off of her and put it on someone else. That way Diana is allowed to have 3 pure tank items, allows her to live a little longer, which is what you want your tank to do. The utility tank item in the Ionic Spark could probably go on someone else, maybe on Nico, maybe on Riven, even Lee Sin to some extent. It really just depends on who is 2-starred at the time and has item slots available. Oh, wow, perfect. We got Warmogs and we got Spirit Shojin. So the game is looking saved. Did he forget to tailor? No, he did not. We got the Lee Sin. Very nice. Let's roll down for Janna. I'd probably all in here. You know how I always say, like, you need to know when to all in? Oh, and seeing that, like, it just confirms it. Sell the Shen. This is why you want to clear your bench, clear your mind, because we are spending, what, like 10 extra seconds on this roll down, and then we sold the Zoe instead of the Shen, which is the wrong unit. Very important to clear bench space because, yeah, you want to avoid stuff like that happening, which honestly happens more often than you'd think. So who gets a Dragonlord emblem? Someone useless, so that's going to be Riven in this case. And then just jam all the items on Diana. So I know he put the Ionic Spark on Diana here, and I literally just had a small paragraph saying not to do that. But honestly, it's fine in this specific game because we're not winning this one. I could already tell you that. You may have noticed this is a pattern in all of his games we're reviewing so far, and that's because I didn't want to pick games where he hits everything and then he wins, he gets 3-star, whatever. You already know how to win those games, you know? Like, what we need to look at are the games where you make a bad decision early, such as forcing a crap tier comp without the right start for it, without the right items, and seeing how you could kind of repair it and what kind of decisions you need to be making. Like, the biggest one, I think, so far is, like, the scouting in the early game. That would have been pretty important. So here, what do we want for augments? We're going to get this Rakan for free from the Champion Conference. Don't want Pandora's. It's a little late for that, and we don't have any items to change. You only want to take that if you actually have items to change, and also in Stage 4, it kind of sucks. Altruist, I don't know if it actually does anything. It gives you a bit more resistances, but Martyr, also good. I remember this now. I think we said take Altruist just to see if it's fun, because no one ever goes for 4 Altruists. All it really does is bump up your team's resistances, which is important, but it's not by that much, so it's not like a game-breaking emblem by any means, but it's whatever. All right, so we're facing off against a real comp, a Kaisa build with 3 items, and then he also has Silas jacked up, and a Thieves' Gloves on a Cane for fun, why not? Luckily, at this point in the game, Janna 3-star is greater than Kaisa 1-star, so we should win this pretty easily, but once people get like the 2-star 4 cost, it's going to be really, really dangerous. So in order to combat that, we need to find Zaya and itemize her up, get another random legendary in there too if we can, and potentially even get a Diana 3-star if she's available. Right now, it's not looking like it because we're level 7, 40 gold, and we only have 3 copies of Diana. So I don't actually think we're getting Diana 3 this game. So we need to find a different tank, and maybe we could swap the items off of her. So definitely want to try to power level here. We should definitely wait one more round to see what happens. Maybe we get a natural shop of like 3 Dianas, in which case we're like, oh, never mind, we are going Diana. It's always good to not like prematurely use your gold if you can help it. Similar to a lot of the other reroll games we played in this video. Like I always say sometimes like wait instead of pre-leveling, because normally like it's our habit just to pre-level just so we always have 50 gold because it's a pretty number. But it's always better to wait, theoretically speaking. But for reroll in particular, it's super duper duper important because you could potentially need that extra gold to roll down if you happen to hit a lot more natural copies. So we're facing off against an Ashe here. This is an Ashe 1. We are probably going to win. Oh my god, this Lux is destroying us. But we are probably going to win this one. But you can already see how the comp's starting to fall off already, even though we're not facing their full power yet or their like regular power. And we're already at 3 stars, so we have to be very, very careful going into stage 5. Wow, we're only midway through stage 4. People are gonna, like, some are gonna spike on 4-5 right after this carousel. Those are like the popular times to roll: 4-1, 4-2, and 4-5. So you want to be strong at those stages, or like before those stages, just so you could keep up with other people in your game. So there's a Diana with sword there. We don't really care too much about items right now. We might just go for like a Lee Sin item. We might just go for a champion. Like these items here, they don't really matter too much. We also have a Reforger. He ended up taking a chain vest, which I think is fine. Like, yeah, you could itemize another tank. It could be like an Edge of Night Lee Sin. It could be a Titan's Resolve. It could be just like regular tank item on Lee Sin also, or even a Sunfire Cape wouldn't be horrible. There are a lot of options. You could also Reforge it. So yeah, like this item carousel did not really matter that much. I think he took it for the Soraka to get Soraka 3, but we don't have items on our Soraka, so it's actually not that important. You could sell the Zyra and then swap the Thieves Glove onto Soraka, but I don't think it's like that worth it. Going into the next matchup, see, look, this player has 0 gold. That means they spent it all. So a lot of people do their big roll downs after the carousel, and we're facing one of them now. They have a Morgana 2-star. Wow, their Morgana got an insane Morgana W on our back line, hitting everyone. Oh my god, a double hit. That is really, really unfortunate. I think with different Morgana RNG, he would have won this fight, but sometimes it happens that way. Our next encounter is going to be Nautilus grants you gold on enemy kill or ally death last 3 rounds. Okay, so there's a little trick here that you could do. So when you go to your opponent's boards, not only should you do that to scout, but you could also see what choice they took. So if you see everyone that you're about to face took kill, then you probably want to take death. If you see everyone take death, then you probably want to do kill. And you could always see this after your opponent's pick, or like while your opponent's pick, because most people just pick it right away. Like, don't tell anyone else this trick, all right? This is between us, all right? Because once everyone starts doing it, then we won't be able to do it, because everyone will just be waiting for the other person to pick, and then like the last second happens, and then everyone picks really quickly. And I don't want to do an APM check, you know, but it's a neat little trick that people kind of figured out. You could see what choices other people took and base your decision on that. It shouldn't really matter the better you get, though, because when you get better, you know what boards beat the other ones. But this one is more self-reported. If someone thinks they're strong, they're going to pick on kill. If they think they're weak, they're going to pick on death. But honestly, like, people misjudge this all the time. It's always best to use your own judgment, but it's a nice little cheat code if you're a bit lazy or not good at evaluating how strong a board is. We are able to wipe this person out. So we went 4-1 in stage 4. Really bad loss, though, or like unlucky loss, because I feel like Morgana just sniped our whole team. Unfortunately, this game is the game where getting a little bit unlucky in like the early game by not scouting and facing the fortune person, and then now we have this like interrupted win streak in stage 4. This is the one game you don't want this to happen in, because this is going to be kind of a nail biter and going to be really close. There are other games where you're just like dominating everything, and like small things that don't go your way, it's like whatever, you know, like you're not happy about it, but it's not going to ruin your day. But this one, it could affect some placements. So we do get the Zaya there because of the champion conference, and then he decides to roll down because he's close to Soraka 3. I don't really agree with this. Like, you may notice I'm in the Discord, I'm in and out. I was like wondering why he was rolling for it because you don't really have items for the Soraka. I would have much preferred to see like a level up and then dropping in Rakan. But let's look at, oh wow, so much stuff on the bench. You really got to clear the bench when you do big roll downs. I guess you could go for Riven 3. It's not going to do anything. Like, 3 stars don't really matter if you can't itemize them. And then like the extra items we do have, we want it on Rakan. So this is a very awkward game, but like we had so much gold not rolled that is actually kind of nuts. Probably sell Morgana here. Yeah, buy the Lee Sin. And then probably wait till next round. Like, we could have just leveled up, played the same board we played last round, but have the extra Rakan in. I would have preferred that a lot more. Ooh, this Elune destroyed us. Like, we would have lost this round anyways, but perhaps we could have killed a couple more units. But if we did a full roll down, maybe we have Soraka 3, maybe we even have Riven 3. Maybe we have an extra Zyra to replace our old one with. Maybe we even got Diana 3. Who knows? All right, there's Soraka. Again, doesn't do too much, but still better than nothing. Replacement Zyra, so sell the one on the board. And then buy this new one. Swap the Thieves' Gloves onto Soraka. Very nice. And, ooh, okay, so now that we see that other Diana, I think we all in here. Go roll all the way to 0. Or at least to 20. You can't be buying random stuff all the time like the Morgana. Like, I know he wants Morgana to get more Sage in, but speed over comfort in these instances. All right, we're facing off against the Kai'Sa 2 now. This was the Kai'Sa 1 board that we faced in early stage 4. And yeah, we are falling off like a rock. We really need some type of power spike. We really needed to roll to 0 like 2 turns ago, not this turn. But roll speed kind of comes with experience. The more you play, the faster you roll. And he kind of just came back into TFT. He was just playing it casually before, and then he's like, oh, I want to climb now, so it's like, let's go over some of my games. But now we do the full roll down. Yeah, don't bother too much with this set, but you're really just looking for Diana here. Like, probably go to a hard 0, because we're at 26 life right now. Perfect. And we're good to go. Also, don't put Diana directly in the middle, because she has Gargoyle Stoneplate. Okay, nice. Perfect. Yeah, good. You could move Riven up 1 square. It doesn't have to be 2 squares back. It's good to get like value off the stone plate, but in the late game, like sometimes your tank dies so quickly anyways that you don't have to like completely isolate them. Like you could kind of share the load a little bit, kind of like Frodo in Lord of the Rings. Did Lux? Ah, man. My friend really gets destroyed by Lux every single game. Like just like perma-stun every single time. I still think we win this round, but there are going to be games where that's going to cost you. And like last game, that definitely happened when we didn't position around Lux 3 times. One of them worked out by accident. The other 2 we got destroyed in. And then we were off placements by like 1 or 2 HP. I forget the exact number. Okay, whatever. What do we want on this carousel? We have some anti-heal on our Rakan already. Maybe we want another Rakan item. Ironically, it might be Morello. Morello or the Archangel Staff both work on Rakan, I think. It's just really funny that there are 3 anti-heal items, like, and everyone already has it, that there's a Morello Aurelia that got skipped, which is such a good combo in like 99% of cases. Right, do you run the Zyra or do you run the Morgana? Maybe Morgana gives a little bit more utility because she slows enemies' attack speed. You always got to read abilities to know that. I'd put the Archangel, yeah, on Rakan. You could even potentially reforge these items. The only item you don't want are AD items, but worst case scenario, Lee Sin can kind of take them. Can he? Nah. You could put lipstick on a pig too, but I don't think that's the best use of lipstick. All right, we are facing off against Wukong 2, Azir 2, Aurelia 2, Udyr 2. Holy cow, this person took double Econ Augment and was able to hit that. Yeah, that is going to be rough. I don't think Janna beats this. How did... Okay. I feel bad. I remember this game now. Meanwhile, my friend is level 7, 20 gold, and... not the best board, let's just put it that way. He's at 12 health right now, which is 4th, but 2 people are still alive. Okay, if it's a top 4 here, I forgot what he placed in this game, But if it's a 4th here, then it's going to be passable, you know, considering the start. This is good. He's actually scouting around. Never mind. He's just looking at the insane boards. Like, you should be scouting the matchups you're going to face, like the ones with the daggers on the side or the swords on the side, and then trying to see how to position around them. Unfortunately, he's kind of hyper fixated on how many legendaries the other guy hit, but you really should be spending this time looking at the actual matchups and like actually looking at them. So this friend in particular is not guilty of it, but when I play League of Legends with one of my other friends and we're spectating him, we're like, hey, look at your minimap and like click on the minimap to see what's happening in top lane, because he plays jungle and we want him to gank top sometimes. But he'll just look top and then go back to his screen, but not actually look when he goes there. He just moves his screen there to get us to shut up when we're spectating him. So when you're scouting, scout with purpose. Don't just scout because I said so. And if you show me a VOD review and you're like, hey, look, my screen moved around, and therefore that is proof that I scouted, you can't get mad at me. Nope, that's not good enough. You actually have to scout and like make decisions off of it. Don't just flicker your screen around different boards just like because the good players do it. Do it because, one, the good players do it, and B, you also want to improve and like actually get useful information from doing so, because if not, it's just a wasted time. All right, so we have the dragon here. What item do we want? Maybe like a 3rd Rakan item. I don't even know what it would be. We have like the weirdest Rakan build ever seen, but luckily Rakan can use all sorts of different items. But yeah, definitely want to pop that now. What can we even roll for? I guess Rakan 2-star. That's really all that. Yeah, just roll to 0 because we're at 12 life. Wow, he actually got a top 4 this game. That is absolutely bonkers. I forgot this happened. I guess this is why he sent me the replay, because he actually top 4'd in it. That is crazy. All right, what do we want here? Yeah, maybe Declaw on Rakan. Honestly, it might be Hat Rakan. No, it can't be Hat Rakan. That's too much AP. I think it's Declaw. It's not going to make that much of a difference. It's a 1-star Rakan. You're not going to get saved from that. All right, we're against Kai'Sa 2. Do we even need to watch this replay? I think we already know what's going to happen. But maybe he sneaks a 3rd here. Oh my god, Udyr just ran to the back line. This is why you need to scout, and you'll put someone in front of Udyr or 2 people in front of Udyr so he doesn't go directly to your Janna. Ironically enough, Udyr didn't like snipe the Janna, but we do end up losing this round. We have to see the cut screen animation in order to see what place he got, but thanks to everyone for sticking around. He actually got 3rd. That is absolutely disgusting. I can't believe he got away with it. It's like worse than OJ. Okay, so I hope everyone learned a bit more on what it's like to play at each and every rating and how to kind of climb through it, what things to look out for, how other players play in that rating. And let me know if you want me to do another one of these. We could do a more focused theme on such as like only reroll or like only fast 8, things like that, or like even just one comp. Let me know your suggestions down in the comments below. But thanks so much for tuning in if you stayed this far. And if you did end up making it down this far, let me know which one was your favorite joke in this whole video. But that is going to be it for me today. Hope to see you all next time.